Joining us, Utah Highway Patrol Trooper Walker and Security Davon Booth. In case of emergency, use the 2 west boardroom doors to enter the hallway, then exit the building through the north or south doors. Let's go ahead and begin with roll call. We'll begin with Member Bogus. Yes, sir. Is here, good. Member Bollinger, just so the board and public's awareness, will be joining us around noon today. Member Booth. Member Brenton. Member Davis. Here. Member Earl. Here. Member Green. Here. Member Hall will be joining us in and out as well. Member Kelly. Here. Member Carey. Here. Member Lear. I saw her in the building. Member Longacre is here. Member Reel, that's who I saw in the building. Okay, she's somewhere. And Member Wood is here. Okay, good. Okay, so we've got a quorum. Let's go ahead and get started this morning with a Pledge of Allegiance, and we've asked Member Brenton to lead us in that. Thank you. We will next move to agenda item 1.2. This is our board member message, and we will hear from Member Davis.
Good morning, and thank you. Holidays are a big deal to me. I love them, particularly Valentine's Day, and thinking about love, not always in a romantic sense, but also in all of its other shapes and forms. So since next week is the big day, this welcome message is my Valentine to you, my fellow board members, staff, and the myriad of people, young and old, who swirl inside of Utah education. A parent of a little girl entering 2nd grade said something in my office once when I was a principal. As soon as she said it, it resonated with me, and it settled somewhere deep into my soul. So lest you think this is a cutesy Valentine message, it's not. I hope you'll hear it as something deep and resonating. She said, "I want a teacher who will fall in love with my daughter. I want a teacher who will fall in love with my daughter." This mom had been a teacher prior to being a stay-at-home mom, and she got it. I thought back to when I was a teacher when she said this. I thought, did I fall in love with my students? Absolutely. It's what made saying goodbye to them every year so very hard at the end. What did that teacher-student love look like? It looked like high expectations balanced with a soft place to fall. Firm and fair and fun-loving, with the same earnest prayer said every single morning, every single day, which was, "Please help me to be uplifting to all whom I encounter today." Sitting in my office listening to this beautiful mother, I committed to double down my efforts to truly love, not just those in my personal life, but also those I taught, led, followed, served, and supported. I committed to love those I agreed with and those with whom I contended. Love is not passive. There is not one single person on this board with whom I have agreed with on every vote or every issue. But there is not one person on this board that I do not love. Lori Gordon, wherever you are, you were probably unaware that day in my office at Shelley Elementary School that your words would help shape me personally and professionally. Thank you for helping me to love others by committing to communicate more clearly, act more decisively, forgive more readily, and hope others do the same for me. One of my very first welcome messages on this board, was to show a news story of me finding my 3rd grade teacher, Ms. Foote, who I felt had truly loved me at a pivotal time. Since this will likely be my last welcome message on this board, I'm going to bookend with another news story about another teacher, also third grade, who teaches at Legacy Elementary School in American Fork, and who was recently found by a former student. It's only 2.5 minutes long, so don't blink or you might miss some of the beautiful nuances. Kelsey, can you show that for us now, please?
Finally tonight here, a father going back in time, taking his children to find the teacher who changed his life. Then they changed his. America Strong. Tonight, the kindness of a teacher never forgotten. The G family had heard the story of Mr. Botita, who taught their father third grade. That family, Garrett, Jessica, and their children, have been fulfilling their own bucket list. But on that list was the hope that their dad could one day go back and find that third grade teacher to fulfill his bucket list dream.
We are pulling up to my elementary school. I'm quite excited. I've been wanting to do this for a really long time.
Mr. Botita was the teacher who was there for a young Garrett. When his parents were going through a divorce, he was the lonely kid at school, and that teacher helped him get through it all. And this is the moment he found his third grade teacher.
Oh my goodness.
Garrett walks into that same third grade classroom all these years later.
Oh my gosh.
Grateful to be back, this time with his own children.
Garrett was one of my...
I'm pretty old.
He was one of my students in this classroom.
Yeah, I sat right here, and when I was in third grade, it was a hard time in my life. Mr. Botita, you saved me in a lot of ways.
And Garrett with a surprise for Mr. Botita, hoping to check off something on his bucket list, the dream of taking flight.
You and I, buddy, we're going in a fighter jet.
And here they are, putting on the parachute, boarding the plane, a thumbs up from that third grade teacher.
3, 2, 1. Oh man.
How you feeling up there?
I feel great.
And Mr. Botita ready for more.
Oh.
And right here tonight,
Hi David, and greetings from Legacy Elementary in American Fork, Utah.
Mr. Botita and his newest generation of third graders.
Every teacher wants to make a difference. And when Garrett told me about the positive impact I had in his young life, it brought me to tears.
And Garrett here too, with the lessons he learned from that third grade teacher.
First of all, confidence. And then just being a good person and spreading goodness all throughout the world.
A thank you to that teacher, 30 years in the making.
We love you, Mr. Botita.
And we celebrate Mr. Botita too, and all of our teachers out there. They really do change lives. Finally tonight here.
Thank you, Kelsey. When I was going through his Facebook page trying to find that clip, because I had remembered it from recently, I was just so impressed at how many times throughout his whole Facebook page, he's like, I love my school, I love my students, I love what we're doing. And I came across this one little post, and it starts, I love third grade with an exclamation point. And then it says, each year I read the book Wish Tree by Catherine Applegate to my class. And each year I invite the students to put their wishes on our class wish tree. Some are funny, and some tug at your heartstrings. I get weepy reading some of their honest replies. Children are wonderful. They are beautiful. They are silly. They are awkward. They have deep thoughts, whether they can articulate them or not. They have worries, concerns, joys, and pain, just like the rest of us. Help children be heard. Listen to them, guide them, come with them and teach them to laugh. Teach them not to be afraid to cry. Teach them that there is power in words and power in their kindness. Teach them resilience. Help them to know that there are always good people to turn to when they are lost or when they struggle. And I would say, Mr. Botita, you are one of those good people. And for my day job, I've been in his room several times. But I also, for my day job, I'm in classrooms in several districts and charters all across the Wasatch Front. I've been in hundreds of classrooms over the years and witnessed hundreds of Mr. Botitas. Thank you, teachers, for falling in love with your students and their parents in all appropriate ways to make the learning magic happen. I've brought a little Valentine treat for everyone. My father-in-law passed away a couple of years ago, but the man was epic. Like, you did not mess with that guy. But he also loved large, and on holidays he would give us these See's suckers. And the flavors are written in tiny writing on the wrapper. There's vanilla and butterscotch and cinnamon and mint and chocolate. And anyway, you can each choose. I've brought enough for everybody in the room. And so in true Grandpa Davis fashion, I've brought See's suckers, and my fellow board members, happy Valentine's Day next week. I love you. Welcome to board meeting, and let's get to work. And Chair Hymas, I'll have you know that was exactly 7 minutes. Because we're trying to cut down because these messages are going too long. So I timed it to the T.
Okay.
Thanks.
I didn't, so I'm taking your word for it. Thank you, Member Davis. That was wonderful. Thank you. So with that, we will move to agenda item 1.3, employee recognition, and Superintendent Hart.
Yes, I am so pleased to introduce the Employee of the Month who exemplifies that same characteristic of just love. And I would like to introduce Christina Barrera. Come on up. Yay. And Christina works in our school improvement team, specifically with the preschool team. She is a preschool education specialist, and she was nominated just because she's wonderful, but also because of her work with the Utah Preschool Conference, which when I was a board member, I was able to, and fortunate enough to attend and sit on a panel. And it was just a wonderful gathering of committed professionals who you can feel that love, actually. And it's because of what Christina and team put together. This year, the team was concerned that they wouldn't be able to offer the preschool conference because of some funding limitations, and Christina just wasn't going to have it. She was going to make sure that she wasn't going to settle. She was going to have the conference. She was going to make sure that it happened, and it happened successfully. She reached out to community partners at UEN, and it was an online event so that more people could take part in it. And she solicited the proposals and made sure the topics were relevant, and just went above and beyond to make sure that preschool providers throughout the state and other interested parties had an opportunity to gather, meet, and learn from each other. And because of her leadership, there were over 400 participants in across the United States, or the state of Utah, and had very high reviews. And that's because of Christina and her work. And I thank her and thank her for bringing together and being part of a team. She exemplifies what we want here at USBE and sets a really high bar for the rest of us. Thank you, Christine. Yes, that concludes that, and we move to our highlight.
Yep, education highlight, Kelsey.
Thank you, Chair Hymas. Kelsey Sprout James, Board Communications Coordinator. I am excited to welcome up our very own Joanna Sorensen, who has been our elementary social studies specialist. She currently does it all. She's our only social studies specialist. So she's kind of doing double duty right now, but we have two wonderful guests with us, and she's going to introduce them. So I'll hand it over to Joanna.
Red. Red is good. Okay. Good morning, Chair Hymas, board members, everyone in the room. It's always such a privilege to be here and be able to introduce partners from other state agencies who collaborate so willingly with us and support the work we do here at USBE and our teachers and students around the state. I'm so happy this morning to be able to bring in, or Kelsey brought them in, but to introduce Wendy Rex Atzit from the Utah Historical Society. She does an incredible job supporting National History Day across the state, and she has brought one of our amazing students in to share with you today. So, Wendy.
Thank you so much for having us today. I also want to take just a second and recognize that the director of the Utah Historical Society, Jennifer Ortiz, and our education and engagement manager, Brandy Burns, are also here today. And a teacher, Kara Catano, who was Rachel's teacher at Thomas Edison Charter School, is also here along with Rachel's mother. So just a quick background about the National History Day program. The program has been operating here in Utah continuously since 1980, even through a closure and a funding loss. We did not miss a year. You might recognize it by its earlier name, which was Utah History Fair. History Day is a little bit like Science Fair, in which students do a large research project and then compete in a series of contests. And in our program, they can choose to present their findings as a museum-style exhibit, a documentary film, a website, they can write a paper, or they can create a live performance. So NHD really is all about engaged teaching and learning. Our students discover history by doing history. And in the process, they meet a number of learning targets that will stay with them long past when they do this project. They develop mastery and historical literacy by researching a topic in depth. They develop critical thinking skills by analyzing historical documents, images, artifacts, and investigating different points of view, and then drawing conclusions based on the evidence that they found. They develop digital literacy by learning to research and identify credible information on the internet. They build communication and presentation skills as they create their projects and present their work to our judges. They meet more than 25 Utah core standards in social studies, English language arts, and other disciplines. And they have their own moments of discovery about how the past continues to shape the present. Our program operates across the state. We work with incredible teachers in Cache, Weber, Davis, Salt Lake, Tooele, Utah, Carbon, Emory, Wayne, Beaver, Washington, and San Juan counties. Last year, 6,000 students participated in National History Day at their schools. Of those, 450 made it to the state contest in April. From there, the top 2 projects in each category qualify for nationals, which is held each June in Washington, D.C. During the national competitions, the students have plenty of time to explore our nation's capital. Our team had an incredible meeting with Senator John Curtis, and while we were standing there with him on the Capitol steps, Senator Cory Booker dropped by and photobombed our group, and then came down, and the 2 of them talked to our students and parents for about 15 minutes about the way they work together in Congress. It was incredible. Also at nationals, 2 Utah students were selected to showcase their projects at the Smithsonian's National Museum of American History, and 5 Utah students earned national medals for their work. And now it is my great pleasure to introduce Rachel Winkler, who is joining us from Logan. Rachel is a 2-time national qualifier who competed at nationals in 2024 and 2025 as a middle school student. Rachel?
Good morning. My name is Rachel Winkler, and I've been fortunate to participate in the National History Day competition for 2 years so far, as she mentioned previously. Thanks to my teachers Jolyn Merchant and Kara Catano, who is here today, at Thomas Edison Charter School, I've been able to compete into the national level twice, creating an individual exhibit both times. My first project was about razzle-dazzle camouflage, an optical illusion that saved Britain. In 1915, Germany's submarine warfare declaration sank thousands of ships, threatening Britain's survival due to lack of supplies. Radar and sonar didn't exist yet, so Norman Wilkinson, a marine artist naval officer, devised a reverse camouflage based on zebra stripes, kind of like my shirt. So the camouflage made the ships appear to be on a different course than the enemy submarines expected, reducing torpedo hits. Wilkinson even tested his designs with King George V, asking him to identify the direction of a painted model through a submarine periscope. The King took longer than a submarine crew would under normal circumstances, and got the direction incorrect even then. Wilkinson explained the ship's true orientation, explained how this confusing type of camouflage would impact their country for the better. This optical illusion was a turning point that contributed to the Allies' victory, fitting the NHG 2024 theme of turning points in history. My second project was the Winter Quarters mine disaster, an explosion that sparked a revolution in miner rights and company responsibility. This tragic event happened in Carbon County, Utah on May 1st. When an explosion in the Schofield mine caused the death of over 200 coal miners, many of whom were fathers working alongside their teenage sons. This disaster was caused by neglected safety measures like failing to dampen explosive coal dust and lack of proper ventilation. The Pleasant Valley Coal Company, who owned the Winter Quarters mine, paid only $500 per widow, which is the equivalent of about $18,500 today. This might seem like a lot, but wasn't close to the price of losing the family's source of income, not to mention the cost of burial services. To assist with the lack of company responsibility, communities and others contributed more to support the victims' families. The tragedy sparked miners' awareness, even those who weren't outright killed from the explosion and affected that way. And it led to strikes and the formation of unions to fight for better safety standards and miners' rights. Laws were eventually passed to improve safety, although it was 60 years later. It just kind of got the public eye on how dangerous the profession was. Showing that this event highlighted the importance of corporate responsibility and worker protections. While researching these projects, I learned how perspective and information evolve over time. Visiting the Mining Museum in Helper, Utah helped me understand the harsh realities that coal miners faced and that those injustices weren't just isolated to that one mine. In designing my exhibits, I aim to reflect the events of the design. For Razzle Dazzle, I used a black and white zigzag pattern to mimic the camouflage, with contrasting solid backgrounds for photos and quotes. For the mine disaster exhibit, I created a scene resembling a mine shaft with crumpled paper for the coal walls and wood pattern foam, making the piece feel like a connected story rather than just random words thrown on a board. Working on these projects changed how I saw history. Initially, I just wanted to get a good grade, but as I advanced through regional, state, and national levels, I developed a real passion for history itself. I love studying history outside of the classroom and seeing my projects come together from start to finish. The judges' interviews helped me think quickly and become confident in my knowledge, even though I knew that my exhibits could speak for themselves. At the state and national competition, there were fun activities to relieve stress for the competitors. At the state NHG competition, we pinned our projects on a world map, and it was inspiring to see so many stories unite from around the world all in one place. At nationals, students from all over participated in trading buttons representing their states or countries, kind of like collecting Pokemon cards. You just kind of want them all. It was a great way to connect with other history enthusiasts, share our projects, make new friends, even if we never saw each other again. Being able to visit Washington, D.C. and see historical artifacts at the Smithsonian, like the flag that inspired the Star-Spangled Banner, really brought American history to life for me. I also had the opportunity to attend the changing of the guards ceremony at the Tomb of the Unknown Soldier, which was a powerful and moving experience about the nation's history and the sacrifices made to protect it. In conclusion, NHG has helped me grow in so many ways, from understanding deadlines, being able to think clearly under pressure, research effectively, how to correctly do annotations, and present myself formally. These useful skills will be beneficial in the future with my academics. In addition, I found that no matter who you are or where you're from, history impacts you no matter what. Thank you for your time and opportunity to be here.
Are there any questions from the board?
Yes, don't go anywhere. If I just want to give a, Rachel, if your teacher and your mom could stand, so we can also give them a little round of applause. We know having such supportive and encouraging educators and parents are such a big part in student success, and you have done so well. So we're very grateful to have you here and proud of the way you've represented Utah. So I just want to open it up for board members in case there are any questions or comments.
Sure. Thank you. We've got a member, Brenton.
Well, I'm just so impressed with what you've done, and going back for 2 years, it's amazing. I used to teach history, in 8th grade history, for the longest time. So this group, is it from everybody from across the different states that's in this picture with you?
This is just
or
all
is that Utah?
It's the national qualifiers from Utah.
Oh, from Utah, that we had that many that go. Okay,
Mhm.
That's amazing. So do you keep in touch with your fellow Utah historians?
There are some people I've kept in touch with that I really got to connect with, and it was just interesting to see how history impacted their lives, but I didn't keep track with everyone because I can't keep track of them all.
So there's this kind of favorite or famous saying that, we're doomed to repeat history if we don't understand history. What would you say you've learned from this that you will carry forward with you?
Don't underestimate the smaller bits of history, because we all know it's going to come back someday. And we have to keep remembering that legacy that it's provided so that we don't, again, repeat it and make things worse for the upcoming generation. So
thank you so much.
Thank you. Member Carey.
What attracted you to the submarine camouflage story? I think that was so amazing. What inspired that?
So my 4th grade art teacher, he was gonna switch schools, and he came back for one of his author signings thing, and he asked me specifically, "Hey, are you in 7th grade yet?" And I'm like, "No, I'm only in 4th grade." And then he's like, "Because there's this really cool type of camouflage that I've been researching that I think you would like, being an artist and all, because I enjoy art a lot." And so he kind of introduced the topic to me very briefly, and then I was also intrigued with the Titanic at that time, so it was interesting to see art and naval history combined, and that's kind of what led me to get such a love of Razzle Dazzle. So
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Rachel, before you go, I want to say for me and probably most of the population, when we try to get something at nationals, we don't get there. You say, I just wanted a good grade and just elevated there. So I want to point out your curiosity, your ability to put things together very well and very impressive. Just thank you for being an example to all students throughout the state of Utah and our nation in just wanting to learn, and letting that elevate you. So great job, and thank you so much for being here today.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, let's move to agenda item 1.5, acknowledgement of student artwork. And I believe we're going to have Jamie Workman present this month.
I want to say thank you for Rachel. I couldn't have a better introduction of arts being a powerful tool in the schools. So as I hope we all know at this point, the BTS art program operates on a powerful belief that the arts are a vital engine for deep learning. When we look at the work being produced across the Southern Utah University region of BTS Arts, we see more than simple projects. We see a sophisticated laboratory for ideas. Here, the arts aren't a departure from the core curriculum. They are the very place where that curriculum comes to life, allowing students to synthesize their knowledge in science, civics, and culture through the lens of creative inquiry. This showcase highlights students working in Paiute, Iron, and Sevier counties. First, let's look at how these students are acting as scientists. In classes in North Elementary, our youngest learners in kindergarten started to draw cartoons, but they are not just cartoons. They are actually animal observations, treating visual representation as a crucial scientific skill to study the specific anatomy and shapes of realistic animals. Meanwhile, students in Salina Elementary were diving into chemistry with their Northern Lights projects. We had an excess of projects, so it was very exciting, and studied the property of matter and how chemical particles in the atmosphere interact with solar energy to create the aurora borealis. Even the Narrative Ghosts project at Monroe and Pavent Elementary had students using rulers, diagrams, and technical tools to solve problems, proving that art is much more about precise calculation as it is about expression. The program also empowers students to connect with their world, both locally and globally. At Enoch Elementary, students engaged in a project called Utah Symbol Spoons. They are being gifted to Utah legislators and city leaders to honor their service. And unfortunately, because we just have pictures of those. And building on that civics engagement, students under the direction of BTS art educator Catherine Spagnolo, that was a hard name, looked outward to world culture masks. Over several weeks, these students researched different global cultures with specific functions of masks. They then designed and constructed their own unique pieces using paper, plaster, and acrylic paint. This process allowed them to physically build their research, ensuring a deep, lasting connection to the standards they were studying. In Paiute County, the art literally became part of the landscape. Students at Circleville and Oscarson Elementary collaborated with professional artists to plan and paint community murals, where you can see the pictures over there. We couldn't bring a whole wall to you, but we did bring pictures of the walls. And they gave rural students, a genuine, lasting voice in shaping the visual identity of their own hometown. Finally, these projects show us how art helps students process the human experience. In a moving project called In the Dark, students used colored pencils on black paper to visualize memories and how to navigate complex feelings of nervousness and excitement. And in a practical twist, students designed dental hygiene postal stamps, analyzing how visual symbols can be used to advocate for health. From constructing woven trees to study light and shadow, to sculpting masks to understand global cultures, the work in this region is a testament to the program's mission. These students are researching, engineering, and communicating. They are proving that the BTS Arts program isn't a break from learning. It is the very place where the deepest learning happens. So thank you so much for all of your support.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to see the artwork from our students throughout from around the state. So thank you for sharing that with us. Let's move now to agenda item 2. This is public comment. And before we get going here, let me just read this disclaimer. Please note, failure to follow the guidelines during public comment may result in action, including but not limited to termination of your time to give comment, removal from the meeting, and future restriction to written public comment only. I don't know if I've read that in the past, and I don't know if I should have made that comment right there. Anyway, the public may sign up to share public comments at publiccomment@schools.utah.gov. The public may send written public comments to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. Public comments are limited to 2 minutes per person. A comment can express support or dissent for regulatory action. Individuals should not use public comment to complain about personnel issues or attack or defame an individual. Speakers making a highly detailed or complex comment should also consider providing a written outline of their words to the board. Please remember that children may hear your comments. Be thoughtful and professional. Keep your comments appropriate for a general audience. If you have material with explicit language or content, submit such material in writing to the board at board@schools.utah.gov. With us, I believe, in person is, first we have Julie Clough. Is Julie here with us? Perfect.
Good morning. I don't think it's fair that Miss Davis made me cry and now I have to speak in front of you. That was beautiful, and I did see that a few weeks ago. So I kind of want to echo, thank you. We love you as parents. Thank you for the work that you put in for our students. We also love our teachers. We are so appreciative of the hours and the commitment that they have in our schools. I was death scrolling through Facebook last night before I went to bed and came across a couple of friends' posts, and one of them struck out to me. She is currently on a local school board. She is doing her doctorate degree in public education, and she says, I can't believe sometimes that my life is my life and I get to live it. And I wholeheartedly agree with her. I am so blessed to have the opportunity to serve as a state PTA president and to be able to witness and be part of the great things that are happening in our state. I am so appreciative of the parents in our communities that are quietly working and collaborating with teachers and administrators to do the best for their school communities. In this last week, we got to hold our annual PTA Day at the Capitol. It was great after 6 years of COVID and construction to be back together in person in one room all together. It was great to hear thoughtful and insightful questions from our local members. It was great to, and again, one of those moments, I got to sit on the floor and to be recognized as part of a 100-year history of the advocacy work that PTA has done. Never did I think that that would happen. We also got to kick off a campaign, partly because of you, because you broke my heart having to make the decisions that you had to make earlier last month. So thank you. I have included our statements and our legislative priorities for you, and I hope that you will join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Emily Tubbs. Is Emily here with us? Not seeing her in the back. Is she online? Okay. Well, we will close public comment then. Move to agenda item 3. Chair Earl, this is the Standards and Assessment Committee report. Are you ready? Okay, we'll turn time over to you.
All right, let me pull up our agenda here. So the first item that we have moving forward is action item, I have 8.2, but I guess it's not that on our, that's on our committee. It would be, the action is that the board approves R277700, the elementary and secondary school general core draft 1 on second and final reading.
Okay, the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-700, the elementary and secondary school general core draft 1 on second and final reading. I've got member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I don't know who best to address this question to, but on line 296.
Let's get your question out there.
Yeah, it talks about, you know, you can complete a course or school-sponsored activity that emphasizes verbal communication, provided that the instruction is primarily dedicated to civic education, including, and then it says, you know, policy analysis, government systems, but 296 says civic engagement. And I would just like a better understanding of what that means, because it looks like we're taking learning in the classroom to engagement. So are we talking, we can organize a group of students to go to a pro-life demonstration sponsored by a religious entity. Can we organize, protests for or against particular, like, what does civic engagement mean?
Chair Earl, do you remember that discussion in your committee?
No, but I'm just curious. Let's go. I just wanted to get back into the law and make sure, to see if it referenced it there or if we added it. And if not, then I think we do. I agree that there probably needs to be some parameters or even removal from that. So can we just take just a second? I'm not sure who on our staff, does someone already looked at that? Is that what it states in law? Okay, would you give us the code so we can look real quick? Okay.
Are there any, does that answer your question, Member Carey, or do you want to continue?
I think the question was summarized correctly. I'm just waiting for, and then I do have one other area that I have a question on. That
is your other question for staff or for the chair? I'm wondering if we can move while they look.
the chair may be able to answer it. It's on line 334. And it talks about an LEA shall use board-approved summative assessments to assess student mastery of the following subjects. And I know that the board, several board members have expressed concern about the number of assessments, the number of testing. And I would just like to know, when we say board-approved summative assessments for these three areas, which assessments have been board-approved and which ones are currently being used? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you.
I mean, I can give what I think, and then if staff want to correct me, I believe it would be the RISE for our high school, which we just changed last year from what we previously were using, and then the ACT would be the 11th grade. But someone correct me if I'm wrong on those. The RISE, then, yep, and then also the ACT would be that 11th grade piece.
So it's our standard end of year testing that is the board approved. Does that answer your question, Member Carey?
Just to confirm, then it was my understanding, but there's no other board-approved assessments for those areas enumerated in A, B, and C?
Chair Earl?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then circling back to the question regarding line 296, the civic engagement. Looks like we're still researching that. Elise, please.
Hi, Elise Nui, Deputy Superintendent of Policy. So that is direct language from Representative Doug Welton's Bill 381 last year, where these changes came from. So that the A, B, and C are directly from his bill language. That's what we're bringing from.
Follow up, Member Carey.
Thank you. Then I would, if appropriate, I'm concerned that if we put civic engagement there as required in the law without any additional defining or parameters around that, that we could find ourselves entertaining a host of engagement that in many times would be appropriate, but also fall outside of the bounds of appropriateness that we've set. Again, and maybe staff can address this, it's a hypothetical, but as I was reading this, I thought, okay, so a group of students want to attend a pro-life rally sponsored by, a church. Would that be permitted under that particular phrase of civic engagement? Would they be able to qualify for credit hours? Right, for that particular event. Because has civic did Representative Welton's bill define civic engagement, I guess, is really the question. Or is it just, okay, there it is. It just says civic engagement. And again, that's so broad. Are we comfortable as a board just saying, yeah, we're okay with that? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got lights from, oh, Elise, did you have go ahead.
I was just going to clarify just a couple of things in the code. Again, the board can do what you would like, but that is as a follow-up. So that is with FI. So it would have to be a course or a school-sponsored activity. And there are other laws and rules surrounding what a school-sponsored activity could involve and what it could be. And so there would be some restrictions outside of this particular code as to what could be a school-sponsored activity that would involve civic engagement, but just as that extra point.
Follow-up, Member Carey.
Thank you. And I thought the same thing initially when I read that, because it does say school-sponsored activity, but then it doesn't say and, but or. So it says completing a course or a school-sponsored activity, emphasizing verbal communication, providing that a significant portion of the course or activity that is dedicated to. It doesn't say school activity. It intentionally removes the word school, and it uses the word activity as dedicated to civic education. So if the solution is just reinserting the word school before activity, but that's in code, right? So we can't do that. So the strong line, and I agree with Deputy Newey, where it says school-sponsored, well, because of the phraseology, it just limits it to that portion of the statement. But when we talk about civic engagement, it doesn't say school activity, it just says activity. And to me, that throws open all activity. It doesn't have to be school-sponsored, at least according to the way I am reading and understand the code. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I've got Member Bogus.
Sorry. Yeah, I just had a very similar question in that, are we talking about protest or are we talking about civic engagement, testifying at the Capitol, emailing your legislator? Because to me, we're going down this, Member Carey brings up a good point about different rallies, but that's very different from appropriate engagement as opposed to leaving the school and being derelict in our academic instruction and doing other things. So I'm just trying to clarify what we're talking about. Thank you.
Chair Earl.
I wonder if it could just be tied back if we add on there that is tied to standards or tied to Utah standards. So it's not just an open end type of a thing. It actually goes back to some provision. I don't know. That's a possible suggestion.
Member Carey.
I think, Chair, maybe this, and I'll make this motion, and to me this is the, just thinking while moving, but if our proposed rule on 296 says civic engagement, related to a school-sponsored activity, we then put those guide rails back on that I believe the unclarity in the statute opens up. So the motion would be on line 296 that it should read civic engagement related to a school-sponsored activity.
Before we seek a second, Member Carey, we're looking at the law currently how it reads, and then I'm looking at the rule. Does the rule, because the rule says completing a course or school, it's same thing. A course would be guided under the school, and then or school-sponsored activity, but it doesn't have the same exact verbiage as law. So if you look at 291 and 293 on your screen, does that cover what you're seeing? So we're tightening it up here already in rule with the parameters set of the school. Does that make sense? I'm curious. I'm just asking the question because you're welcome to make the motion. I just wondered if this satisfies what we're trying to do. Go ahead. Please respond if you're willing.
So again, my concern is that here, when it says provided that the instruction is primarily dedicated to, and I can see how policy analysis is instruction-based. I can understand how government systems is instruction-based. But when we talk about civic engagement, to me, that's activity, that's action. It's not to say that learning doesn't take place there. Perhaps some of the best learning does. But it's not traditional instruction as our rules treat that word. And because of that, I don't know whether or not school-sponsored activity would be encompassed by the word instruction. That's my concern. I think we can address it by the amendment, by making it clear that civic engagement, yes, we want that. We want our students learning how to be involved, what to do, how to do it. But again, within the guidelines that our public schools operate, which is it needs to be related to a school-sponsored activity.
Okay, let's move forward then, and let's get the amendment on the table here so that we can seek a second. Will you repeat your amendment? I'm sorry, I know, and I don't know if it was written down. Nope, I know. Good luck. I threw you off. I'm sorry.
Need civic engagement related to, yep, thank you.
So the motion is to amend line 296 to read civic engagement related to a school-sponsored activity. So related to a school-sponsored activity is the new language added. It's been seconded. Back to you, Member Carey.
Yeah, Chair, I won't belabor the point. I understand what you're saying. We do kind of address it in the preface, but again, the phraseology, the use of instruction when we're talking about activity, I feel this adds that level of clarity that we need. Thank you.
Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. So through the chair to Member Carey, what happens when the school or the educator actually sponsors the protest? That is my concern, because in my time, I have firsthand knowledge where a teacher and a series of teachers carved out time for kids to create posters. They gave them the afternoon off to go march on school property, along the fence line, along the road, and it was considered a school-sponsored activity, and most of them had no clue what they were talking about. They were just following directions for a grade. So what happens when we frame it like this as opposed to linking it to standards?
Member Carey, response?
Yeah, and staff may be more articulate in this area, but I would think that when we say school-sponsored activity, it means that the school is operating within the confines of all of the rules that we have previously passed and established. To the extent they're not, then they're in violation of those rules, and the consequences should follow. But that would be my assumption. But if that's incorrect, staff can correct me. Thank you.
I don't know if it's worthless, but I agree with your assumption. But Member Brenton?
I just had a question because it's been in the news this week that we had Hillcrest High School sponsoring an anti-ICE protest. So what happens when something like that comes out? Is the school held responsible? I think there may have been more than one. Is there a way to word it so that protests aren't allowed in school time, but that it is related to standards with civic engagement? I would ask Elise, like, where's our responsibility in that?
Deputy Newey?
Thank you. So just to ground us in this rule and what this rule change was doing originally. So it was added last year in the legislature a new requirement. That's the civics. I'm trying to remember what exactly it was called. But it was Doug Welton's bill that required a new civics requirement in high school. So UVU, and in collaboration with USBE and you all, is working on standards for that course. In his bill, however, he allowed for an exception. So if a student was taking something else that would be considered equivalent, they could take that course as part of their requirement instead of this American Government and Civics course. So this is for those exceptions. Now, when a school applies for, or an LEA says that they want to have a course available as a equivalent, they have to still meet all of the same standards. So it'll be required in whatever they're doing for the civic engagement and verbal communications, that they would still be required to meet all of the standards that are in that American Government and Civics course. So it will have to be tied to those standards that you all agree upon in order for it to count. So if that makes sense.
Thank you, Chair Earl.
Said, I wonder if instead of just referencing a school activity, it's referencing tied to the standards. Once again, it's not just anything, it's tied directly to those pieces that we've approved. So.
Okay. Is there a motion in there or just? Go ahead, Chair Earl.
Yeah, and maybe we have to vote on this first, but I would put it, provided that the instruction is primarily dedicated to civics education as outlined in approved standards.
Well, hold on 1 second. So you said we need to vote on this first and then a motion's coming?
I think we'll have to because it's, right, they're not.
Okay. Yeah. So the motion that is before us right now then, and I don't see any other lights, so I'm going to restate. I think we're ready for a vote. The motion is to amend line 296 to read civic engagement with new language related to a school-sponsored activity. Let's go ahead and vote.
Dedicated to civics education.
Okay, that passes 9 in favor, 4 opposed with 2 absent. Those opposed being Member Lear, Member Green, Member Reel, and Member Bogus. Chair Earl.
After civics education, just as outlined, or sorry, what did I say before? Consistent with approved standards. Or approved, well, just approved standards.
So for your motion, Member or Chair Earl, are you striking the language that was just adopted and replacing it with this?
No.
So how would that?
It would sit after civics education.
Where
so it says, provided that the instruction is primarily dedicated to civics education.
292.
Consistent with board, we probably ought to put board approved standards with a capital B.
With that, you get that capital B in there.
Yeah.
I want to make sure. Okay. Okay, so the motion then is to amend line 292 to add after civics education consistent with board-approved standards. Do we have a second? Second. Back to you, Chair Earl.
I just think it creates just what was said before, that guardrail, a direction. So I think it keeps it more consistent and it gives us something to rely back on. So.
Okay. Member Green.
Yeah, I'm still a little hesitant on all of this. I know we're trying to fix maybe a potential problem. I just know, what was in the news this week around, social justice causes, calling it civic and community engagement. The flyers that were posted for Hillcrest High School in the Canyon School District, where it wasn't just the high school, but it was also the Union Junior High. About 150 junior high age kids being led by an adult woman, assuming it was a teacher, with F ICE sign and the like. I mean, this is really difficult. And where arguments have been that we are social justice activism and these types of levels of ignorant engagement, if I may, is encouraged in this realm, we need to be very thoughtful in what we're doing here, because F-ICE is a slogan that was also at a career day for our students. I mean, they're just surrounded by it's justified by civic, because that's apparently what we feel is the only thing that justifies civic engagement. So are we clear? Have we been clear enough in what this could actually look like? I don't know, I'm a little bit hesitant towards it.
Seeing no additional lights, let's prepare a vote. Oh, Member Lear.
If what Member Green describes is accurate and her assumptions are correct, I don't think anyone feels like that's a good thing. But this is about the credits students can earn, not what schools should do. So I think we ought to stay focused on that. And if there are issues related to other activities by LEAs, then that can be dealt with separately.
Okay. Member Green.
I think that's where my concern falls, is just 3A3, civic engagement related to a school-sponsored activity. And we've seen handfuls and handfuls and handfuls of things that the power of authority of a teacher over young children trumps even logical levels of civic engagement. So, and it is school-sponsored because they are the teachers, so they move and formulate those actions. So I don't know, I think it's a real thing that actually does exist often.
Okay. Chair Earl.
Yeah, I think that's why directing it back to specific standards instead of just a broad. Anyways.
Okay, so the motion before us is to add, or to amend line 292 to add after civics education consistent with board approved standards. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously with 2 absent. Back to, so the underlying motion then is that the board approve. Okay. The underlying motion then that is before the board currently is that the board approve R277-700, the elementary and secondary school general core draft 1 as amended on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes unanimously with 2 absent. Back to you, Chair Earl.
So this is item number 3.3, and it's the board approve R277-717 high school course grading requirements draft 2 on second and final reading.
The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-717 high school course grading requirements, draft 2 on second and final reading. Sure. Go back to you, Chair Earl.
Yeah, I've had a couple of questions, and specifically around some of our online providers. And hopefully I can answer this. I hope it correlates, and if I'm off, someone maybe from policy can tell me. There were just questions around if an online provider is providing instruction and they, let's see, now I'm trying to remember the nuance here. They are providing the remediation pieces for sections of classes that maybe a student needs additional help with. My understanding, if it's teacher directed, that's different than the packet method. Packet method means it's something that has minimal teacher guidance versus something that is a teacher-directed either intervention or remediation or whatever. Those are different. Now, if I'm incorrect, someone correct me on that. they're whispering, so maybe they're going to correct me on that. So there was just some questions around that, whether, once it's online, does that mean you can't replace the course credit? So anyways, I don't know, maybe someone can
Did
share
you
if
want
there's some
clarity
additional-
from
Yeah.
Elise? Go ahead, Elise.
No, you're accurate, Board Member Earl. So on lines 42 through 45, it defines teacher-led, and that is just that the teacher directs the instructional process.
Which could be
that
online.
Could be,
Right.
as long as the assessment and the direction is coming from a in-person teacher.
I just want to make sure that was kind of out in the public, because there were a few questions I got over that. So
Okay, thank you. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to bring us to line 72 through 74, I believe. And through the chair, and I'm not certain actually to whom, I just am wondering, and I'm going to just make up something totally out of the blue. Let's say a student chose to have an elective and it's AP Music Theory. And they thought it was going to be easy because, all music classes are easy. And they soon find out that that's actually for very advanced thinkers. And they don't get a good grade and they need to replace that grade. But then they have to choose the same elective that they realized they didn't have the capacity for to begin with. I'm just, genuine question here that concerns me, because just like not everybody is a calculus mathematician, not everybody can do AP Music Theory. And I'm wondering what we're locking ourselves into and locking our students into with these 3 lines here.
For clarity, let me ask, you're saying if a student takes dance, figures out that they're not a dancer and fails the course,
Yeah.
can they take orchestra and replace the dance grade with an orchestra grade?
Well, or underwater basket weaving. I'm just making stuff up, but my concern is that basically, if they have to retake something and it's an elective, so we're not talking about algebra. We're not talking about grammar, usage, and mechanics. We're talking about things that could be advanced coursework in different areas, and I don't know where these lines take us at their logical conclusion, and I don't think they were thought through to their logical conclusion. And I just want to make certain we understand what we're doing here when we pass this, because I fully don't understand what we're doing.
Member
with this
Carey, is
language.
your question to these lines?
It is, but then I have
Okay.
but I was just going to ask the same question.
Can I ask, can I just seek some clarity from maybe Chair Earl or staff? This is new language. Where did this originate from? Chair, hold on one second.
I can speak a little bit to some of the questions that we've been fielding from our staff have been fielding from the field, right? And those centered around taking an elective class and then coming in and wanting to replace it with a different type of course. And so if we have staff here, maybe they can fill that a little bit better, but that's where it was saying, okay, you're taking something here and then you're trying to replace it with something completely different. So there's that question. And I think this was trying to create some resolution to that. So anyways, I don't know, is there additional?
Yeah, so this is LEA, coming from LEA questions that our staff have been receiving often. There was also last year in the session, a bill was passed on packets and how we use packets. So I think that kind of those two conversations are overlapping, and the types of credit recovery and things like that we can do. So to answer your question directly, Board Member Bogus, you can always replace the grade requirement, the course requirement. So in order to graduate, the graduation requirement, you can replace that with a different course that meets the same standards or requirement, right? But you cannot replace the grade for that course unless you retake that course in particular, because it is tied directly to that course. So that student could take a different class and still graduate and meet the graduation requirements. They just couldn't replace the grade for that particular specific course.
That satisfies my question, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Carey?
On that issue, yes, Chair. But I do. Yep, so this would be on lines 42 through 45. So staff indicated that, yes, this means a teacher doesn't have to actually be there, they just need to direct it, and that seems to be supported in line 43. But then it says not only do they have to direct it, they have to manage the delivery of the core standard. So I'd like a better understanding of the differential between directs and manages. Like, what does that look like practically? And then I have another question in that same section, Chair. Thank you.
And I don't know if we have, Elise, you can take, your eyes tell me you're going to take a shot at it, but you're not confident. Go
Tell
ahead.
me how I do. So that management piece really, like if you compare a paper packet, right? I could send you home with a paper packet. You'd be on your own if there are questions or if we need to go in a different direction because of your questions and your interests. We couldn't do that because it was just the paper packet. Whereas like a Canva course, right? It is online and you're doing it independently, but I can see it on my end and I can manage and move things in a different direction if I need to or provide direct feedback. That kind of a thing would be the management piece. If that makes sense.
So, thank you, Chair. So the teacher would not be able to direct someone else to manage the delivery of the core standards?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, if it were like I think they could do something where they watch a video, right, that's produced by somebody else that meets the standard and the teacher provides feedback on an assignment based on that video, right? But the overall meeting the standards would be led, directed, managed by the teacher of record.
Can I jump in just
Please.
quickly? We do have schools that have instructors who will teach a class that is led by a licensed educator. That actually happens, and that is one of the ways that many of our schools work throughout the state of Utah. So I don't know if that helps as well. The teacher is still responsible. So if someone were assigned, albeit a substitute or an instructor that helps out, the teacher still directs and manages what's happening with that content. I don't know if that helps, but I think we're getting there.
I just want to make sure it doesn't preclude that from happening with the changes that are being suggested. And I guess my concern is that I have not heard from many educators that this change is needed. And I haven't seen any data suggesting that this rule change is needed. So I guess part of this is just led by curiosity of why are these changes being proposed? Where is this flood of data? Like, are we seeing that students in classes where this is not happening are suffering or underachieving?
And I've got some board members, and Elise, I don't know if you wanted to respond here.
I just, once again, so just in this particular definition, this was referring specifically to grade replacement and kind of that packet conversation based on the bill that was passed last year. So the problem that bill was trying to solve was students taking packets home and replacing a wholesale grade on a course that was teacher led, right? And with your peers and all of that, and then taking home a packet and being able to wholesale replace that grade. And that's what that bill was trying to stop. So this is making that differentiation between what would be teacher led and therefore equivalent and what would not. So that's where this comes from.
No, but my question was on the data. Like, where's the data suggesting that the old system was malfunctioning? And having that data and understanding that data would help me better understand if these changes will rectify or address that alleged deficiency.
Yeah, and I guess I would be in a similar space, because what I did was I took it into a general space, and Elise is saying, no, let's refocus on what this rule is. And so, and you're focused on this rule, Member Carey, as far as I can tell. You didn't go beyond like I did. You're saying, why in this rule is this an issue? Is that correct?
Yeah, because in the situations that I'm aware of, it's always been teacher-led with the packets. So to the extent that this is happening well beyond that, where's the data saying, well, if it's not teacher-led, it's non-teacher-led? What's the differential in outcomes? Where is that data? Otherwise, we're just making a rule because we think it's going to solve a problem, but without the data, we don't know. So all I'm saying is, if we're saying teacher-led outcomes with packets are superior to the outcomes of non-teacher-led packet outcomes, great. Show me the statistics. Show me where we've done that audit. Show me where we've done that research. Otherwise, what is this based on other than a supposition? That's all I'm asking.
You're asking for an audit? No, I'm just kidding.
No, I'm just asking for the data. If it's there, and if it's not, Chair, I understand. I'd like to know.
Yeah. Elise, I know Member Kelly wants to take a crack at this as well, but go ahead, Elise.
No, I'll pass it on to Member Kelly. I will say, so this is our response to legislation. So this isn't something that we were collecting data on and responding. This was a response to legislation that was passed and clarifying. We do get phone calls, I will say just anecdotally, from staff, from LEAs asking about clarification on that legislation. So those are our two data points that we have.
Okay, thank you. Member Kelly, you want to add?
Yeah, mine will be anecdotally, because I'll share with you through the chair, Board Member Carey, just my experience, and I think the frustration at a classroom level is that if you fail my financial literacy class, and then you go and sign up for a packet of some sort. It takes you 2 weeks to finish that packet. You get an A on that packet course. That A then replaces the F that you had in my class, right? And I think the frustration at the classroom level is where's the accountability for the student missing an entire semester of class, failing the class, and then, it's easy to then go take the packet replaces the grade. And so I think this was an attempt by legislators to, curb that a little bit and hold those students accountable for the grade that when they failed the class. And so I think that's what this is saying, it's saying, if you failed my financial literacy class, but then you go across the hall and you take that teacher's financial literacy class and you pass that teacher's financial literacy class, that grade can replace my grade. But if he goes and takes a 2-week packet, that grade cannot replace my grade. And if that, does that clarify, Elise, does that help? Or
I've got Member Earl.
Yeah, and the law that passed last year does what you're asking for. It asks us to actually differentiate so that we can actually have that information. So you're right, we don't have, spreadsheets of numbers and stuff, but it does ask us, because there is that question, what is the impact? What is happening in the schools? And it required that collection so we could do a further analysis. So,
Member Carey.
Yeah, so Chair, I'll just move on, and I appreciate Board Member Kelly's insights. But line 45, it says provides direct feedback. And I want to know what direct feedback means in terms of just feedback. Does that mean in person? Does that mean it can be over electronic? It's a note that's left on Canvas. Again, as we've said several times at the board, words matter, and provides direct feedback is certainly different than provides feedback. So I want to know why we're using the word direct. Thank you.
Thank you. Superintendent Hart.
I'm starting to hear some of these conversations, or I'm continuing to hear some of these conversations up at the Capitol. I believe that this goes to perhaps the teacher and student rather than AI and student, and computerized feedback. And I think this goes to the human interaction, and I think we're going to see a couple more bills that specify that teaching should be between a human and a human rather than a computer and a human. That's where I think it's coming from.
Member Carey?
Yeah, and look, I agree with what Superintendent Hart just shared. The benefit from having an instructor who is concerned, and to use Board Member Davis, who loves their students, is it's almost immeasurable, but apparently people say they can measure it. But so when we say direct feedback, are we saying, and this is my question, are we saying this has to be the teacher sitting down, writing a handwritten note? Can this be AI generated? Like, what does direct mean versus just feedback? Because we say the feedback has to be direct. My next question will be, does the assessment have to be direct? Because we don't say direct feedback and direct assessment, it's just assessment. So I'm really just trying to understand what is driving this, because it's like we're carving a very particular path with lines 42 through 45, and I'm not sure if I understand, like Superintendent Hart said, what the real driver is here. And without knowing that, it's difficult to say this is a good policy or a bad policy. So I need that understanding of why the direct feedback. Does direct apply just to the feedback, or does the assessment also have to be direct? And if not, why not? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Carey, let me express my thoughts on these lines. This brings the teacher into it. This says no more can you just be a sign and let go. This means that the teacher is directly involved. And so when you talk about provides direct feedback and assessment of student mastery, the teacher is aware of that directly. It's not going through other channels. It needs to come directly to the teacher. And then same with the assessment of the student mastery, the teacher is involved. That's what this section of rule is doing. It's mandating, telling the teacher that you are part of this process. Member Carey, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I may be the only one who misunderstands, so I'll just end here. But so when you say that, do you mean that the teacher is the one now providing that feedback directly to the student without an intermediary, without through Canvas? It is the teacher doing this one-on-one with the student?
As part of an earlier comment, I don't believe it's necessarily one-on-one with the student, but they are directly involved. Meaning, I know this. I cannot say, okay, Member Carey, here's your assignment. Report back to Member Longacre, right? I would be a part of that assignment from beginning to end.
And could your feedback also be left through an intermediary such as Canvas?
I believe it could.
And under this, direct would cover that.
Direct would cover that, but the teacher is almost like the AI comments. The teacher is involved. It's not turned over. So if it's beginning, here's your course, do your thing. I'm going to get eyes on it at the end. I'm going to get the direct feedback because I'm connected to Canvas or whatever. I see what's going on. I see the assessment, and then I work with the child. That's how I interpret that.
Okay, and that helps. I just think the wording is clunky, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Kelly, you want to add, or can we vote? I know pressure.
You know, I want to ask a question to Deputy Newey. What is it? I don't. Deputy Newey. There we go. I'm curious. In this rule or in any of our rules, and that might be a very broad question, but the grade replacement part of it, Is there any time frame of how long a grade can be changed?
So from what we understand, it's anytime that they're in high school, so before they graduate.
So any time from 9 through 12.
That's my understanding. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm getting head
If a grade is posted in a student's sophomore year, couldn't that grade be changed by a teacher in their senior year? Is there any rule that governs whether that is possible? Is it legal?
So you're saying without them retaking the course,
Correct.
just the teacher.
Yes, they don't
voluntarily.
retake the course.
Yeah, our understanding that if nothing has changed about the student's performance and their mastery of the standards, then the grade should not change, and then that would get to other rules and things that we have going on.
Okay. And I'll share my thoughts with my question, because I was curious if this rule could potentially, but one of the things that I continue to struggle with as a classroom teacher is when a student fails a class, let's say their sophomore year, and then counselors and administrators are looking at their graduation requirements and saying, oh no, and then they come back and ask me to give them an assignment to fix a grade, from when they were a sophomore. And I feel like ethically a lot of times it puts me in a pinch where I'm saying, you failed this class as a sophomore, go take the class again and replace the credit, rather than coming to me and asking me as a teacher to do an additional assignment to change the grade from their sophomore year. So, that's, anyways, it may be a little bit of a tangent, but yeah, I was curious. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Lear.
I completely agree with the ideas of this change in the rule itself. But my greater concern is that grading, however unfair or wrong or troubling it is to us, has always been the purview of LEAs. And I will, I think this level of guidance and direction from rule is appropriate, but I am, even though I may disagree what an LEA does, and I, as Member Kelly points out, I hate that idea and that concept, and I've heard about it for decades from teachers. And I remember when this particular bill was passed, that troubled me then, that students could replace grades at any time during their high school years. However, it's still something in the purview of LEAs and the case law goes in that direction, and that it's a pretty solid educational principle that I'm not going to challenge right now. But I do admit that some of those concerns, that I have some of those concerns.
Thank you. Do we have, Member Kelly, do you have a motion? Okay, I would love to move on. Member Kelly, go ahead.
No, I think what I'm trying to say, we need to try to protect the integrity of the teacher giving the grade, and when teachers are being pressured by administrators, and that's where. Well, but what responsibility? Yeah, and that's where are the administrators being held accountable, and who holds them accountable? They are the employer. They're the LEA.
All right. So let's move to the. I don't know if we had any amendments. We just had questions on this. I believe the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-717 high school course grading requirements draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. Member Hall? That passes unanimously, 13 in favor, 2 absent. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Our next item is the paraeducator standards. And so let me read the motion that came out of committee, that the board approve the proposed Utah standards for instructional paraeducators.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve the proposed Utah standards for instructional paraeducators. I have a question, Member Bogus.
I have to pull it up. I apologize. I thought I had it. So we're on item 3.5. Sorry. Draft 2. So could someone help me understand what it means to adhere to the legitimate exercise of and I just have no clue what that would mean in an educational context.
Give us some context. Where are you looking at on this?
Oh, please accept my apologies. I got there and I just expected everybody could see my screen. On draft 2, which is what I believe we're talking about right here, under E, it's on, I believe it's on page 2. Let me count. Oh, no, it's a few pages in, but there's no page numbers. So it's under skills, E, adhere to the legitimate exercise of constitutional, legal, or civil rights of children, youth, and their families. I don't, in an educational context for paraeducators, what does that mean?
Can we make sure we find that? I'm still looking. I see skills E, support students in the use of adaptive equipment.
It's under standard 2. And
Standard
these
2
aren't
skills.
These aren't numbered, so I do apologize.
see.
It's actually on
There
page
we go.
5. Should be in red there.
I see it now. Oh, there it is on the screen as well. And Chair Earl, I don't know if you want to respond to this with the discussion that took place here.
We could use a different word than adhere, but the idea was that it wasn't around civil and human rights. It was around legitimate exercise of constitutional, legal, or the rights of youth and children. So it's just it's an awareness that these individuals that are working with students in this area, professionalism and ethical practices had a basic understanding. So if adhere's not the right word, certainly we could entertain a better verb for that. So we felt it was greater clarity than the current language that was there.
I'm not sure if we don't have a motion. I know, Joe.
No,
hold
I'm
on.
just speaking to the verb.
Yeah, no. You're not speaking to a motion. I'm calling back to Member Boggs. We don't have a motion. You were seeking clarity. Did that answer your question?
Well, so yeah, it does answer my question, and maybe that is the struggle, is that to adhere to someone else's rights is not actually a thing. Maybe to honor them, to allow for the legitimate exercise. And I would just make that motion. Then I move that we replace the word adhere with allow for the legitimate exercise, and then we can entertain the discussion at that point. Thank you, and I appreciate Member Earl's response.
So the motion then, there's a motion to amend, and this is standard 2 under skills E. The motion is to strike adhere and replace with
Allow for, I believe, would be better
Allow
language
for.
at this time. And I'm open to the discussion, but I know in order to get the discussion going, we need a motion on the floor.
So let's see if we can get that up on the screen, get that motion correct, and then we will seek a second and move to debate.
Should it be the words adhere to whoever's driving? And if I misstated, I apologize. Yeah.
And then also in this motion, yep, there it is, standard
That's
2.
fine with me. But may I change my motion?
It's not been seconded, it's still yours, go ahead.
So it's been suggested that have a knowledge of. Yeah. I apologize. Have a knowledge of instead of adhere to. Is that Member Earl? Yeah, I think that is a better framing of that. And I appreciate the discussion because I really was trying to figure out how you adhere to other people's rights. And so I was taking issue with the language because of the word adhere. But if that's the comment, then I think if we just change that it makes more sense and we'll have, it will play out better at the end of the row.
Okay, so I'm assuming, let me state the motion. I'm assuming there's a second and a spoken to, but we don't have anything official yet.
I was going to second allow, but I can't second knowledge because it's other skills.
Okay, so the motion is to amend Standard 2 Skills E, strike the word adhere to and replace with have a knowledge of. Is that your motion before I seek a second? There's some debate here.
I don't care what it is. Let's just, and then just amend it.
So do we have a second to this have a knowledge of? There's a second. You spoke to it a little bit, Member Bogus. Okay. Okay, Member Earl, I've got you, and then I've got Vice Chair Wood. And Elise is...
Oh, I'm good. I just think this section, our pair is just, it's to create a broad understanding. So I think that language does that without creating some kind of a overburden on both schools and the individuals. So.
Elise.
Apologies, Chair. I will just point out that there is knowledge on the top. So if you go up to page 4, there is knowledge that they're supposed to have, and then this is in the skills section. So things that they're able to do. So I don't know if, as a board, you want to change that to maybe respect or some sort of action word, but you can do as you want.
Okay, Vice Chair Wood.
Thank you. I would have seconded the allow for because of that specific reason. It's under a skills and instead of a knowledge. So I would move to amend to show respect for.
There's a motion to amend the amendment to remove have a knowledge of and add show respect for. Do we have a second?
Yes.
We have a second. Back to you, Vice Chair Wood.
I think I spoke to it, although I do see that B says respect without any extra. Do we just need a single verb to that?
I'm game for whatever, as long as we're not adhering to
I'll keep the show respect for. Thank you.
Okay. So we're keeping the show respect for. So the motion to amend is to amend Standard 2 Skills E, strike the word, well, we're actually amending the amendment, which is the same. Strike the word adhere to and replace with show respect for. I don't see any lights. Is there any opposition to this amendment to the amendment? Seeing none or hearing none online, the amendment is now strike the word adhere to and replace with show respect for, essentially the same motion. I'll ask again, is there any opposition to this? Member Carey.
I don't know, Chair, not opposition, but I am concerned that, we take adhere to, which is a definitive, look, you've got to do this. And now we're introducing a big range of ambiguity by saying, well, you need to show respect to. And so if that's the will of the board, then it's a great change. But in my opinion, you are taking something that's very clear, we've got to do it, to, well, you need to show respect for it, which, that's a stratification of whether you hit that metric or not. And if the board is okay with adding that, then great. If not, again, it would just be a time for reflection. Thank you.
Member Bogus?
So I agree with Member Carey, which is why I said allow for to begin with, because the way it's framed, you're adhering to other people's rights, which is different than adhering to the practice of other people's rights. It just the language is clunky and doesn't make sense, but I think he makes a great point. So I think I'm open to an amendment. I mean, I have no whatever. I just would like this to make sense in practice, because I don't think our paras can adhere to the rights of other people. They can honor the rights of other people. They can allow for the practice of other people's rights. I just don't think they can adhere to them. And again, disagree with me, make me smarter. I just think the language is not correct in this frame.
Okay, here's where we're at. We're on an amendment. I don't have any other motions. If this is not ready, send it back to committee. Because you know what I mean? If we don't have a solution right now, we need to think about this more. But I'm going to push forward because there's no motions here. So seeing no lights. Okay, Member Bogus.
I move to amend the pending motion with replace with allow for.
So there's a motion to amend the amendment, and that is to strike show respect for and add allow for. Is that correct? Do we have a second? Second. Back to you, Member Bogus, if you'd like to speak to it.
I think just considering the conversation around the room, this addresses everyone's concerns. And if it does not, please feel free to make a motion.
Seeing no additional lights, the motion before us is an amendment to the amendment, and that is to strike the word adhere to. No. Now it's strike the word show respect for and add and replace with allow for. That is the amendment to the amendment. Seeing no hands, is there opposition to this? Do we need to take a different kind of vote? I'm not seeing any opposition, so this is the amendment. So now we just took care of the amendment to the amendment. The amendment then is to amend Standard 2, Skills E, strike the word adhere to, and replace with allow for. Again, for the sake of time, I ask, is there any opposition to this? Seeing none, we're counting that as a unanimous vote, and this rule has now been amended. We are on the underlying motion now that says the board approved the proposed Utah standards for instructional paraeducators. Seeing no lights here, let's take a vote on this one. Member Earl?
We're voting on draft 2.
Draft 2 was not on there, so let me restate the motion.
Yes, please. Sorry, I apologize. I didn't read it out as such, but I just want to make sure that the public knows it's draft 2.
Let's stop this and redo it. Let me reread this. In my haste, Chair Earl, that's on me. The motion is that the board approve the proposed Utah standards for instructional paraeducators draft 2 as amended.
That would be accurate.
Okay.
Thank you.
And when that is up, we will vote. There it is. Thank you. Vote, please. That passes unanimously with 2 absent. Back to you, Chair Earl.
Okay, our next item is that the board approve R277324 professional paraeducator programs, assignments, and qualifications, draft 2 on second and final reading. And this incorporates the document we just did into this, just for your awareness. So that's why we did it first.
So the motion before the board is that the board approve R277-324 paraprofessional paraeducator programs, assignments, and qualifications, draft 2 on second and final reading. Member Bogus?
Sorry, I just wanted to be clear. The only changes I see in here is a date and the removal of the oversight category. Do I have the right draft?
Chair Earl, is this the one that came out of committee with the updated document as well?
The standards were updated, but we already used standards before. So we didn't have to put those in there because we already used them. This is just a review of those standards and then modifications to make sure we're up to date. So in other words, it's kind of like a continuation. But
Okay, so let me restate the motion. We'll get ready for a vote. And that is that the board approve R277-324 paraprofessional paraeducator programs, assignments and qualifications draft 2 on second and final reading. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously with 2 absent. Back to you, Chair Earl.
okay, that completes this particular item. We'll be on 4, but I'm asking if we could take a 5-minute break. A little recess.
Yeah, I'm getting a yes, please from Vice Chair Woods. So,
Okay.
yeah, 5 minutes.
That's where I'm at too. Yeah, 5 minutes would be great.
Timer started
Okay.
when Kelsey says. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I'll get you back on. Thank you, board members. Let's make sure we have a quorum here. We've got 5, 6. We do have a quorum. Thank you for gathering back here, and we will continue on with agenda item 4. I'm going to turn the gavel over to, I've got Chair Earl first, but Vice Chair Wood is going to chair this portion, if that's okay. So, Chair Earl.
Thank you. We have, let me pull it up real quick. So we had two meetings. We had our original meeting, and which was our normal standards and assessment. We went through a number of revisions and discussion points related to the 250th resolution that the board is working on. And then we had a special meeting as well. And from that meeting, let me go back out here so I can pull up. We have a recommended action for the board. And let me pull up my final motion here. So the motion that came out of committee was that the board approve the resolution commemorating America's 250th birthday and her guiding foundational principles, draft 4. So that's what's coming before this body.
All right, so we have a motion that the board approved the resolution commemorating America's 250th birthday and her guiding foundational principles, draft 4. And we have Chair Hymas.
Thank you. I just have a substitute motion if I could. And then I will wait for a second if it comes to speak to it. If not, then we'll move on. So I move that the board approve the resolution commemorating America's 250th birthday and her guiding foundational principles, Hymas draft, and that's not an ego move. It's just what it's called right now. Thank you.
Here we have a motion and a second. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. So what I've done here is I watched both of the law and license, or not law and license. I did watch law and licensing. Don't get me wrong. Standards and assessment meetings. Listen to the debate, the conversation, the direction that the committee was going in, and then I took their draft 4, looked at that, and said, okay, we are a general educational body and we have general supervision of our schools. And so I tried to take that draft 4 and make something that could potentially, not saying that it would be used, but could potentially be used by educators and parents throughout the state if they chose to reference a resolution, which I think would be the first time in the history of America that somebody referenced a resolution but anyway, I just tried to put something together that would speak in a general sense, supporting and showing our love and appreciation for not only America and its guiding principles, but the Declaration of Independence, our founding fathers, and how we can use that. And so this is the result of that. I have received some feedback, and I will tell you, I'm always open to amendments. But I will tell the board and the public, if you don't like it, you don't like it. Let's not beat it up. Let's just vote on it. That's my opinion. We've had some discussions on some changes to like, hey, let's put some whereas in here, but the whereas and the be it resolved, they align right now in this draft. And so I'm personally hesitant to go through and make a whole lot of changes here. But again, I understand that this is before the body. This is not Matt Hymas's ego. This is the body's work. So I recognize that, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any discussion to this item? Okay, Member Brinton.
No, I appreciate the thoughtfulness and the collaboration. I just really like draft 4 that came out of committee better. I think it's stronger to honor our Declaration of Independence.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any lights. So, Member Davis.
I'm sorry I missed the initial motion when I walked in, but I think we're voting on Member Chair Hymas's draft. Yeah, I would just add I would move to add the Are you asking us not to do this, Chair Hymas, because there's a be it resolved, you don't want us to add to your...
This is not mine anymore. It is the body's. You can do what you will with it. Yeah, I'm sorry, Vice Chair. I just jumped right in.
You did.
I'm rude. I apologize. I will wait for your...
Yes. Will I open a Pandora's box? I mean, I like one of the be it resolved. Never mind. I'm just going to pull it because this could turn into a big several hour thing. Thanks.
It appears to me we're moving to a vote. Member Hall?
No.
Oh, that motion fails 6-8 with those in the affirmative, Member Davis, Member Booth, Member Rill, Member Lear, Member Wood, and Chair Hymas. So that goes back to our original motion of draft 4. Is there any discussion to that? Member Brinton?
No, I wanted to possibly just amend draft 4 if we could pull that up with the last be it resolved. In talking with Matt Hymas and stuff before, I thought his be it resolved on what our State Board of Education is reaffirming, rather than trying to make our affirmation the same as the Founding Fathers with our lives, our fortunes, our sacred honor. We're not really in a time of war where people are going to come after us for our homes and our lives and our jobs over this resolution. So I thought it was maybe a good compromise to sub in his be it finally resolved and in place of our last one. And
do you have language to that before you speak to it in a second?
Yes, I sent that by email this morning. And either the language that I sent could be teed up, or that is added, just that the Utah State Board of Education is added after Declaration of Independence in the current be it finally resolved. Does that make sense?
So are you, you're striking?
So that's what I would like for discussion. Should we start with that be it resolved at the end and go through the part where it says the Declaration of Independence and then add in
okay, let's get your language, because you don't really debate a motion. So let's put the motion on. Are you striking the last in your motion? Are you striking the last resolved?
Okay, in my motion, I would strike on lines 39 through 42 that we are endowed, because that's already stated up above. So I would strike after Declaration of Independence those words. That's already been stated up above. Line 39 is in draft 4.
Yeah, go to draft 4, which is right above Chair Hymas's in our backup.
So it says that this Utah State Board of Education reaffirms its commitment to the principles upheld in the Declaration of Independence. And its commitment, and then I would add the words, its commitment to public education that strengthens understanding of America's constitutional heritage and prepares students to sustain the principles of liberty, equality before the law, and self-government for the nation's next 250 years.
Okay, is there a second to that? Okay, we have a second. Now would you like to speak to it?
So I was just trying to find a place of compromise between his concerns with the last be it resolved statement and just what we're trying to put out, recognizing I don't believe this is going to be used to teach classes in classrooms, but it sends such a beautiful message to our agency, to the LEAs, that what we are committed to and that we are celebrating this divine, I say divine, but this amazing Declaration of Independence that is having its 250th birthday. To me, that's the focus that we want to cheer on and herald and support for the next generations. I don't know that we'll ever have another 250th birthday. So thanks.
Okay, thank you, Member Green.
I know that, you know, there actually has been a lot of compromise. We've gone from a 3-page document to a 1-page and a 2-paragraph currently in draft 4. I don't hate Chair Hymas's ending, but I do feel that in drafts 4 original, or the further, be it further resolved, and I'll just read it, that this Utah State Board of Education reaffirms its commitment to the principles upheld in the Declaration of Independence, that we are endowed by the Creator with inalienable rights. It is with a firm reliance on the protection of divine providence that we mutually pledge together our lives and fortunes and sacred honor in preservation of America and her next 250 years. To say that we are not in a place where we're under battle. We've never been under more battle. We've seen the flag burned, degraded. It's upside down more than it's right side up. We have a generation of college students that do not respect what we have. We have immigrants coming. We have students from other countries that are coming. And I know this because I speak with them. I live with them. I have been to their graduations, and they think our nation is nothing but racist. And our history is degrading and horrible and ugly. And they are not proud to be here. They're just seeking education to leave because they have come out of being educated to hate our nation. Never before have we been in a place since 250 years where we have to actually give some energy and thought and pledge together that we can be continually united for our lives, our fortunes, and sacred honor in preserving America. We have seen more attacks on this nation and any Western ideal than any other time. Because first of all, there's something to attack. This declaration. This young generation, if I may argue, actually doesn't value this. They are so free to let it go. Never have we seen a more socialist, believing young generation. We've already stripped out everything that gives a historical account of what it has taken to secure this nation. It's already gone. To say that there's nothing to battle, that there is no battle, is ignorant. And I know speaking this loud and this strong only gets people, I'm seeing eyes rolling, I'm seeing nervous behavior, but it just needs to be said. At what point do we come out of a place of denial and say this generation is a generation that actually needs to understand our history, and we should not be cowards to it. We should not continue to invite these concepts, this history, this battle, this unique battle out of these public realms. I would ask that we would not eliminate Draft 4's last paragraph. I would ask that we keep that. I would ask that this generation of students has a body that has an opportunity to put forward a resolution. We resolve every day we come here to these meetings. Each of us as a board member, we resolve to carry the history, the honor, the humility, the delicacy, this delicate topic of freedom. We resolve. That is a resolution. And it should be that this generation understands actually what was foundational to this document. That's the purpose. And yeah, they pledged their lives, their fortunes, and their sacred honor. That never goes out of style. That is something that actually never goes away with any person that ever lives. Ever. And I would ask that we would vote no for this, and that we might, please, rightfully so, call upon that valor
that even we saw with the stirrings, and if I may, the stirrings that Charlie Kirk had it reinvigorated onto the campuses of our institutions. He spoke with that last paragraph. He was unashamed. And if I may say and remind us, he had a group of people, a lot of people, that didn't like that. In our own state, we saw what it takes to speak with that kind of confidence. And if we don't think there's a battle, we're too comfortable. Yeah, and I don't know how we could be so comfortable when the greatest assassination of the world, if I may, in our modern age happened just down the road from us. We hardly gave a nod to it. It was embarrassing, almost, the silence. Yes, there is a battle. The resolution makes that battle, and it's a valiant one. And our young kids, they need to understand what's at stake right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move to amend the amendment.
Would you like to put that out there?
Yeah, I would move that we keep the language as written and capitalize the D in divine to match the language above.
Is there a second? Member Davis.
It wouldn't the amendment would be to capitalize the D. There's already a motion on the floor to keep the language. So we need to vote to capitalize the D first and then to keep the language second.
Well, I do have to ask if this motion's in order, because the way you would maintain the original language is to strike this motion down. So I don't know that your motion is in order.
Well, then my language is to strike the motion, strike the language presented, keep the language as written, and capitalize the D.
Yes, so you would vote against this motion, because you can't go back to a previous motion until the motion on the floor is taken. So you would strike this motion and then make your motion afterwards to capitalize the D, if this motion fails.
So technically this is in order, but I understand your point.
Because you're just going back to the original motion and changing the D.
Mm-hmm.
So strike this one down.
Not to me, no.
Member Kelly?
No, I'll just maybe clarify, but if Member Britton's motion gets voted down, then we're back to the original motion, and then we could make a motion to capitalize D. Right? So you're suggesting vote on the amendment, and then if the amendment fails, then we can capitalize the D. Okay. I called a question.
There's no lights on, so would we need to vote on calling the question? Right, she's in the queue. So we'll go ahead and vote on this. Sorry, we'll go ahead and move to strike lines 39 and 32 and amend the last. Be it resolved with the amendment below. Be it finally resolved that the Utah State Board of Education reaffirms its commitment to the principles upheld in the Declaration of Independence, and that public education strengthens understanding of Americans' constitutional heritage and prepares students to sustain the principles of liberty, equality before the law, and self-government for the nation's next 250 years. Member Hall?
Yes.
Yes. Member Bollinger? right, that motion passes 12-3. The no votes are Member Green, Member Kelly, and Member Bogus. So that takes us back to our original motion for draft 4 as amended. Member Rill.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion to amend draft 4 and delete lines 28 through 33.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to amend draft 4 by deleting lines 28 through 33 with a second from Member Lear. Would you like to speak to that?
Yes, thank you. We've worked really hard on this, and as Member Britton mentioned, and I think that although I prefer Chair Hymas's draft, I teach political science, which means I teach the Declaration of Independence every semester. So 3 times a year, I get to sit with students and talk to them about this and talk about the history of our country and these principles of liberty and equality and natural rights. And it's very exciting for me. It's something I care deeply about. And I'm excited to get this and to celebrate the 250 years of the Declaration of Independence. But I think that lines 28 through 33 take away from the purpose. And I think that it veers a little bit too far into into things that I think take away from what we're trying to get, which is to get students passionate and caring and deeply understand our history and the importance of the Declaration of Independence and of our republic. And I don't think lines 28 through 33 do that.
Member Lear?
I also preferred Chair Hymas's version, but I think this would be a good improvement. I did a little research. I'm not a constitutional scholar, but I did a little research in this to see if what I did remember and what I have discussed through the law for many years was still a consistent understanding. And I sent a text to a couple of people. And though I believe the Constitution itself was divinely inspired, I don't believe, and as is so often said, that these were religious men. For the most part, they were not. They were very vanilla believers in some cases, and many were not. And so I just want to read this short statement that I found and combined from a variety of sources. Some were traditional believers, Protestants, Anglicans, Congregationalists. Some of the influencers, Thomas Paine, Franklin, Ethan Allen, James Monroe, even Washington, were deists. Per the Encyclopedia Britannica, although Orthodox Christians participated at every stage of the new republic, deism, a movement of equality and reason, influenced the majority of the founders. So I think it is a mistake to interject religion throughout this. I do think we can acknowledge the freedom of religion aspects of it, but to do otherwise is to be exclusive to those who don't believe as we do. I appreciated Member Green's passionate speech, but I think there are a number of equally passionate people who sincerely look at not the parts that are our sacred honor and those kinds of parts I feel equally passionate about. But I think the interjection of the religious aspects of this, aside from in passing the way it is now, I think are inappropriate and unnecessary and not specific to the civics and the government aspect of this that's so crucial.
Thank you, Member Brinton, and then Member Hall is online.
I understand the arguments. I would just say, even though those top 3 were deists, they all believed that religion was necessary to keeping social order, and that it was good. The original schools that we started with set out to teach religion in school, the basics of religion, not one religion, but just we are a Judeo-Christian nation that was founded on these principles. It was acknowledged. We had days of prayer and fasting, and so I would just speak against taking those out, because this is about honoring
the Declaration of Independence and the founders and the principles that they founded it on. It's amazing that it's turning 250 years. So I would just speak to keep that in. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Hall, and then we have Member Green. Member Green.
So I just maybe wanted to expound a little bit about the Northwest Ordinance itself. And I understand that maybe the words we're scared of is a moral and religious people being too moral and religious statement, like too godly or something. But if I may, the Northwest Ordinance made some connections that actually clarified the Declaration of Independence. It applied it into the expansion of the United States. So it guarantees religious freedom. It protects trial by jury and due process. It prohibits cruel punishment, the abstract ideas that they were creating at that time, their rights enforced by law, directly by echoing the Declaration's philosophy itself. It also expands that settlers elect a legislature once population thresholds were met. Territories then transitioned into full statehood, equal to existing states. It matters because there's no permanent colonies, and then there was no second-class status. So then you go on to equality. So new states enter the Union on equal footing. Slavery is prohibited in the territory. Then you have the rule of law. The Northwest Ordinance connections the government is bounded by the written law. Rights cannot be overridden by territorial officials. Education is promoted to sustain Republican government. Historical intent matters. So the ordinance reflects how the founders themselves understood and applied the Declaration's principles in their expanded practice. It actually is so important. And this is again why we have to give our young students the opportunity to even be able to Google something to expand their knowledge. Being specific and saying the Northwest Ordinance of 1987, if you don't know that, you're going to Google it. If you're a teacher, you want to learn more about it, you're going to put a lesson together. It expands into so many different ways that the Declaration of Independence was then translated into action. And those things matter. So I think it's very relevant. We're in the realm of education. Let's educate our kids and expand it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we will move ahead to a vote on the motion to delete lines 28 through 33. Member Hall?
No.
Member Bollinger? Okay, that motion fails with 2 yeses, 1 abstain. The yeses are Member Rill and Member Lear. The abstain is Member Bollinger. Okay, do we have any other? Are we ready to vote on the underlying motion? The underlying motion would be to vote on draft 4 as amended. Okay, we'll go ahead with the vote. Member Bollinger?
Yes.
We're missing 1. That motion passes unanimously, 15-0. Thank you. I'll turn the time back to Chair Hymas.
Thank you. And over to Chair Earl.
That completes the Standards and Assessment Committee, and I just want to thank everyone. There was a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of discussion over the last several weeks, and just I think it is important that we get something out at the first of the year. Others are celebrating and recognizing, and it was interesting yesterday. I listened. It was like the anniversary of the Electoral College. The first vote for president took place many years ago for George Washington, and just the recognizing, these great people, how they came about these things, and how we move forward as a nation. So I appreciate all the hard work. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. That was painful, but we got there. So thank you. Moving on. We are on agenda item 5, the Finance Committee report. Chair Davis, are you ready?
Yes, item 5.2. The committee moves that the board approve R277-479 funding for charter school students with disabilities on IEP Draft 2 on second and final reading.
The motion is that the board approves R277-479 funding for charter school students with disabilities on an IEP Draft 2 on second and final reading. Member Bogus.
Sorry.
We have a question from Vice Chair Wood as you're pulling that.
I have a question regarding you selected E to incorporate into this role. Is that accurate? And I'm wondering, my question is probably for Deputy Superintendent Jones. Is the legislature hoping to use some of this fund in all these things that we're doing legislatively with recommendations to cut? Are they hoping that to free up some of this funding based on our choice between, is this related to legislation at all, or I guess public education appropriations?
Scott, please.
Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, Vice Chair Wood. I don't have any confirmation of that, but there certainly is that opportunity that it could result in that. Yes. The other consideration is that it is what it is. We caught it, we recognized it, so now we're trying to make it through. That the legislature may not may only go with a 3-year adjustment or two. That would remain to be seen. This at the simultaneous or parallel process to this rule being done, there's likely going to be changes to the code and the formula as well. But then for me to say that I have evidence that it's to do what Vice Chair Wood described, I simply don't have that.
Thank you. Back to you, Member Bogus.
Sorry, I guess if we're just going to go to a vote, I have no questions.
We've got some other lights, but you're welcome to we can circle back.
No, there was just some discussion the other day, and apparently that's not coming to fruition. So if we're voting on E, I am happy to support whatever it is. Thank you.
Member Lear?
I have a question also, and I'm not sure what you mean by E, or what Member Bogus meant by E.
So some clarity. So there were some options that the Finance Committee went over.
Okay.
And for, if you haven't seen the meeting, we had 4 members involved, or can't recall. I mean, a lot has happened since then and now, but we did have only 4 members, and so there was kind of this split vote on D and E.
Okay.
And then in order to move it forward, one of the members said, you know what, let's get this before the full body. And so E was moved.
So to clarify, this is the E version of the options.
Yes, and the difference, and Scott, I don't know if you want to give, because I can give a rundown version, but can you give a rundown version between, let's just talk about D and E since that was the committee one. Is that okay, Chair Davis?
Make sure you come back to me because I have
a
second part.
Go ahead, Chair.
I don't know if are you asking for the difference between the two? And I should give a little bit of background too on our votes.
I felt like this was, for my purposes, I just was wondering what that reference was to. For my purposes, I don't necessarily need the background and I have a question that might have related to E, but doesn't.
So E gives 4 years for LEAs to kind of gear up and plan on this funding going away. And D gives 3 years. Originally, 2 of us had voted for E and 2 of us had voted for D. But we only had 4 members in our committee, and so we were at a stalemate, and I wanted to move something forward to the board. So I switched to the 4 years. And I'll vote for it today because that's what our committee put forward. But I will say, I think 4 years is a long time for the LFA. I can hear the LFA in my brain. I think he's going to say, I think they're going to go for 3 years. But I think, and to a conversation I had earlier, I appreciated, Deputy Jones saying, the point is that we found our problem and we are trying to rectify it. And if there's a little bit of movement within those, when all is said and done, that's okay. At least we've taken a lot of time. And several of you came to our meeting on Monday where we spent, the whole meeting on this. So we really are trying to rectify the situation.
Member Lear, with your question then.
Right. And just to maybe what the comment you just made, is the meeting on Monday recorded? That
No.
you have? No. Because I always have a conflict at that time. So I apologize if I could have learned about this. I wasn't able to, but I can't do it at that time on Monday.
Yeah, no problem at all.
So my question is more to probably Deputy Superintendent Voorhees or someone else in special ed or someone like that. My question is, this seems to give sort of an advantage to charter schools in receiving funding for special education students. And it's a formula laid out to provide that.
May I, Chair?
Is
just
that
quickly?
inaccurate?
What this is we found a little problem in the formula in that we don't have in our formula, this is only for expansions. This is not for charter schools in general.
Okay.
It's only for expansions, and we have to go in a kind of a predictive way. But what happened was there wasn't a true up piece of the formula after the students actually got there to go back and true up the initial amount that was given. And so in some cases, in these cases, in your backup, there have been additional funds that have been flowing to these schools. So we're trying to fix that situation so that the funding is the way it is per student and should be for all districts and other charter schools.
And so I think in saying that, if I may, it's okay, Chair, to proceed. In saying that, I think you answered my question in that this would make it so that all LEAs are treated similarly. This does not give an advantage to expansions.
Yes, over time. Well, there has been an advantage, but in order to not create a fiscal cliff and say, oh, we needed this extra piece, all of that money is going away right now. We're trying to phase it in with a few years so that they don't hit a fiscal cliff and it's manageable, especially considering maintenance of operation and maintenance of effort and other legal parameters that these folks have to work within.
Then I understand, and it sounds like from your explanation, I would also support the 3-year transition as opposed to 4 years. So I don't know if.
And I may have said that wrong because on this scenario saying 3 and scenario D says 2, but that's in addition to the one we already approved. Right. So just
I would
make it clear
support the shorter time period to make that, to work that out is what I'm saying. And I also I would maybe hope that and you can change these without board vote or whatever. I would maybe think that the title to this rule should be changed because it wasn't really clear that it was only for expansion charter schools. It sounds like it's for all charter schools, which is somewhat misleading given that there's 130 plus charters and probably 10-ish expansions. So it's a lot less money and a lot fewer students affected. Yeah. With that, that's helpful. Thank you for that. And I didn't even have to bug Leah. So thank you.
Member Bogus.
Yes, thank you. I just want to be clear that, as I understand it, that when we're saying 3 years and 4 years, that includes the current year, the current fiscal, which isn't actually a year. Like, we can't expect all these people who have already published budgets and already this and already that. We can't really consider that a year. So we have to remember that when we're looking at these years, we really need to say -1. Did you track that with me? I'm seeing heads shaking. So I just want to be very clear that this is not into 2030, if that makes sense. This is, yeah? Yes, I'm asking if you are understanding what I am saying right there. Okay.
I understand you. Member Kelly.
The current motion is scenario E, right? That we move scenario E. I'm going to speak against. I voted in committee for scenario D. I do think that in this scenario, our staff, it's also a scenario that they recommended, and I think that in a year when we're asking people to make cuts and we're being asked to look at cuts, I think a scenario where someone has been overfunded and we're allowing them a time frame to get back into compliance and to get their numbers in order. I think 2 years is sufficient time. So I just wanted to speak to scenario D, speak against the current motion of scenario E.
Okay. Seeing no additional lights, are you, Vice Chair Bollinger? I know you put your hand on it, but let me restate the motion here. Okay, Vice Chair Bollinger.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd actually like to make an amendment to the current draft. And I will make my motion, and then if I get a second, I'll speak to it. Although I do need those numbers that were on that graph to make the amendment, because basically my amendment would be to go with option D, and maybe that can just be or scenario D, excuse me. Maybe if I just say scenario D, and then the wording would be fixed in the rule. Is that in order?
I think if we want option D, we just vote down the current, unless you're making a substitute motion. Is that what you want to do? So it's not an amendment. If you're saying I have a substitute motion, I want to.
Then yes, it would be a substitute.
And then we would need help because it doesn't say on this motion, it doesn't say option E, so it needs to be changed is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's my point, is that because it's a draft and not a scenario,
so
I would have to amend the draft to match scenario D.
So an amendment would be in order. You're right. So I I think this is going to take a couple minutes. Can we saunter for a few minutes? Because we need to open up the rule and get that done. And I think we're going to need Scott to help out with that, or staff.
We may want to make sure I have a second before.
Yeah, let's put this, well, because we don't have a motion yet, you've got to put the motion together, so I can't second anything. So we're going to saunter for 3 minutes. Thank you, board members. Thank you, board members. Let's get back to it. We appreciate staff helping during that time to get Vice Chair Bollinger help with the potential amendment. So Vice Chair Bollinger, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. And I don't know, did Deputy Superintendent Newey step out? She was writing my amendment for me. Do we have that to pull up? Okay, so my motion would be to amend draft 2 that the board incorporate scenario D.
So there is a motion that the board incorporate scenario D into draft 2. And there's a second from Member Kelly. Is that right? Was that you, Member Kelly? Vice Chair Bollinger, back to you.
Thank you, Chair. I realize this is a hard thing. Special ed feels like it's always underfunded and will always be underfunded. And so I know this is very painful for all of the schools. I do think that there needs to be time with this adjustment. I'm concerned about the longer we wait, the more of a cliff it will feel like. I do believe that there is time to plan ahead. I also believe that with this change that we've had in land trust funding that's going to be increased, it's a good time to try to start shifting some of those things. So again, special ed funding, I wish we could feel like we could fully fund it to provide Cadillac services for all of our students. But I think the most fiscally responsible scenario, to Member Kelly's point, is that when we're making cuts in some areas and other schools are, what we say is overfunded, which is kind of ironic because special ed's never overfunded, but when we talk about being able to fund services for all students, I want to make sure that we're fair across the board. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Earl.
I would speak against this. I think E is where we should land, and I understand that it's putting things out a little bit further. This error was not on the side of LEAs or that additional funding. That was something we had in our model. As soon as it was brought to our attention, we're addressing it. But what ends up happening, especially with the cuts this year, they're being cut not in just one spot, but in possibly others, and especially some of these smaller charters, being able to figure out how it all impacts. I'm just speaking against this. I think E is the better direction for us to go. Moving forward. If we weren't cutting this year, it would be a whole different story. We could kind of balance things out, but we just don't know the impacts of other cuts. And I don't know of anybody that actually has Cadillac services, including these LEAs. So anyways, that's where I'm landing.
Thank you. Member Bogus.
Yeah, I would just speak against the motion as well. I think we have to remember that, again, this current fiscal year is included in this model, and that it's just too fast. If you look at how these budgets prevail, you're not talking about just decreased, if you will, services. We're talking about reductions in force. We're talking about all sorts of things, and we're at a time when teacher contracts are being renewed and all sorts of things are happening. And I think D is irresponsible in my opinion, and I think E is the better solution moving forward. Thank you.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would just echo the statements of Chair Earl and Member Bogus. Primarily, look, they shouldn't have received the money. We need it back, and both of these proposals do that. But I'm more concerned about not the bigger charters, but the smaller ones who are going to have, I think, extreme difficulty in doing this. And that, this was a combination. It's not like they came in and took the money. Like, it was given to them. It was given to them by us, I think. So for us to go back and say, hey, we're partly on the side of this error. Now you're going to have to pay 100% of the consequences by losing this additional time. I just don't feel that that's equitable. So thank you, Chair.
Member Longacre.
Yeah, can we just get clarification? Is this year included in the amount of time? I'm just hearing yes and no's.
Yeah, on the chart it shows FY26, which is this year, and so that is that's the first on the chart. That FY26 is the first. No, we are in FY26 right now. Is that correct, Scott? Yes, but there's no change, right? But the change, so the change will happen abruptly. Yeah. Does that answer your question? Okay. Next we have Member Booth.
Thank you, Chair. A number of us were here on Monday and listened to an hour's worth of very valuable information. As we listen to PEA and as we deliberate for hours and hours of how we are making additional cuts or suggestions that we're making for additional cuts and reductions in funding, I have felt for the students and the parents and the educators who have to provide for these students. And after listening as carefully as I can, because we do not know how many other reductions are really going to come into play, and how those reductions across 70 plus different programs are going to impact how we provide education for our students, I feel much more comfortable with E, though I certainly resonate with Member Bollinger's suggestion that we need to be responsible, we need to get this done. But I just am fearful that it's going to impact in a very detrimental way when you combine that with all of the other cuts that somehow they're going to have to be robbing Peter to pay Paul. And I just want to go on the record of saying that they'll do whatever they need to do at the legislative level, but I would want to be on the record as saying we're thinking of students first, and for these students in these particularly small charter schools, one more year is going to make that transition, bringing everything into compliance, much better for the students, since we have so many unknowns regarding other diminished resources. Thank you.
Member Davis, or Chair Davis.
I'm just ready for the next one. Whenever you're ready.
All right, we'll get there. Member Lear.
My comment is a question, and I wonder where this forgiveness comes from. Where do these funds come from? We're not going to get new funds. So who loses in order to give the benefit to this group of students? Is that a Scott question?
Yeah, his light lit up.
So maybe this is an opportunity through you, Chair, to remind schools that are expanding that I love them. So it's not, what we're trying to do here is correct overfunding for students that don't exist. That's what the formula had made it so we weren't truing up when the actual count came in. So in a way, it's not that we're taking money away from students. We're actually reducing money that it was going towards students that didn't exist. So it's not like a reduction for students that exist, right? It's just to make sure that we're truing up like we do after the October 1 counts. This formula didn't allow us to do that similar process where if the student doesn't exist, we make that adjustment. So the formula, what we're proposing here, is rather than just, ripping the Band-Aid off and taking that money that they were using. So right, wrong, or indifferent to that aspect, we're just stepping down the amount of funding that goes for really students that never materialized. Because the amounts we were giving were based on the estimate of the charter schools expansion for kids. So then when subsequent reports show that they didn't actually expand by that many kids or those students that needed those special needs. So rather than just completely stopping, we're stepping down or gradually stepping down funding for students that does it. Now, if for some reason there's an increase in the students, we would adjust accordingly, right? But that, as you all know, we're in a decline. Yes, charter schools have increased, but not all charter schools have increased. And then the expansions are based on estimates of what they are at, they're assuming how many students will come that next year.
And students with disabilities too.
So, well, yes, specific to students with special needs, yes. And so rather than, we're trying to, it's a correction, basically. It's a correction, but a gradual correction so that we're not completely removing that funding all at once.
And with respect to Scott, I'm asking a much simpler question. If the money doesn't go to these non-students, then it will be going to all students with disabilities generally. Is that right?
It could, yes. I mean, it's restricted money, so if it was being used, then it had. However, then too, we also are in the space of the complicated aspect of charter schools were allowed to unrestrict 35% of restricted money, so they very well could have done that with this money. So, yes. So yes, that money is due, but there's also that ability of them to do this. So, I mean, we'd have to sort that all out. But that's really what we're trying to do, is correct it all, right? We're trying to ensure that we are, for lack of a better term, truing things up, making sure that funding is not going towards a student that doesn't exist, but, and because that's how we fund on a per student basis.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry
I got
for
you.
the
No, it's okay. I just wanted to make sure it is going to students generally with disabilities.
Yes, with other
Understanding-
considerations. Yes,
Understanding it went to other places probably also, and we can't do anything about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Chair Davis, I'm confused. Are you for this? Or are you in the queue to chair again? Okay.
I'm going to, just as you're kind of making your final decisions, I'm going to make one argument for D and one argument for E. You can weigh all things in the balance. The argument for D is just don't be confused about the chart here, because D says 2 years, but that does not include the year that we have chosen to hold harmless. So there is 1 year already that we have voted on, all of us, to do nothing, basically. Then there are 2 additional years. So D is 3 total years. E is 4 total years. Now I'm going to make the argument for E. If you choose scenario D, it's in dollar cents, $2.2 million spread over 6 LEAs. $2.2 million spread over 6 LEAs. So that will impact some teachers and services. If you vote for E, it's $765,000 spread over 4 LEAs. So it's significantly less impact to individual schools. So hopefully that information is helpful. I'm going to vote for both, whichever one comes up first is passing. Great. I think both are good options. They both provide rollout time for schools. But, there's pros and cons on both ends, all things considered.
Okay, I've got Vice Chair Bollinger and then Member Earl.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, through you to Deputy Superintendent Jones, just to clarify, as I'm looking at these scenario charts that are broken down by all of the specific charter schools, my understanding is that this doesn't impact funding for all of the charter schools, just the charter schools who have been receiving additional funding for students that they do not have. Is that a correct understanding? Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, it was read now, so yes.
Okay, Member Earl.
Oh yeah, here it is again. So I just want to make sure I understand this and I know you've said that, we probably already said this like 5 times, but fiscal year 2026, which started in July. Am I accurate in saying that? Yes. So we're saying we're holding harmless, which is a true statement, but in some ways we found this out after budgets were already set. Is that accurate? So when we say holding harmless, we're not technically holding harmless, other than we could say, oh, we're going to take all the money that you've budgeted this year already. I mean, technically we could say that because there's an error in the system. So in some ways, I don't really consider this year a hold harmless. I consider this year a find a solution year. And then the next year, when we say hold harmless, we're just saying it's spread out a little further before we get back completely on track. But it's not a hold harmless in that you're getting the same amount you got this year. Is that an accurate statement? Yeah, I am looking at the chart myself, but yes, yep.
And who's speaking here, Scott or Dale? Dale, go ahead.
Dale Frost, minimum school program administrator. Yeah, if you can go to page we want to go. Is this the slideshow? Who's driving? Sorry. Continue down. Okay. Sorry. We want to go to the one that says sped out on ratio cap scenarios. I have it on page 28 of 57. 28. No, go to the presentation. Yep.
I think it's 14 maybe, if it's scenario E.
Thank you. I don't know if you can make that any bigger, but so if you see here, as Chair Davis was talking about, looking specifically at next year, if you can scroll to the right, well, yeah,
next year,
27, yeah. If you can, sorry, you can't see the scenarios when you zoom in that far. Can you go to presentation mode? It's the little arrow on the right. There we go. Thank you. So scenario D would result in next year, because you have to think about LEA's planning for budgets right now, that 6 LEAs would have to absorb 2.2 million in cuts to their special education budgets. The largest would be a 22.5% cut. So it gives them essentially 1 year next year to fully plan for the reductions. E would be that 3-year phase in, giving them 2 years to fully plan for them, and that would be the 765,000 cut next year, 27. And 4 LEAs would absorb those, and the biggest cut would be 13.6%. When we met with folks, there would be likely some reductions in force under scenario D. There would be very few under scenario E next year. There would be quite a few under scenario C, which is why we didn't recommend that one. I hope that answers the question. Happy to answer other questions.
Thank you.
Okay, let's jump back to the motion and continue on here. So the motion is to amend the rule that the board incorporate scenario D into draft 2. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Hall? Oh, is he? That passes 9 opposed, 5 in favor, those in favor being Member Reel, Member Lear, Member Davis, Member Kelly, and Member Bollinger. Did I say that fails? It does fail. I said it passes. I know. It's like my brain is catching up to my mouth. That fails. 9 opposed, 5 in favor. I read those that are in favor. Apologies for that. This brings us back to the underlying motion, and that is that the board approves R277-479, funding for charter school students with disabilities on an IEP, draft 2, second and final reading. Seeing no additional lights, let's go ahead and vote. And that passes unanimously with 1 absent. Back to you, Chair Davis.
Thank you. This is item 5.3. the committee moves that the board studies and supports the current grant application process. This is for USDB. Maybe I'll read it really quickly so people know. It's that the superintendent board sections in USDB may adopt their own respective internal policies as needed so long as they don't conflict with board policies, board administrative rule, or federal and state law as part of the overall internal control system for financial control and management of funds by USBE staff and systems.
So this motion came out of committee. There's no action, as far as I understand, for the board, because the motion was from committee was to say, yeah, we agree with this. There was no changes, or we're just understanding a process, and the motion was to encourage board members to study the process. If changes want to be made in any of the process, that would come back before us. Is that correct, Chair Davis? Or did I miss something? We're on 5.3.
Yes, you're right. I don't know why that USDB part got put in my, unless I'm missing a piece. But yes, that is correct.
With that, let's move to 5.4 if you're okay with that.
Okay, we did take an action, I believe. That was an action. So I do think the action is that the board studies and supports the current grant application process. Do you have that different in your notes?
No, I have it. That's what came out of committee, and that was what we, as a committee, we said.
We don't need a motion because we're
good.
supporting what we had already.
Yeah,
Got it.
It's already there.
That's,
There's nothing.
That's right. Okay. 5.4 is the committee moves that the board approve the integrated mathematics research proposal into the final UDRC annual research agenda request.
Thank you. The motion is that the board approve the integrated mathematics research proposal into the final UDRC annual research agenda request. I've got member Earl, and then she's going to make I believe you're going to make a motion. Is that correct? And do you have a question before she makes a motion? I'm not trying to play here, but did you have a, okay, perfect. Member Earl, go ahead.
I'd like to make a substitute motion, and I would like to substitute the current research recommendation for 2 other ones. And I think, Jen, do you have that? Or someone has it? Okay, that this, we can put in as many as we want. There was a question around, I think we've submitted 3 or 4 years before. We can put in several. So it would be 1, this, I put this study. I don't know if that makes sense, but this study reviews the relationship between high school math and English courses and higher education courses with 3 questions. What is the relationship between high school preparation and course success failure rates in higher education? How do high school grades and courses influence students' preparedness and likelihood of it succeeding in college level courses? And 3, what implications do these findings have for intervention strategies in higher education and in high school courses? That's 1. And then 2 would be the study. This study examines a cohort of students who participate in preschool initiatives, including online instruction and specialized intervention programs, to identify key factors that contribute to sustained academic success. And then underneath that, the questions would be, I don't have those as questions, to examine the long-term effects of participation in preschool initiatives and specialized intervention programs on academic achievement, to identify key factors that influence sustained academic success from early childhood through intermediate grades, and to assess the relationship between early educational experiences, reading on grade level, and RICE test scores in the elementary grades.
The motion has been stated. Do we have a second? We have a second. Back to you, Member Earl.
Yes, just looking at the research proposal we had was, to me, it was this tradition versus integrated. And almost each piece in that, it seemed to be the research we would have in the state of Utah on traditional math practices would date back prior to the Common Core era. So I'm concerned that there may not be the ability to accurately weigh that, but to actually, the reason why I submitted this the way I did is so that we could look at math courses as well as English courses and see where we're where the correlation is there. And then once again, I just think preschool initiatives, we have a lot of initiatives. Are they actually producing what we want? Some of those are online. We're putting a lot into a lot of these programs, millions and millions of dollars. It would be good to know if they're, they're leading to the outcomes that they're professing, or, what that is. So those are my recommendations. And of course, I know that we recommend things, Workforce Service recommends things, Higher Ed recommends things. Sometimes they'll pick ours up, sometimes they won't. I mean, I don't know what their process is. They, evaluate that, the actual research entity. So these aren't necessarily guaranteed, but I think these are pressing items. So thank you.
Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. So I just want to make sure I understand. So instead of doing the integrated mathematics, we would switch to these two proposals. And again, they're proposals, so we don't know for sure if they're even going to happen. And do we know a timeline if they do get accepted of how long these take, or is it just up to them?
I think it's up to them, but I don't know. I think they pick by summer. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. Does anybody? Yeah, Aaron Bruff here maybe can speak to that. I think they pick by summer, and then it's that following year that they begin the research and roll it out, because they're funded every year for a certain amount of projects or money for projects.
I think we're good, Darren. That's okay. Just Aaron. Sorry, Aaron. I know your name. Well, just hang there in case we have other questions. Thank you. Member says, okay. Member Davis.
Oh, my question was just, I should have asked this when we were talking earlier. I just said, but didn't we vote last month on another research?
It's not a research project.
Sorry.
Something that's going to take 5 months, or an RFA to get someone for 5 months or up to 5 months to study math.
It's looking at our draft standards. They're going to go.
Oh, just that's right. That's what it was. Thank you.
I've got Member Brenton.
Chair, can I ask a question to the maker of the motion? I just wanted to clarify, because as I understand it, integrated math has already had some studies done. Didn't Nate Ock lead some kind of study that presented research? And as we've asked for clarity in like just adding traditional math as an option for LEAs to choose, anyway, we've not been met with much help there.
Sure. Jenny?
Yeah, I remember something from a few months ago that was a few years old. I was unable to locate it, so I do think there was some things presented at different meetings, but I could not nail it down, and my apologies. If I find it, I can pass it on to the board, because I believe there was some narratives around that.
Okay. Member Longacre?
Yeah, just a question. What pot of money is this research coming from? Is this our money, like USBE money?
Who wants to take that? Aaron, you?
I'm happy to take it. So UDRC has direct funding that's coming from the state. So it's not our money. We actually do get a portion, if you will, a pot that supplies services that we do, but they're self-sustained. There's the word. So it's no additional money at the moment. There's limitation on if we give them like 1,000, they can't do 1,000, but they're self-sustained right now with state funding.
Okay, thank you.
Member Carey?
Just for the maker of the motion, I'm just trying to understand point number 1, review the relationship between high school math and English courses and higher education courses. Can you just help me better understand directionally what we're trying to ascertain from that?
And I think the key points are underneath there, but it's looking at those courses and then looking at the success of those students that have taken certain courses in college themselves, and seeing if there's a correlation, or if there's certain courses or English courses in our high school math, is it leading to success in the English courses within higher ed?
I see. So when it says in I'm sorry, Chair. When it says higher education courses, are you referring to higher education courses in English?
English and math. I guess it could be. We could.
I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, that's what the intent was, is to look at, are we preparing students for the success here?
And that makes sense. And Chair, one other question, if I may. This is point 2. First bullet point, to examine the long-term effects of participation in preschool initiatives and specialized intervention programs. Are there specific specialized intervention programs that you're thinking of, or is it just that whole area of special? Because there's lots. So are there specific programs?
I guess I left it broad because there are a number of programs that we have, and I don't know what workforce services, I don't know what people have access to when it comes to data to measure those. But I know there's a lot of specialized intervention services, some of those for our students with special needs, others for maybe students who are delayed speech or otherwise. So I did leave it broad on purpose, but if you wanted to narrow the scope, we could. I just didn't know all of them. I just know we have a lot out there, and to look at where they had the data to actually do the measurement. But I wanted to leave it to them.
Chair, if I may, and this may not be for the maker of the motion, but just in general, should it be left as broadly as it is currently worded? Who would make the determination of which specialized intervention programs are examined pursuant to this proposal, or is it your intention that all of them would be?
I left it broad. I don't know the resources. I don't know, right?
Okay.
Just because we suggest something and then they actually narrowly they define it and put it in. But this helps to give some direction as to what we might
So
be
the
interested
committee
in.
would have a voice in that determination?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Member Brenton.
Motion. I just have one more question. I wonder if we could have something a little more narrowed down that looks at the rate of remedial math classes in our universities over the last 15 years compared to before, when we were on a traditional math track, since integrated and Common Core have come in. Because as I understand it, at least from talking to Utah Tech's math department, those classes have shot up exponentially over the last 15 years. So I would like to compare that. Is that?
So you suggesting maybe adding a bullet point related to remedial coursework?
Yes.
Okay.
And the rise in
I
that.
would
Yeah,
be
too,
fine
could
with
we
that.
see?
If you wanted to make, do you want to make that motion, or do you want me to?
Yeah, we'd need a motion for us. So
So is that a substitute or an amendment?
It'd be an amendment.
Okay, I'll make an amendment motion that we add in a bullet point to look at the number of remedial math classes in our universities across Utah over the last, what would it be, the last 15 years, how they've changed? Or the last 30? Okay. Okay, that's true. Yeah, the last 30 years.
So that's Moober. It's changed, darn it. Okay. I supported it before that. Add a bullet point. So the motion to amend is to add a bullet point to look at the number of remedial classes in the last 30 years to see how they have changed. Is that correct, Member
Yes.
Brenton? Do we have a second? Okay, let's.
Colleges and universities in Utah. And should it be comparing to other states or should we just keep it focused on Utah? Because as I understand it, we have held on to integrated where we're only one of 3 or 4 states that does that. The rest allow dual paths.
I think I would leave it broader,
Just you.
but that's just me.
Okay.
Because I don't know what they're going to pick up in the first place, but trying to get the gist of where we're going to go, what we'd like them to do.
Yeah, hold on a second. Remember, Brenton, we're like in the middle of a motion here. I know
Okay,
you're getting
sorry.
help with this motion. No, I'm not seeking an apology. I just want to make sure that we got it right here.
Okay. Yes.
Okay, so the motion then is to amend and add a bullet point to number 1 to look at the participation of colleges and universities' remedial mathematics classes in the last 30 years to analyze how they have changed. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do we have a second? We have a second. Back to you, Member Brenton.
I think I spoke to it.
Okay, I've got, okay. So Let's, I know, Aaron, you have a light on. I don't know if you're relevant to this motion. I don't have any questions though, so I'm gonna, okay, Vice Chair Wood, ask your question, please.
Somewhat related to this motion because it is one of the questions in the primary research that was dictated out. How has the transition to integrated math led to a statistically significant decrease in remedial math placement at USHE institutions? My question related to this whole thing is, you brought us a very specific research plan, and you were asked, the question was, does this board approve this plan? This has completely substituted out completely new questions. Does this dictate you having to go and redo another plan and bring that plan to us again? Is this undoing the work that you were ready to finalize, send on? Is there a deadline?
Aaron, please.
Aaron Bruff, Director of Data and Statistics. It never undoes work. We always do work, but it does make us go back and redefine, make sure the requests of the board aligns with a proper study that can be completed. If that answers the question, the deadline or timing that we're trying to get this in before is April. So there's time to go back and refine this. So we're okay on that part. Again, just sharing the process is we, USBE, with the other agencies, share our research agenda with the UDRC group. Then the UDRC group does meet with its governance board, and then that's the process where they go through and they define out, okay, what are the priorities? And well, I have one more item, but only if you let me.
So did you bring this plan to us because through our request? We made a request for this plan and you brought this final plan to us?
We brainstormed as a group of individuals, of your staff, to present to the finance committee saying, this is what we're thinking.
Got it.
We wish we had a time machine, again, to get this answered earlier, but that's how we presented it and then left it open for discussion. There's other items
okay.
to add.
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay. Seeing an additional light, Member Green.
I'm just reading through the initial draft. My question is actually where it says problem statement and significance, where it says understand if the integrated curriculum is achieving its intended goal of creating college and career ready students compared to the historical traditional sequence. I'm just wondering where that information comes from. And that is for whatever staff might be able to answer that question for me. So if they already have that information, the historical traditional sequence, versus, I just want to know where that's going to come from.
So I'm not sure because we don't have, Aaron, you might be able to answer this. We just don't have, I don't know if this is going towards like a math expert or go ahead.
My question?
What's that?
Did he hear my question?
Yeah, and if you need it repeated, then okay, go ahead.
Okay. Sorry, I should have waited. I know there's a lot going on. I'm just wondering, it's on the problem statement and significance part of the proposal, where it says, help the Utah State Board of Education understand if the integrated curriculum is achieving its intended goal of creating college and career ready students compared to the historical traditional sequence. That to me, it sounds like you have the data for the historical traditional sequence right now. Is that correct? And if so, then you're going to take that pot of information that you have already and lay it against the 2013 era. Go ahead.
And so to respond to that question is, there are a couple approaches that we look at. One, we do a literacy review. When I say we, the UDRC would do a literacy review where they look at all the documentation that we can find of other studies and compile that. That's the first step that they do. Second is we would do a comparison between pre and post of the adoption of that integrated math. So we do go back to about 2006 onward to about 2000. I'm going to say it's 12 when we had that transition. We have that data and that information, the course taking patterns, that we would do a comparison between the two and compare that to see if our patterns, again, to be slightly technical, doing what's called compensity score matching, where you say likes compared to likes, are we seeing the same outcomes? Is it even comparable? We would go in there, that would be the job of the UDRC to actually review that to say, are these comparable enough that we say the outcomes are then within the research behind it, is this, can we see actually an impact or an effect? And so again, the complexity behind it is, yes, we do have the data. They'd be looking at it. They'd be going back but we'd also be looking at other states and seeing what their studies are also producing and see if we could replicate similar patterns.
Thank you. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. If I may, to Director Bruff, just to help me understand. So my understanding is this research proposal that's in backup that's come to us went through the Finance Committee, but came from the committee can you help us understand the process of that? Because I'm trying to just figure out, now are we substituting two different studies for something that people have done an extensive amount of deciding that this was the study that we need to do with the specifics, including this concern that Member Britton has on how that's impacting remedial mathematics?
You bet. We have not done extensive research on the initial research question we gave you. We just did the, if you will, the bare minimum of a group, and we call it the Center of Excellence, from different departments come together, and we talk about the research and items that seem to be percolating to the top of interest that the board is interested on, because the mathematic standards were presented. We're like, we can't even answer this one right now. So that's where it came from. Again, presented that to the Finance Committee as a proposal of an option. Again, it's totally open to the board saying, what do we want to study? What do you as a body think is the most important elements that we want to move forward to the UDRC group? So we haven't done a lot of work, just that preliminary kind of put the ideas together, kind of refine them, looking at what was presented right now as the amendment. We would look at the same thing and say, okay, do we have all the components that we need, and can we do this? And we maybe even come back to the board saying this looks great, or we would forward it directly to the UDRC group. It's, again, it's a flexible approach.
Thank you. Board members, we have kind of drifted away from the motion before us, and so I'd like to refocus on the motion at hand, and that is to amend this list here to add a bullet point to number 1 to look at the participation of colleges and universities' remedial mathematics classes in the last 30 years to analyze how they have changed. Member Earl, is this to the amendment? Okay. No additional questions for this amendment. Let's go ahead and vote. There it is. That passes unanimously with 1 absent. So now we are working on the main motion as amended. I've got Vice Chair Bollinger, then Member Earl, and then Superintendent Hart is in there as well.
Thank you, Chair. And if I may, I think my question, if I could direct it to Chair Davis from the Finance Committee, because I'm trying to understand. So if this came through the Finance Committee, were there discussions about any other studies, or did the Finance Committee feel like this is the direction that they wanted to go?
Other members can speak if they felt differently, but they felt that it was timely because we're talking about math standards at this time. It wouldn't be done prior to us choosing and moving forward with math standards, but it could be helpful for tweaks as we sort of launch into something new if we do. But we didn't consider other proposals, but others have been, I think, sent in this year or in past years. In past years, we have submitted others. The most recent one that we just got back was the charter school and district school graduation rates for college, who gets done faster, who makes more money when they get out, those types of things. So this is a new one.
Member Earl.
Yeah, it's making it. I think there's some narrative out there that there's been extensive research and that the committee, right, all these things. I don't think that's the case. I mean, I do think that we have thoughtful staff that have said, hey, what are some things bubbling up? So this idea that there's a, we've committed all this time and we've written this up and there's all this back stuff. I don't think that's the case. This is the board's. These are recommendations, and I think it's thoughtful. That's why I took those recommendations, because I'm like, I want to know, quite honestly, I want to know if we've got some problems in the English area too. And so creating a little broader picture, and one that's going to inform us. I don't want in 6 months or a year, someone come back and go, oh, now you got to do this. Now you got to do this, right? I want to know what's going on right now. And I'm concerned that even though we can research back 16, 20 years before we switch to an integrated approach, I'm worried personally about the comparison of data being accurate or reflective of an accurate representation, right? So I want to know where we're at. I want to know how we can move forward. I want to know how we can be productive. That's why I'm submitting this. And so I think it was thoughtful. There was thoughtful engagement in committee, but I don't think it's this idea. We've got to stick with that. I think it allows the board to make those decisions. We've done this before where we've taken what the staff have brought forward, and then we've said, well, how do we want this to look moving forward? We have a number of recommendations that are sitting ready to go into a research item prioritized on with this group. And so they're still sitting there, right? So it's probably not even next year. Most likely it would be next year, the prioritized ones, but not the ones we're submitting. Those would probably be 2 years out. So it's not really timely. It's a few years after the fact. So anyways, thank you.
Okay. I've got Superintendent Hart. Do you still want to?
I would like to say, first of all, we can make more than one recommendation. Second of all, all these things are extremely valuable pieces of information. For one, we're spending a lot of money, and we just had an audit on CTE. We're spending a lot of money in First Credential. We're spending a lot of money in Catalyst centers, and we're really looking at that high school to college transition, and that information will be extremely valuable. The information on the other end about preschool, we've spending a lot of money in early literacy, and are we, there's some questions there about, we're not interested in teaching, 3-year-olds, sitting them down in a classroom and making them read novels, but there are readiness activities for young children in preschool age, and we do know that it is prudent to catch issues early intervention. So that's a very timely issue. And then the math issue, it would be after we make decisions in math, but at the same time, we are overdue for a math initiative similar to the early literacy initiative. And that's something that this board is going to need to think about. We are looking at our reading scores have made a big splash, for better or for worse, the narratives that are out there. But right in its shadow is mathematics, and we need to get on that. So I don't think that there is anything wrong with multiple recommendations, and I do think that these 3 areas would inform this board's work moving forward in a very meaningful way. So just wanted to offer those thoughts.
Go ahead, Member Carey.
Yeah, the superintendent mentioned these 3 areas. I only see the 2. What's the third? Just help me understand.
It would substitute the 3 areas that that the committee.
What I heard you kind of wrestling with is this is a substitute motion for the one that already existed. I'm offering that perhaps you don't have to make a choice between what was originally recommended and then these two. I'm saying that there's room for all of them, and so it wouldn't necessarily substitute, it could augment.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
We don't do participation trophies here. Member Longacre.
Yeah, thanks. I'll be quick. If I can quote you, Chair, in the Finance Committee meeting, along so many words, you said that what will this study, how will this study change what we're doing right now? We're working on a traditional pathway so districts can choose. I don't know what we would find in this study that would change what we're doing. And if we go out into our communities and ask our constituents, what study would you like to, have us spend our time and money on? I don't think it would be this. If we're going along math, I would like to do a study on the implications of doing math on a Chromebook. I mean, there are so many better useful studies that we can do than comparing integrated to traditional.
All right. I'm pausing because I'm about to read this motion. So get it out. And we're cutting into Chair Carey's time here. We're 4 minutes behind schedule. And okay, okay, yeah. I'm gonna read this. Are we ready? We're getting ready for a motion here. Remember, Carey, pull your hand back. When I see you reach, I get nervous. Yeah, stay away from that button. Okay, the substitute motion is that the board recommends that this study, 1, review the relationship between high school math and English courses and higher education courses. With these 4 questions. What is the relationship between high school preparation and course success failure rates in higher education? How do high school grades and courses influence students' preparedness and likelihood of succeeding in college level courses? What implications do these findings have for intervention strategies in higher education and in high school courses? Look at the participation of colleges and universities' remedial mathematics classes in the last 30 years to analyze how they have changed. 2, examine a cohort of students who participate in preschool initiatives, including online instruction and specialized intervention programs, to identify key factors that contribute to sustained academic success, with these 3 bullets underneath. To examine the long-term effects of participation in preschool initiatives and specialized intervention programs on academic achievement. To identify key factors that influence sustained academic success from early childhood through intermediate grades. To assess the relationship between early educational experiences, reading on grade level, and RISE test scores in elementary grades. Is that the final bullet? Can we scroll just to make sure that we have just the 3? Okay. With that, let's vote. That passes. 10 in favor, 2 abstentions, 1 no vote. The abstentions coming from Member Bogus and Member Green, the no vote coming from Member Hymas. So that brings us to our underlying motion, which has been changed, and I'm going to read it, and it should fit here. I'm going to read that the motion is that the board approve the research proposal into the final UDRC annual research agenda request. Seeing no lights, let's vote. hold on, pause for a second. Essentially, board members, as we're getting this correct, it's the same vote that we just took. It was a substitute, so we're good? Okay. Scratch that. Back to you, Chair Davis.
I'm done. Done. Thank you.
You're done. Perfect. Okay, that brings us to agenda item 6. This is Law and Licensing Committee report. We will turn it over to Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Law and Licensing had 2 meetings, January 8th and January 13th. This will be the items related to the January 8th meeting. Item 6.2, Daggett School District Waiver Request for a renewal. The motion before the board is that the board approve Daggett School District's request for a waiver renewal from R277. The motion for the board is that the board approve Daggett School District's request for a waiver renewal from R277-4, 419-4. This motion passed out of Law and Licensing unanimously.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve Daggett School District's request for a waiver renewal from R277-419-4. Seeing no lights, let's vote.
Chair, if I may, we do have Superintendent Northcott here.
I was planning to recognize him. He's sitting majestically in the back here. But I was wondering if we wanted to get if there were no questions, so I do think we're ready to vote. And I would love for you to, I don't see any questions. We were able to hear you speak to the committee. I thought you did a fantastic job. Chair Carey, anything else to that?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go ahead and vote. There it is. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you, Chair Carey. Thank you, Superintendent Northcott, and God bless you on your return to I feel like it's a completely different country, but it's beautiful up there in Daggett. Headed to the Capitol? Well, then never mind then. Thank you. I kid. Chair Carey, back to you.
Next item is 6.3. This is R277929, State Council on Military Children, an amendment. And the motion before the board, Chair, is that the board approve R277-929, State Council on Military Children, Draft 2, on second and final reading. This motion also passed out of Law and Licensing unanimously.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board approve R277-929, State Council on Military Children, Draft 2 on second and final reading. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That passes unanimously with 2 absent. Chair Carey.
Thank you, Chair. The next items for consideration by the full board are items 6.4, 6.5, 6.6, and 6.7. These matters all relate to proposals to amend UPAC rules. At the time Law and Licensing met, there were no proposals or motions in backup. And because of that, the committee did not have anything to consider. And so no action was taken by the board, by the committee. And so there's no motion for the board at this time.
Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Chair, the final item relating to the January 8th Law and Licensing Committee meeting is item 6.8, which were going to be board policy changes. I just wanted to recognize the superintendent and staff for accommodating those changes in advance, so no motion was presented to the board, and there's no motion at the committee, and there's no action item for the board at this time.
Thank you. That concludes agenda item 6. Is that correct?
It does, Chair.
Please continue.
Thank you. So moving to the Law and Licensing Committee meeting of January 13th, this is item 7.1. Just to update, Chair, our committee had an additional committee meeting where we heard from several individuals employed by UPAC or formerly employed by UPAC on January 13th. It was very educational. I would encourage all board members to please watch that. It was highly informative. And also there are items in backup, including the standard operating procedure that Director Rasmussen has put in place. And I would encourage all the board members to please look at those items in backup as well. But there is no formal motion for the board.
Thank you. We do have a comment from Member Lear. Or question.
Thank you. Just to be clear for the record, not all of those individuals were employed by UPAC. In fact, there were comments from some employees of UPAC, but most all of them, people who spoke, were outside of the UPAC employment world, and in fact have been participated in the process, but not as employees at all.
Thank you. Back to you, Chair Carey. Does that conclude your report?
Yes, it does, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, Chair Carey made up some time here for us, but there's kind of some things on the agenda here. We have lunch scheduled at 1. That's agenda item 8. We also have agenda item 9 scheduled at 1. Lunch is ready. What's at 1:30? 1:30, I believe, is. It doesn't say that on yours? Okay. Mine reads differently. So let's do that. Let's break for lunch. Okay? Thank you. And we have Vice Chair Reel going to lead out on this one. So Vice Chair, when you're ready.
Thank you, Chair. We have 2 items from the Audit Committee. There's been a lot of work done to get it to this moment to be able to make this recommended action so we could be timely with the legislative session. And the motion is that the board release the 25-02 CTE audit report and provide a copy to the Public Education Appropriations Committee and legislative fiscal analysts.
Thank you. The motion before the board is that the board release the 25-02 CTE audit report and provide a copy to the Public Education Appropriations Committee and legislative fiscal analysts. I don't see any lights.
Can I
do you
speak to the motion?
Please.
Yeah. So this was an audit that I requested 2 years ago, I believe, and my rationale for requesting this audit, I think a lot of that is revealed in the audit report. Our audit team worked really hard on this and found that once they started opening up all of the CTE arms and legs and other appendages, it's a big can of worms. And so the importance to get this public and released now is because there is a lot of work being done in the CTE technical college realm up at the legislature, and we think that there will be a lot of useful information in this audit for them to consider as they start looking at those bills.
Thank you. I've got a light from Member Brinton.
Myself. Thank you. I know I can tell a lot of work went into this, but does it say in the audit what districts they looked at? Because it wasn't all districts. Is that correct?
Member or Vice Chair Reel, and we need to remember that this is not public yet. We are moving to make it public. So just when you respond, just be careful.
Yeah, so what I've learned from being on the audit committee for the last 3 years is that they take a sample of LEAs to audit, to examine, and I know that data, once this is public and those are able to read the audit report, they'll find that there are there's a lot of issues, as we know, with almost everything that we do here, issues with data, and we're working on that as a state, but they will only sample certain LEAs, so we didn't audit every single LEA. In some areas, we did look at overall statewide finance and et cetera, but we didn't dive deep into every single CTE program at each LEA. Did I get that right?
Head nods in the back. Member Brenton, follow up?
Follow up, yeah, okay, I'm looking, it looks like there was a sample of 18 LEAs, maybe in the study.
Yeah, that seems about right.
Follow up? Yep, go ahead.
I'm just one of the districts that's listed. I just happened to have a conversation with the head of the CTE department for that district, and they weren't aware of any audit, and they were never asked any questions about the audit. So I was just wondering, and they're a very large district. So I just, were they not contacted? Was it just looking at reports?
That's a great question. I'll, if we can, call up our auditors to answer that question, to talk a little bit more in detail about how they do the audits with those LEAs.
Thank you. Please, Debbie and Kevin.
All right, Kevin John, Deputy Audit Executive for the board. So for this audit, we identified the population of LEAs who served and provided CTE, which was approximately 97 LEAs through the scope of the audit, and then we did sample 18. We stratified that sample based on size. That size was determined based on the number of students they served in their CTE program. So we did have large LEAs, medium-sized LEAs, and small LEAs that were all represented within the sample. But no, we of course did not have all large LEAs or all medium-sized or all small.
I'll add one thing to that. So Chief Audit Executive Debbie Davis. So as far as who we talked to at LEAs, and we did work extensively with LEAs, we needed data and information from LEAs. We sent an initial letter out. It included, I think, the board chair, maybe 2 individuals on the board, and maybe the superintendent. And we asked them to provide a point of contact. It was left up to them to determine who the point of contact should be. And it varied across the LEAs who that individual would be. So that we let them decide, and we went from there. And they might have been asking that person or not, but for just efficiency of the audit, we did just have one point of contact for the audit.
Okay, Member Davis.
Would it be possible, Chair, to hear just either from the chair or the auditors, throughout all of this study of CTE, one thing that was working well that we hope to continue, and one thing that would be the top thing we think needs an area of improvement?
Could I ask, is that appropriate before release? I don't know if that's what I'm wondering, Cindy, and
We
maybe.
need to vote first?
Well, that's what I'm wondering. If it's not public, then it's not public. So before we get into the meat of the audit, we should probably vote to release it. And then we can ask that question. I would say you can ask the questions offline. We could do it here, but this motion before us is that the board release the CTE audit report. Point of order, go ahead.
And I mean that respectfully.
Well, get your earplugs ready. I can't help you. I don't control that.
Do you hear it?
I hear it, yeah. So anyway, I'm sure Jerry's hearing us right now, and we'll probably make some adjustments, but the motion before the board is that the board release the 25-02 CTE audit report and provide a copy to the Public Education Appropriations Committee and Legislative Fiscal Analysts. Seeing no additional lights on this release, let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously with one absent. Back to you, Vice Chair Reel.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is the internal audit plan update and the prioritization of audit requests. These audit requests were, a request to request audits was sent out to the 2 board members, and in our recent committee meeting, we prioritized the requests that we received. So the recommended action is that the board approve an audit of the Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, UPAC, and prioritize approved audits as follows. UPAC, Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind consultation, board advisory groups, and that is partially been started, and then data analysis consultation.
Thank you, Vice Chair Reel. The motion has been stated. It is on the screen before us. I have, well, similar to the last one. Did you want to add to this or? Okay, let's go to Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Just a point of information. It was my understanding based on Board Member Davis's question that we would have the opportunity of following up on the CTE audit with questions after we voted to make it public. And I may have misunderstood, but there were questions I wanted to ask that I didn't ask because I thought we would be discussing it now. If that's not what was intended, then I've learned a lesson. But if it was, I do have a question or two that I would like to ask about it. And I know that's not the typical order, but that's why I thought the answer to her question.
Yeah, and I apologize for the confusion if I have caused it. The motion before us was to release the audit, not have a discussion on the audit. That's not even on the agenda as to discuss the audit. If board members want to, that's where I was saying you can ask offline. We can have a discussion. I don't know if it would fall to right now. I mean, we could do whatever process. I'm not opposed to it. I'm just saying, kind of what you mentioned. It's a little bit out of order here, but. Yes, see, let's follow up here, then Debbie, go ahead. So Debbie, you first, okay.
Chief Audit Executive Davis, just as a point of clarification, in your board policies, when an audit is released, it is to be assigned to a standing committee so that there can be further discussion. So that will have board leadership will decide where that audit will go for the discussion. So that's just one place where a conversation could happen. So I just wanted to make you aware.
Can it go to all three committees? Is that at the same time? Yeah. Does that help? Member Carey, go ahead.
It does. My question was just going to be, there were recommendations or areas that the audit committee or the auditor suggested, we could look at. I just wanted to make sure that was going to be done. It sounds like that first step would be referring it to law and license. No, I'm kidding. Just go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. And Cindy, similar? I mean, I know you have questions about it as well. Okay, I feel like I'm in trouble. With that, let's get back to the motion that has been made. And let me restate it here. And the motion is that the board approve an audit of the Utah Professional Practices Advisory Commission, UPAC, and prioritize approved audits as follows. And would this be, Vice Chair Reel, would this be numbered so that UPAC is, they're bulleted right now, but are we prioritizing them saying UPAC is number one, literally the first? 2 would be USDB, Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind consultation. 3 is board advisory groups, which is in process, and 4 is data analysis consultation. That's the motion before us. Thank you. Member or Vice Chair Reel, you still have your light on. Do you want to?
Did you answer your own question?
I think I did, yes.
Great.
Thank you. I talked myself through it. Thank you. Member Earl.
And just to let board members know, because there were other board members that submitted things, because it wasn't our normal audit committee, but yet there was going to be some time to start working on an audit before we get to our next audit meeting. There's other recommendations there, and those will be coming down the road. It's just that where that was a unique meeting, we just put one in the hopper to start working on while we're considering the others. I just know that we're board members that submitted things. So those will continue at our next meeting. We'll have additional discussion about other possible audits. So,
with that additional comment, I don't see any other lights. Let's tee this up. Let's tee this up for a vote, and when it's open, we'll vote. Thank you. That passes 13 in favor, 1 opposed, 1 absent. The opposition coming from Member Bogus. Back to you, Vice Chair Reel.
That's all we have for audit this month. Thanks.
Okay, perfect. A tie between you and law and licensing. That's great. Let's move on to our superintendent's report. This is agenda item number 10. Superintendent, are you ready? We'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
Anytime. All right. So superintendent's report is fairly one-sided this month, and it's legislation and legislators and the legislative session and all things legislative. And it's been a unique experience. You know, I've been up there before as a board member and been involved in the process. And it's really been interesting to kind of peel back the, I don't know, look under the hood, so to speak. Just wanted to share with you some numbers. So we have 171 bills on our tracker for education. That means between the opening of the session, which we knew, you know, they were coming, but very few of those did we know what it was. Like very, very few. We may have had a short title, or we might have had a long title. We might have heard some rumblings, but this all started on day one of the session. So we're at 171 bills. Our team has processed, your team, USBE, has processed 270 fiscal notes since the beginning of the session. One day this week, there were 16 of them in one day. Today, since 8 a.m., we've already been asked for 9. So I want to just really take this time, and I hate, you know, when you call out names, you know you're going to miss some, but I cannot let this moment pass without giving a shout out to Sam Uri, Nestor, Ron Litchfield, Deborah, Jacobson, the entire ops team for coming together and getting those fiscal notes. They are under the deadline. They have a certain amount of time that they have to get it done, and they do. They get it done. But they don't do it alone. Our small but mighty policy team is right there processing the bills. So a bill comes in, our team runs it through their process, gets it out to groups of our staff members, who then it's so awesome to see. They'll bring together people. They know their areas. They bring together a small group of people to try to provide feedback, provide considerations to the team that's working on the fiscal note, think about what ifs, think about suggestions. You know, we walk a fine line, right? So it's our obligation to implement whatever passes. We may have personal opinions about it. Absolutely, that we wouldn't be human and we wouldn't be passionate, you know, about the things we care about if we didn't care. But we strive to give reliable, accurate information, both on the fiscal side and on the bill side. And it's hard because you can have 2 bills at the very same time that say completely opposite things. And you have to say, well, have you considered? Or have you thought about? Or what if? But you can't, you know, it's confidential. So you can't really say, well, you should probably go talk to so-and-so because they got some different idea over there. So it's what USBE staff does during this time is absolutely nothing short of amazing. And I just cannot go without recognizing those teams for the work they do. They work from sunup to way past sundown. And I just want you to know that they're out there representing you, doing the work for you very, very well. I do want to just really urge you to consider the work that we do later on today, the work that you do in considering bills, especially ones that you want support for. We need to send a clear message about those so that they can move through the process as quickly and as efficiently as possible. There's a lot of different ideas competing for airtime. And if we have ones that you like, we want to be able to communicate that to sponsors and other legislators. Legislators do want your input. They just want it at certain times and in certain ways, and that's their prerogative as legislators. But they do want to know. It may or may not change their decision making, but that's their right, and totally respect that. But they do want to know more often than you would think. It is most helpful if, supporting is easy. But when we run into things that we're a little skeptical on, it's really helpful to know specific feedback, about what we might bring to their attention rather than just saying, no, no, heck no. But more like what's problematic and what's the sticking point. That's important information for the legislators. So other than that, you will be hearing from, you might hear or see from some of your districts, Catalyst funding being awarded. Once that process is finished, we'll send you some information so that you have knowledge of that, and you'll start to see that popping up on social media. And other than that, really and truly, it's legislative session all the way. So thank you for those of you that have been able to weigh in on bills, speak to legislators, come up to the session. All help and all input is most appreciated. That's really where I'd like to leave it. I know you've got a lot of work today, and I want you to spend as much time as you can on those bills. And with that, I'm open to any questions.
I don't see any questions, but we do appreciate your report.
Thanks.
Thank you, Superintendent. Oh, Vice Chair Wood has a question.
How can we help you?
Really and truly, the best help the best thing that could happen is that we are able to work on your behalf, and that we have clear information to share with legislators about things that, like I said, in particular, that you support. We work at your direction. And so if you don't provide direction, then USBE does not have a voice. We need USBE, the board, to give us a voice. And so I know it's hard, and I know, we can turn anything into a really long conversation. And I say we because I sat in the chair. But at the same time, if there are things that we can get through that we want to support, I want you to be at the table. I want you to be part of decision making on all education issues. We can't get to the table unless you let us. And the only way to do that is to give us a clear indication of how you want us to speak. Thank you.
Member Carey?
Yeah, Superintendent, and just maybe point of information rather than a question, but I'm not familiar with anything in statute, board rule, board policy that expressly limits or inhibits your ability as superintendent to speak on behalf of the agency on any issue. Leadership, I think there's an argument. It's been a while since I looked at it, but I think with leadership, I think we do have something in our bylaws that say, you know, that may restrict their ability to do the same for the board. But in terms of the agency, and to me that extends also to policy that impacts the agency, do you feel there's anything that inhibits your ability to speak your mind and share what you think is best for public education?
Ooh, I love that question. And I appreciate that question. A lot of it is, so I don't know how many years ago, Deputy Jones would know this better, but the board and the agency were combined. It used to be the Office of Public, USOE and USBE. And a board prior to you, maybe 9 years ago, maybe 11 years ago, that was combined. And now, since it is one and it is not the office, the agency and the board, I am speaking on behalf of the board because it is one. That was something that I believe was put in bylaws or it's in code and bylaws. So I would love more clarity on that, because there's only so many things we can jam on your agenda every month. And I sit in some situations where misinformation is being shared, but without clarity on that, given that it was put together, I do not feel that it is right for me to speak without clearer guidance on it, because it was combined.
Follow up, Member
Thank
Carey.
you, Chair. I appreciate that, Superintendent. I mean, it does this body and it does public education little good to have a seat at the table if you can't speak. So I think this is an informal request. It's not a formal motion, but I would informally request that leadership put this on a committee agenda so it can be looked at, whether it's the code or our bylaws, so we can look in terms of the superintendent and maybe even board leadership, because the feedback I'm receiving is very similar, that your people are always in the room, but they don't say much. And I don't know if that really helps the cause of public education. So informally, I would request leadership to put that on a committee agenda. Thank you.
And I just, if you don't mind, Chair.
Sure. Go ahead.
I would love, it's a hard balance, right? And I don't take it lightly. It's a responsibility. The other thing, and this is just a personal aside, please, my name is used in so many things because I'm sitting at the table. But just because I'm sitting at the table doesn't mean I agree or disagree with the conversation. It means I'm aware of the conversation. So please always trust but verify, and know that we're all in that same boat where our name is well, representative or board member so and so said, or they were there, yes, but understand that that I take it very seriously, and I am not going to my job, our job, and I've talked with Deputy Jones about this many times, is to advance the will of the board and to protect the board at all costs. And that is what we do. I would love to be able to correct some of the misinformation. And it's just like, it reminds me of telephone, the thing where if I say to you something and by the time it gets back to me, it's completely different. And I know those legislators are under the gun and they hear things and then they add meaning to it and they, and by the time it gets around the table, I'm like, wow, That's really different. I would love to be able to, and we do. You saw Elise, Deputy Newey, go up and make some comments yesterday to a bill, but notice she had to really hedge her bets, and it wasn't as clear as it could have been otherwise. So it just crossed over to where she's like, I've got to say something. I said, absolutely. And we talked about what she was going to say. But I wish that bar could have been a little lower so we could have gotten up there and been more clear about some of the misunderstandings that were being bandied about. It would have made the conversation for the legislators much more pointed, much more accurate, and they would have come to a conclusion a lot quicker if we could have been more forthcoming about some of the things they were bringing up. Having said that, the easiest way to get yourself uninvited from the table is just to say, no, not going to play. And so I urge the board to think about, like I said, the yes ones are easy, but when we run into policy that we're concerned about, let's talk about our concerns rather than planting our flag and doing that. It's all about getting, and I'm stealing this from the good deputy, it's all about getting to what right is for kids. And that's what we have to keep in mind. And there are far more legislators interested in doing what's right for kids than we realize. There's just so much information and misinformation swirling that it gets lost in the noise. So that's my answer. Very long answer, sorry.
No worries. We've got a series of lights. We'll begin with Member Bogus.
Thank you. Superintendent, I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate the restraint of you and our staff. And I know that puts you in a hard position, but I have really been impressed with your desire to work at the direction of the board in all things. And I think it shows, and it's very commendable. And I think, we talk about you saying nothing, and I think maybe that is not fair and sporting, because if you were saying something we disagreed with, we'd be screaming. And so I just want to thank you and the staff for showing restraint in those areas and for doing that work. And hopefully we can step up and help you do the work that needs done.
Member Earl.
Yeah, I'm thinking historically that I think there have been times when individuals have maybe spoken and it not been accurate representation of the board. I think with our clear strategic plan, I think there are things that you can leverage, and maybe it does need to be something that goes through a committee and says, hey, if it falls under these provisions, this is something you can, immediately engage in. I think we've created some clarity there, so it's just not people out advocating for their own interest, right? And I think that's where there becomes a difference there. So thank you.
Member Lear.
Thank you. And this is sort of a piggyback on Member Carey's comment, but and I've found myself on both sides of this, but I think that because I really believe that Superintendent Hart means what she says when she says she would like to be able to speak more flexibly, maybe I should say, on issues that concern education, and yet she also knows, and the staff knows, that there are varying opinions. But I wish, and I'd like to just express this, that I would like to see them do that too. And I know that sometimes I will be disappointed. I will disagree, perhaps, with what they say or a nuance that's in it. But I think if we could all agree as board members that we will not attack, and that's too strong of a word, but that we will not take to task the different members of our staff as well as our leadership if they don't say something exactly the way we want it said, or if maybe they even went a little too far. And I feel like that would make a difference, giving them more flexibility, more support to do to be helpful to legislators. And I feel strongly that it should be our staff and our leadership that were elected that should have that flexibility and that agility, so that it's not so that they don't, I think a lot of their, and this is me projecting with 40 years of experience, but I think a lot of their hesitancy is their concern for satisfying the many voices on the board, who I think could give them a lot more grace.
Thank you. I'm going to add just briefly before we get to Member Davis. I don't know if I've ever met a group who is more willing to eat crow than our staff here at the USBE. They have zero egos. It is all about the board, and this is what I have learned over the 5+ years of service here, is that even as staff members, they are working to get our work done. I have never heard any of them push back for their own self-interest. And so I want you to keep that in mind, because we will be disappointed as individual board members. But I do want to say, if something did come out that we did not agree with as a board, I have zero concerns that the staff wouldn't go immediately to whomever group they said that to and correct it. That's just what they've proven to be, those types of individuals. So appreciates the comments that have been shared and the discussion. Member Davis, you're next.
I realize I'm just one voice, but through the chair, I would say if I hear that there's misinformation, I think it's important to correct misinformation if it's inaccurate, and perhaps just until something official, if something official needs to be written in a policy or something, just clarify whether it's an official position of the board or not. This is not an official position of the full board, but yes, it has been addressed by our board. It's in law and licensing currently, and it was going at the earliest it can be heard by the full board is Thursday. We are addressing this issue. Or that actually isn't what the rule says. Board rule says this, and that is official position of the board because it is an official rule. I just think with that clarification, I hope you have freedom, because it's so hard to have inaccuracies flying around up there in this short time period when laws are, hinging on quick and rapid discussions.
Yeah, thank you so much. And on top of that, we're going to move on to the next agenda item, but I want to make the board aware, Elise shared a list of bills with us to discuss today that have changed already. So, and since I finished that sentence, they've probably changed again. But understand that this is a fast-moving system here, and so we really do need to get our voices out. If we want a seat at the table, we need to capitalize on that. So thank you very much, Superintendent Hart. Let's move to agenda item 11. This is the monthly budget report, and I believe we have Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones, who's going to cue us up here.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Superintendent of Operations Scott Jones for the monthly budget report. I do attest that the Utah State Board of Education is financially stable and able to meet all known commitments and obligations with one consideration. So if you recall, last month I talked to you about the Course Choice Empowerment Program, and that there's a difference in the amount of enrollments and the appropriation. So yesterday, Senator Johnson had requested funding from PEA or through PEA, essentially to close that gap. However, as it stands right now, we're $1.2 million different in how much we have available by way of the appropriation. And in accordance with the Budgetary Procedures Act, I can't commit or obligate funds beyond the amount of the appropriation, which is $8,895,900. 8% of that is for the administrative funds that were to go to the vendor, which we had selected Odyssey, but they weren't quite ready yet. So our staff is bridging it, which is all well in accordance with the law, bridging it in the sense of keeping it sustained, and they're tracking the enrollment numbers. Our program staff, led by Tammy Gear, has done a really good job of doing that. So we do have to make sure that we do it. It's not to criticize or anything like that. Just anytime there is a known delta or difference in appropriation versus commitment, and the commitment was not made by us, and again, not criticizing the provider to the private school students under that, has enrolled more students than we have the appropriation to pay. So we've obviously the legislature is well aware of this, and that's why I wanted to, make sure you were aware of the good senator's attempt to request funds for that. There's some discussion about, since we didn't use the 8% of the 8,895,900 towards, paying the vendor, could that be applied to that? That's not a decision that staff can make at this level. That will have to play out as part of the legislative process. And Senator Johnson said as much. He said we could use that, the administrative portion, to help offset the 1.2 million delta or difference we have right now. So I just need to make you and the public aware of that aspect, because it's known to us. Again, it's not a criticism or anything like that, but it's just due diligence as far as ensuring that there are sufficient appropriations to meet obligations that are made in any particular program. So with that, that concludes. Well, actually, hang on one sec. So we do bring up, there's a link. This is the update for expenditure rates and program funding through what, so each month is called a period. So period 6 would be December. So, there's like a month lag time because we reconcile and do what we can every month towards what ultimately becomes year-end close. Again, I'm open to any board member calling, or I can sit with you and, if you want to be more or go deeper into this, I can do it with the public as well. I've done it a few times. I've had individuals from the public reach out to me and say, well, how do I find this? Or, if I click on this, do I get this? Yes, absolutely. We'll do that because we want to make sure that whatever tools we're providing are as user-friendly as possible. We've gotten better. It is what it is, though. It's an $8 billion plus budget with multiple programs. You've seen the number of programs that we have within here. And it's, I do understand, and we will readily help anyone navigate with the ability to see just by the dollar where everything is going, where it's intended to go, etc. So with that, Chair, subject to any questions or concerns, that concludes my monthly budget report, and I can move it to the discretionary report at your direction.
We've got a light from Member Carey before we move on. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Jones, whatever led to the over-enrollment issue and the additional expenditure of funds, and I don't want to get into that publicly, but whatever led to that, has that door, that window been sealed shut so that won't be going on into the future? And my assumption is yes, but I would like that reassurance. Thank you, Chair.
To Board Member Carey's question about how's that been sealed shut, I mean, the provider is well aware that, we informed them of our concern about that. So if they're continuing to enroll students, because as of this date, and it doesn't seem like it's changed, it's about 1.2 million of enrollments that we just don't have them funding available to cover. That hasn't changed. And, I can check with Director Gear, but I really do believe they understand, and it stopped. Yeah, they stopped accepting enrollments, yes. So.
Thank you. Let's continue on to the discretionary funds report.
The discretionary funds report is available for both yours and the public's review each month. These are funds that result from carry forward balances from year-end close activities. I always call yours and the public's attention to the upper right-hand corner. There's sources of funding. There's state funds. There's federal mineral lease, land exchange. These are the remaining balances as of this date. In the main body of the report is the different projects that the board has approved and their status of the expenditures of the funds to date. So if there's any questions or concerns by you or any of your constituents or the public on the burn rate, so to speak, or the expenditure rates, we're ready and able to answer those types of questions. Again, any board member can seek use of these funds and remaining funds. And then this gets updated again as part of the year-end close process with your carry forward balances. So we're about halfway through the year. So right after the legislative session, we start year-end close activities every year. So never a dull moment. Subject to any questions or concerns, this concludes the update report and or overview of your status of discretionary funds specific to the board.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, that concludes agenda item 11. Let's move on to agenda item 12, Local Education Agency Waiver to Rule R277-477-5. We have Deputy Superintendent Elise Newey going to tee us up there.
Yeah, well, hang on a second. So, no, I don't want to do it. So, okay, I got muted. No, you did, sir. Just for clarification, it does say 477 paragraph 5. It actually should read 8. We're looking at paragraph 8, right?
Correct.
So, okay, just wanted to make sure we clarified that.
Apologies. So this is a waiver. We do waivers often. Usually they're for 4-day school weeks or something like that. This is a different kind of waiver from school board rule. This is a rule that requires schools to turn in their final plan for the school land trust program by a certain date. However, this year we had some glitches with our technology and principals were not able to start that as early as they typically are. And so we wanted to give them a little bit of extra time so that they have the same amount of time to present their plans to their board and to everyone that needs to look at it locally before sending it on to the state. So this is just a waiver from the March 1st deadline that extends it out until March 20th. So it'll still be turned in. Everything will still be done. It just is a few extra days to finish that process, but we just need that to come before the board today.
Okay, thank you. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion that the board waive R277-477-8 for all LEAs for the 2025-2026 school year and allow the submission of final plans until March 20th, 2026.
There's a motion and a second. Seeing no lights, I will restate the motion as we get this ready to vote. Oh, there's a member Bogus.
So I just want to clarify my understanding. This was our fault, and so we're extending the deadline a whole year. Did I hear that correctly? Oh, I don't know why I thought that was next year. I apologize. I really am sorry. All right.
So the motion before us is that the board waive R277-477-8 for all LEAs for the 2025-2026 school year and allow the submission of final plans until March 20th, 2026. Perfect. Okay, let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Thank you, Elise and staff. Thank you for catching that as well. Let's move on to agenda item 13. This is a general consent calendar. So at this time, we'd ask if there are any items to be pulled off of the consent calendar. We'll go to Member Bogus.
So I would like to pull 13.3 and 13.4. No, I apologize. That is totally incorrect. 13.1 and 13.3.
Okay.
No. I don't know why. I need reading glasses.
Okay, let's try again. Go ahead.
I'll just own it. I will totally own it. 13.1 and 13.4.
So 13.1 is pulled and 13.4 is pulled. Do we have any other items to be pulled or motions? Member Carey.
Just point of information, Chair, the Utah migrant education matter, is that on the consent calendar or is that coming up separately?
Where are you reading that from?
I just see the document. I don't have the
Okay.
consent calendar, but Applied Learning Technology Associates.
Can you see if that's
On the
been
consent
pulled?
Then I'd like to pull that. If it
That's
has
been pulled. Yeah, that's 13.1. We'll say
Apologies.
0.2.
Thank
Yeah.
you, Chair.
Member Earl.
I'm somehow missing this. Where's 4 at? I don't see item 4. Oh, so you're talking 13.4, not contract 4. Okay, got you. Okay, thank you.
No, you're good. So the clarification is for the contracts, we're actually we'll call them like a point. So 13.1.1, yeah. So 13.1 with its accompanying contracts has been pulled. 13.4, the Springboard school design, has been pulled, which leaves us with 13.2, approval of meeting minutes, and 13.3, which is an information item. Member Bogus?
I move that we approve the minutes.
There's a motion to approve the minutes. It's been seconded. I'm going to just ask if there's any opposition to that. Not seeing any, let's have those approved. And then Member Bogus, I'm going to go back to you. As you pulled 13.1, I'm going to go to you first to address that, if you will.
I would defer to the body. I don't intend to vote yes on any of these contracts. I'm happy to argue that. I'm also happy to let Member Carey take up his concerns with those, and we can ensue the discussion. Thank you.
I don't see any lights, so I'd entertain a motion or a question. I need something, though, unless we just don't take any action. That's the board's will as well. This is on whatever's, yeah, this is, we have 13.1, yes.
So they're technically all three together because I didn't pull them separately.
And I would like to address the Applied Learning Technology Associates.
Okay. Are you asking questions or making a motion just for my?
I just have a question
Sure.
first.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So on this 13.2, Applied Learning Technology Associates, really just a question to start with, because as I read the cover sheet, it says that they will do a random sample of families within each Utah migrant program, and they're estimating 690 students will be impacted. And then it says random sample, but when I go to the migrant interview process on page, it's 587 of the printed copy, but section 3B, it says that provide re-interview staff who can speak both English and Spanish. So my question is, if it's a random sample and they pull someone from the migrant pool who is Korean, will they be excluded? Or is this program specifically for migrants who speak Spanish? Or is this migrants from any country? Because when I first read it, it struck me as, oh, this is for migrants from any country. But then it seems to be limited just to those, based on the requirement that staff speak English and Spanish. What happens with the family that doesn't, that's Korean in here or Chinese? That's my question, if that makes sense, Chair.
Can you, Member Carey, will you tell me, give me that keyword. I'm trying to look this up. Give me that keyword that I can do a Control F here to find out where you're at.
Spanish?
That's 3B.
It's 3 is scope of work and 3B is migrant re-interview process. And it would be number 2 under 3B2.
I'm looking at the wrong document anyway, so I'm never going to find it.
So Control F's not going to work.
Yeah, yeah.
And then just to that point, and then 3B3 is conduct bilingual interviews, English, Spanish via phone or in person. So I guess the thrust of my question is this for all migrants or is this limited specifically to those migrants who are from Spanish-speaking countries?
I think we have a response from Dr. Voorhees. Leah, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Superintendent Leah Voorhees. So the contractor has all of the forms already translated into Spanish. They are available, and an individual available already for Spanish. When there is a student identified in a different language, then at that point they will translate the form into that language and provide access to that particular language. So, Board Member Carey, in your example, if a Korean student was identified, then they would take the time to translate the form and ensure that that student had access, that had language access as well. But they already have the Spanish. Does that respond to your question?
It does. And Chair, if I may. So then any family who was part of this random selection, regardless,
Any family,
would be included.
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Bogus?
By and through the chair, I'm just wondering if when we start translating these, is this contract going to come back for revisions or additional funds?
The answer is a shaking head no. So, okay.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Member or Vice Chair Bollinger?
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to make a motion that the board approve, I guess I should, 13.1.1, 13.1.2, and 13.1.3.
There's a motion to approve essentially agenda item 13.1, the contracts and agreements. Is that correct? Is there a second to that? There's a second. Do you want to speak to that, Vice Chair Bollinger? No, she does not. And so there are no lights. Let's go ahead and vote. Okay, that passes 12 in favor, 1 abstention and 1 no vote. The abstention from Member Green, the no vote from Member Bogus. With that, we have 13.4. Again, Member Bogus, you opted to pull 13.4. Would you like to speak on that?
Yeah, I just have a question. So this, in the agenda memo, it talks about, I'm gonna put my glasses on so I don't misspeak at all. It talks about how these schools are determined, but then I notice that USDB is on here, which causes me some consternation because usually special education programs are I don't even know how I want to say that, but typically that's not considered as part of that overarching mechanism that says, hey, the general education population is not performing, whereas students with special needs, that's something different. Can somebody help me understand that in this space?
Looks like whoever, Dr. Voorhees, I'm going to turn over to you and you can defer if you'd prefer.
Hi, Sarah Wibke, Director of School Improvement. May you please restate your question? I just want to make sure I'm understanding all of it.
Sorry, thank you, Ms. Sarah. So in the background of the agenda thing, it talks about how these schools are designated and the process that goes through. But I noticed that USDB is here, and that is USDB. But that is a school in which every student has an IEP. And so I'm concerned that we're putting this out there, and usually schools with a high special needs population, they're not adjudicated in the same manner that a traditional LEA would be. And I'm concerned about some others on this list, but let's start with that one, please.
Sure. I may not be best to respond to if everyone at USDB, specifically the school, has an IEP. That might be better for not me. But regarding the school and your concerns, so this is when we're looking at our accountability system. So we have 2 accountability systems. We have federal and we have state. The only difference is the 95% participation rate. Neither of them allow for special schools to be excluded, meaning we're going to hold schools, whether they're gen ed or different, accountable for making sure kids are getting their needs met.
Okay. That is not what we were taught.
Let me ask this. I know that there's some more questions that you have. Are we ready to take a vote, or do you know what I mean? Like, or do you need more, or does the board need more? I don't see any other lights. I'm not sure what to do here, and it sounds like you have questions, but don't know how to articulate them or where to dig, and I'm not sure if now is the time to do that. That's what
I
I'm
don't
trying
know.
to get at.
Well, maybe you have an answer to this question. Is it okay if so, for example, Digital Education Center. Well, a center is not a school, but are we considering it an institution?
That I completely understand why it sounds like that. That is their, some districts call it an e-school or their online school. This is just the name of that school. So it isn't a center, it is a school, but it is a virtual online system.
Okay.
Similarly, Member Bogus, you've got the school name and then you have the LEA. The LEA is the USDB, to your point, but it's not the entire state. It's this school needs some special attention. What's going on with this school that would bring them to our attention?
Oh, did I miss that part?
While you're looking, Leah,
Oh,
go
I
ahead.
apologize. Okay, I
Does that
appreciate the
help? I don't-
Yes, it does actually help. I really did read that as if there was a typo on the second line, that it was wrapping around and that we were putting all of USDB under Springboard, and I just could not for the life of me understand that. So I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, if we could, let's, I'd entertain a motion. Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to make a motion that the board approves the 2025-2026 Springboard school designation.
There's a motion been stated. It's been seconded. Let's get it ready for a vote. As we're waiting, again, the motion is that the board approves the 2025-2026 Springboard school designation. That passes unanimously with one absent. Thank you, board members. Next, we are ready to move. Actually, you know what? We are in preparation for this general legislative session. Deputy Superintendent Newey has been running around trying to get things set up so that we have the most current information. So if we could just take 5 minutes, and I'm going to go check with her to make sure that we're okay. Can we put 5 on the clock? If we're back sooner, great, but I want to make sure that we're up to date. Board members, there are some items being handed out to you, some updated legislative items. Just keep an eye on that, and that's what we will work from. Elise. Board members, thank you for your patience. Public, thank you for your patience as we work to keep up with what is happening here. We are on agenda item 14. This is a general legislative session preparation. You'll notice that we have 3 items in 14. 14.1 is requests for statutory changes. 14.2 is board requested legislative funding. And 14.3 is legislative policy and funding items. And so as you have motions, just keep those agenda items in mind. We are going to begin with agenda item 14.1, the request for statutory changes. And just so you know, the handout that was just given, this would fall under 14.3 legislative policy and funding items. So before we get ahead of ourselves on what we had just been handed, we are still on agenda item 14.1. With that, Deputy Superintendent Nui, will you go ahead and begin, and then we'll go from there.
To save time, I'll go through all 3 items after you carefully identified each one. So the first one, request for statutory changes. You all have made those since August, if you remember, things in code that you want changed. We've been working on those as a policy team. Some of those you'll see in bills that we're going to present to you in item number 3. However, if you have any additional ones, we could still do that now. It's a little late in the season, but we absolutely can try. Item number 2, you'll see that there is an updated legislative funding handout. So if you're talking to any legislators, that now reflects the motion that was made last Thursday to update your funding request to a top 5 instead of a top 8 or 9. So that is in backup as well. If you'd like a physical copy, we can get you those by the end of today as well. And then I could just move to item 3 if you think we're ready.
Let's look at item 14, agenda item 14.1 first. I have Member Davis, but I'm not sure what agenda item you're looking for. Member Davis. Okay, so we're going to be on item 14.3. So are there any lights or any action for 14.1, requests for statutory changes? I'm not seeing any, and with that, I would say thank you, because I don't know how to approach any legislators at this point. So let's move on to item 14.2. This is the board requested legislative funding. And are there any lights to that 14.2? Member Bogus?
My light is only on so you don't arbitrarily rule my motion out of order.
Oh my, here we go. Okay. I'll put you in the queue.
Thank you.
Okay. So we have is it a financial one in accordance with the legislative funding? Okay, Vice Chair Wood.
I need to worry.
Member Bogus, if your motion is towards the funding, whether it's the priorities or the 5% reduction, 14.2 would be an appropriate place. So I've got Member Davis for 14.3. If you want to jump in at 14.2, go ahead. Okay, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board remove the Beverly Taylorson Sorensen program from the list of recommended reductions in our motion to the PEA.
So the motion, let's get that correct here. It's been pre-seconded, but let's make sure we get it correct, and then you can speak to it. That the board remove, I don't know if we want the recommended or just, yeah, that the board remove the Beverly Taylor Sorensen program from the list of recommended reductions to or for PEA. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Sorensen is S-O-N.
Sorenoon. There it is. Perfect. We don't want any tricks saying, hey, we said Sorensen, not Soren. Yeah, okay. Was a bad joke? Okay.
No tricks.
Go to you,
board.
Member Bogus, to speak to that.
Sure, I miss. I am so thankful that we passed the putting BTS back on our legislative priorities, but it's kind of a mixed message to cut them a certain amount of money and then add a certain amount of money. It's a very mixed message. And we talked openly in our last capital meeting about how when funding remains stagnant, it's actually reducing the number of students served. And so we have some data. My understanding is that it was sent to your inbox at 2:23. My colleague sent it to you. So there's some data there. And would you like me to review that, Member Booth? Or okay. So if you review the data that Member Booth sent you, the BTS ALP summary found below that in Utah, it serves a total of 337,131 K-6 students statewide. The program currently reaches about 243,000 students alone through its initiatives. It's implemented across 51 charter schools and 466 schools in 39 districts. Additionally, the program supports artist and residency programs, particularly in rural regions, utilizing the legislature's SY26 allocation of $19.4 million. This current year, districts and charters have partnered with the legislature in matching funds in the amount of approximately 35% or $7 million in order for the program to reach so many of Utah's children. The ongoing financial support from Beverly and her family has, to this point, contributed $45 million to the development and continuation of this program. If the legislature maintains the same funding for SY27 as this current year, outreach will decrease by 13,000 students, reducing program participation from 243,000 to 230,000 students. The number of schools involved will also drop from 466 to 441, resulting in 25 fewer schools served. This reduction means that 13,000 students who benefited from the program this year will not have access to the same program next year, and no new districts from the waiting list of 33 schools will be added. An increase in legislative funding and no decrease, raising the total from $19.4 million to $21.1 million, would allow the BTS program to maintain its service for those 13,000 students and all of the other students it serves, and expand to 23 new schools, benefiting an additional 14,000 students. And this adjustment would leave just 10 schools remaining on the waiting list for future consideration. And so I think this is a move that is logical. I think it's appropriate. I think it matches the board's priorities, and I would ask you to support the motion. Thank you.
Scott, do you want to tell us what that looks like? If because I don't know how much money that is, right? Can you just?
Well, so yes, Chair, that I was going to ask. So I think the intent of this motion is to remove it from both sheets 1 and 2, right? Because it does do that. So
that would be correct.
So
yeah.
yes, okay, yeah. So we would reduce, or not reduce it. We would take those off both sheets 1 and 2. So
And would we just tell the PEA that we have a deficit now, or would we have to readjust? Not that the motion is not to readjust, but what
Right.
would
It would
Vice
just
Chair
be
Wood need to tell PEA?
that by removing them from sheets 1 and 2, you're saying that you want to keep the base budget amount, right? Because the base budget amount would, the current level of the appropriation we get,
Thank
which
you.
is approximately 19 million, I think. So,
Okay.
but I'll get the exact number before tomorrow.
19 million is not what we're seeking for reduction, right? Or did we seek to?
No, well, so if we could pull up sheets 1 and 2, you can see, because remember sheets 2 was 6% of programs, 6 to 7%, and the other one was, I think, the full amount. No.
Okay.
Or,
I thought it was about 7% on both plans 1
well,
and 2.
that's why we need to pull sheets 1 and 2
Okay.
up. So,
And
yeah.
as those are being pulled, Member Earl, you had a question?
Yeah, and I guess this is just a general, so we're still asking for an increase. We're saying take this off so it doesn't have the 6% or whatever that percent cut was. So that money that would have been cut, are we going to have to find programs now to cut more? That's what you're asking. Okay. Or does it, all those other programs are cut additional amounts because we add this on? And then another question to add to that is, with the cut and then the adding to, what does that mean? I mean, where it stands right now, is that additional funds that still go, or is it below what we're funding currently? Does that make sense what I'm asking?
With just BTS or?
With just BTS.
Yeah,
I just want to understand
we are saying do not consider it to be cut at all, and with our priorities, add money to it.
Right, I understand that, but my question is, where does it stand right now? So we're saying cut and add, and when you add those together, is that a negative, or is that, so those two currently the way they are, we would have an additional 400 into the BTS program. So yes, whereas otherwise, okay, I'm just trying to figure out, if we don't do something though, we're still short what we would have cut, and we would have to find that, or other programs would be cut more, right? Okay.
Okay.
Scott.
So remember, with Beverly Taylor Sorensen, there's really two sources. There's the MSP categoricals, which is the administrative funds, right?
Yes.
And that's, let's see, 292, 200. Yes, 292, 200. Then, hold on. And I know it's close to 19 million, but I don't have the exact amount. But let's see, related to, yeah. So then the other amount is in the related to basic program, and that is 19,445,000.
But we're asking to cut 6% of that, 7% of that
on sheet 2.
On sheet 2.
On sheet 2. So that's why, yeah. So it's worth it to bring both up, because I just want to make sure that we would take. So it's 6% of, well, it's a little more than 6%, but not quite 7% of 19,445,000 that you can see in that column. I don't know. So which item number is it?
This is plan 2.
So that's sheet 2, but we got to find, well, so go on plan 1 first. Find the Beverly Taylor Sorensen.
It's probably as BTS, maybe.
So currently, Scott, let's keep it here for a second.
So 1 million. Okay, yep.
No, that answers my question.
So 1.6 million. Right, when you add those two together, it's roughly 1.6 million is what we're asking to cut, but we're asking for an increase of,
So Chair, if I may.
Yes,
So
please.
basically what you're asking for, from my understanding, is not to increase the amount of the MSP categorical. You're asking to increase the 19 million by that amount.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So, yeah.
Member Davis.
Right, but I think, well, sorry, Chair. So
That's
I won't
okay.
answer the question that wasn't a question.
Let's get the
So-
question asked.
Yes,
How's that?
okay, yes.
Member, first off, Member Earl, Member Davis, do you want to ask?
Okay, right.
Member Davis, do you want to ask your question? There you go.
Okay, so we're reducing the 19 million by 1.3-ish million. But then we asked to add the 1.7, so it would be an increase of about 400,000. So if we right now make this motion and move it, then we put back the 1.3 million. And then what does that do to the other programs? How does that change the percentage of the other programs of what because it doesn't change, it doesn't change them at all because they're still all at a 6%.
Correct.
We just lose the 13 million of our ongoing request of reduction.
Right, it just reduces the target amount.
From-
Or the amount towards the target.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry I stirred this up, Chair, but that's what we would need clarification on. Is it, you just want to completely remove it from your sheets 1s and 2s, right? So then that implies that you're not netting it out, right, with what you requested. It just implies that you want what you're requesting on your request sheet to add to the current base amount.
I believe that is the motion, yes. Just real quick, it is, nothing else has been addressed to rebalance or to
Right.
find the money from somewhere else. Just simply
Yep.
with this result, go to the PEA and say, this is what we're asking for.
Right,
And
and
if
we
they
have that
say-
opportunity in the morning.
Okay.
The leadership is expected to, you have about 15 minutes to update them on the changes you made to your requests and any changes you make to your recommendations for reductions in funding.
Yeah. Member Davis, go ahead.
Can we just get clarity on what our motion was? Because we're trying to remember, and we think we remember it being, take the difference that we were off, which was a lot, and split it equally amongst the remaining programs. So if we do take 1.3 out for BTS, it is going to increase the other programs if that, in fact, was the language of the motion, was to take the difference that we were off and split it equally amongst the remaining programs.
Okay, so go back to the sheet, please. So if you go to the top, you can see as a result of your method, keep going all the way to the top. So the target was 2.95. So in the yellow is where you're at. So if you're saying that, so basically if you take or eliminate Beverly Taylor Sorensen from any consideration for a reduction, you would be adding that amount, the amounts we have down in the lower part back to that yellow. Do you see what I'm saying?
The 1.5 billion?
Yeah, you'd be adding the 1.5 million back to that. So
we'd actually be closer to our target.
No.
That's what we don't know. We're asking if the negative is we're over or under, and the negative is under.
Oh, no, you're over.
We're over.
Yeah, you're over the
Okay,
target
so-
by way of the 6% that you took. Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So then you would probably still be over your target. So we'd have to do the math. So if somebody wants to do the math, they can take that out. You still probably would be over the $295 million target. How much are we over the target? I don't know that off the top of my head. What?
We get over the target.
1.523. So it's close, right? You'd still be like right there. So
It was supposed to be, but if it's not, then it won't hurt to.
There was some what?
That's helpful. Thank you. So the
Yeah.
motion before us, and just so the board is clear, we went over the target by 1.5 million.
Right.
We're requesting to not put BTS as part of the reduction, which would put in 1.3 million. So we would still be over
200.
about 200,000.
Right. Yes.
So we wouldn't have to readjust anything based on motions made in
No.
previous meetings.
No.
So with that understanding, I think we're on the same page. Let's bring up the motion then that is before us. I don't see any other questions, so let's bring up the motion and see if we can vote here. The motion is that the board remove the Beverly Taylor Sorensen program from the list of recommended reductions to PEA. Seeing no lights, let's vote. That motion passes 12 in favor, 2 in opposition. Those opposed coming from Member Hymas and Member Kelly. Okay, Vice Chair Wood.
I move to oppose the PEA recommendation to discontinue the USDB weighted salary adjustment.
So there's a motion to oppose the PEA staff recommendation. To remove the USDB or to discontinue the USDB weighted salary adjustment. Is there a second? There's a second. Back to you, Vice Chair Wood.
So if you want a really great presentation, Deputy Superintendent Jones put together a 8-slide presentation on what this does, what it was for, why it happened, the historical perspective. But on slides 7 and 8, we see the consequences of this. It was originally designed because our USDB teachers were in the bottom of the barrel in terms of how much they were making. And so they would basically use USDB as a training ground and then move to a district to make more money. And they require a special education license plus their additional endorsements to be teachers of the blind or of the deaf. And so what this does, it helps create parity with other teachers in the districts. And so if they were to remove this, the consequences that were said were highly specialized teachers will choose neighboring districts with higher signing salary bonuses. State employee percentages are typically lower, and so we're going to create that gap again. The 2-year lag without the WASA adjustment, USDB salaries quickly fall behind, as seen as the early 2000s, leading to a catch-up cost that's more expensive than the annual adjustment. Vacancies lead to larger caseloads, potentially violating federal IDEA requirements. And then WASA is not a bonus, it's a market correction tool. It helps Utah's most vulnerable students be taught by qualified experts. The statutory formula provides transparency and fiscal accountability to the taxpayers. And I added this one is just educator morale, what our USDB staff have gone through over the last year. I just want to vocalize my support for them. And hopefully, as a board, we can do that.
Member Davis.
I have a substitute motion. I move that the board direct Chair Wood and Vice Chair Booth and Deputy Jones or Assistant Superintendent Deborah Jacobson to work with PEA leadership to separate that from the discussions of the reductions. And if I get a second, I'd like to speak to why.
Second. So there's a substitute motion. And this is that Chair Wood and Vice Chair Booth, for public information, chairs of the USDB Standing Committee, that these individuals work with PEA leadership to separate that.
Or to separate the USDB reduction.
Wait, a salary adjustment.
Mm-hmm.
To separate the USDB salary adjustment reduction from the discussion of the reductions.
General reductions or overall reductions. I don't know. Yeah, I think it works. And I had a second. So may I speak, Chair?
Please, go ahead.
I really hesitate to oppose one piece of the PEA reductions because then it sends a message that we don't oppose all of the others. And we are the board for USDB. So I think it's appropriate to say, can our folks work with PEA leadership? Ask them to please separate this from their reductions. In effect, it would remove it, but it wouldn't, we wouldn't be up there with the language, well, we oppose this one thing when there, quite frankly, are a lot of things that we may or may not oppose in their recommendations. But this, I think, does it in a way that doesn't intimate we may support all their other things.
Okay. Member Kelly?
I was speaking to the original motion. And if I would like to hear from Board Member Wood in terms of this substitute motion, but I think to take a formula and to take what has worked, which is to make USDB staff salaries, the teacher salaries competitive, and then to eliminate that, I think is a mistake. I think at the classroom level, that's where we should avoid making these cuts, and so I support the original motion.
So, okay, are you speaking against this motion then? Is that
no,
not necessarily? No. Okay. I've got Member Carey. Go ahead.
Yeah, this probably more of a point of information, but have we ever directed through motion specific individuals work with the legislature? Generally, it's we direct leadership or we direct staff. I'm more comfortable with having leadership select individuals than I am with the board deciding who it should be, just because I think it limits the flexibility of leadership in this area. But I just don't like the precedent. I mean, I have nothing against, well, maybe a little bit against Leanne, but nothing against no. I have nothing against Leanne or Randy, but I just, in leadership, I would rather just keep it general.
Yeah. Member Davis. And Scott, I see your lights on, but I don't know if are you speaking to this substitute motion or, okay. Okay. Let's get a response from Member Davis, and then we'll go to you, Scott.
That is fine with me. I'm just following this model on the paper they just gave us. And I was looking at bullet number 3, and it just looked like it was saying it would be helpful to have specific board members listed. So that's why I did that. But leadership is fine also. And I'd be happy to just, I don't know if there's a way to, I'd be fine with leadership choosing. I'm guessing it would be those same people since they chair the committee. Yeah.
Most likely. Is there any opposition to changing this substitute motion to read that the board directs board leadership to work with PEA and then we can assign as necessary? Is there any opposition to changing the motion? We haven't voted on it, just that portion, amendment to it. Okay. So this is going to be our new motion then, and that is that the board directs board leadership to work with PEA leadership to separate the USDB salary adjustment reduction from the discussion of the general reductions.
And I think we ought to take out the word discussion on the last line. and just say this, to separate the USDB salary adjustment reduction from the general reductions. So it's not just, so it's clear we are wanting it to
Right.
go away.
Again, an amendment to the amendment. Is there any opposition to removing that verbiage? Seeing none, this is the new motion then. And again, let me restate it, that the board directs board leadership to work with PEA leadership to separate the USDB salary adjustment reduction from the general reductions. Scott, clarity you're seeking for staff?
Yes, sir. Clarity for staff and likely for board leadership too, to talk to tomorrow, because the process is such that PEA will make their recommendations and their motions for recommendations at their Tuesday meeting. So is it the intent of this motion that before they make the recommendations that they receive from the legislative fiscal analyst, so would it be prudent to make the motion that we work with PEA not to recommend to EAC to change the WASA, or because that it's moving forward already? I mean,
we've got a
okay. So, but for clarity, then, because tomorrow at 8:00 or 8:05 after they do their minutes, board leadership is to update on their requests, update on what we just did with your recommendations for reductions. So it would be made abundantly clear that the board is asking for the PEA committee not to recommend to EAC, or not to take the recommendation of the LFA to EAC on the WASA.
Scott, if I could just respond, reading this motion as is, Member Wood, as a member of board leadership, recognizes that she is making a phone call tonight. It won't be, we won't sit at the table and bring this up, because this is something that leadership is going to work with PEA leadership, but she's going to make a phone call tonight. So we will not bring this up, but we will make it known to those representatives. And I don't know if that helps, but according to this motion of what Member Davis is saying, this is not to be discussed at the table tomorrow.
That's what we needed clarity on.
Yeah.
So then to this point though, and in the interest of what, Superintendent testified to, we always want to follow the direction of the board. So if you ratify this, then the only two things that we're doing at the table tomorrow is updating them on your requests. And then so far, just the change to the Beverly Taylor Sorensen thing. That's the only things that we'll bring up at the table. This is offline, so to speak.
Those were the only two changes. If the PEA leadership decided to ask, we would answer and say,
Okay.
yeah, this is the direction we'd like to see.
Okay.
And I don't even mind saying what Member Davis has said already. We don't want to necessarily go through and say what we support your cuts, because we don't support these cuts, right? But if they ask, we will be truthful. Does that help? I know you have to prepare these slides.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yes.
So get it right. No,
right.
It's a challenge. It's
the rock in the hard place. Yes, sir.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, so the motion before us is that the board directs board leadership to work with PEA leadership to separate the USDB salary adjustment reduction from the general reductions. Seeing no additional lights other than Scott's,
Sorry.
let's vote. So that motion fails. 9 opposed, 5 in favor. Those in favor being Member Longacre, Member Earl, Member Lear, Member Davis, and Member Booth. Okay, so this brings us to the original motion made by Vice Chair Wood. Do you have that writing again? Can I borrow that? The motion before us then is to move to oppose the PEA recommendation, or that the board oppose the PEA staff recommendation to discontinue the USDB weighted salary adjustment. Seeing no additional lights, let's vote. I hear you. That passes 13 in favor, 1 opposed, that opposition coming from Member Davis. Just, I don't want to take up too much time. We recognize the difficulty here. We'll do what we can as leadership, but Member Wood, speaking to this to me, says we are the only ones. We are the board for the USDB and feels it appropriate to stand up in that setting, although I get what you're saying as well, Member Davis. Right. So with that, Scott, you're back on.
So this does go into the slide then for tomorrow? Yes, okay. Thank you.
Okay, we are still on agenda item 14.2, board requested legislative funding. I don't see additional lights here. So I believe, Scott, you can start on those. We can get those slides ready. So let's move to agenda item 14.3, legislative policy and funding items. And we're going to invite Elise back up to the table. You're going to drive a lot of this for us. And board members, we would like to spend about 10 or fewer minutes on each bill. And if we can't get to a yes or a no vote, or if we get to a place where we need more information, then we can have conversations with legislators for more clarity or to make changes if we feel that they are needed. So with that, will you go ahead, Elise? And I want you to remember that Member Davis is first in this queue. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Okay, so we have passed out a list of potential bills to talk about today. I've also put them there in backup now. This is an updated version, so it's the same one that you have in front of you if you'd like to use the hyperlinks so that you can follow along in the bills as we go through them. So that's with item 14.3. The first few bills in this list we have talked about before and are also bills that this body has voted to support different aspects of these bills in previous meetings. So either you have voted for the statutory change and it's included in this bill, or we have voted in some other capacity. So hopefully these ones might be quick. The first one is HB 64. This impacts SITLA, so that's not our agency, but it does impact the ability of the school trust lands to make money that then comes into our school children's trust fund. So that might be one. We've talked about that, I believe, in December. Do you want me to pause and see if there's any motions, or how would you like? Sure. No, not at all. Bring up. Okay, we got this. So HB 64.
I do have a light from Member Davis, and I'm not sure, Member Davis, if it's on one of these bills on the list. The first 5. So let's at least cover the first 5.
Okay. HB 75 is from Representative Watkins. This one we did not request, but it is something that we have been doing that the American Indian and Alaska Native Education Committee worked with us to update so that it accurately represents what we're doing. And we talked about this one in a previous meeting as well. So this is HB 75. HB 463 is from Representative Miller. This is one of your board requests for statutory changes, and it changes the funding model for special education. And just came out very recently, so that's exciting. This would hopefully incentivize more integrated classrooms with special education students and still give that WPU to the schools to provide that services. And then we have HB 144 also from Representative Miller, which is our school community council amendments. That's another one that this body voted for a statutory change, and this simplifies the school community council code. A recent sub just came out as of like 10 minutes ago. That simplifies the language, takes away their responsibility to come up with a digital citizenship plan, but rather a more broad discussion about safety generally, which includes internet and online safety. So it kind of updates and makes current some of those requirements for school community councils. It also clarifies the language and simplifies it a bit. That's a really heavy piece of code, so we're trying to simplify it. So that's the first four. And then the fifth one is HB 146. This wasn't a statutory change we asked for, but this board did prioritize the master teacher pilot program. And this bill would just make that a permanent program, no longer a pilot. So as this board previously voted to support that program, I thought that this might be another easy support vote. So that's the first five.
Thank you. Member Davis.
Thank you. I move that the board support HB 64, HB 75, HB 463, HB 144, and HB 146 as we requested these folks to do these for us.
Okay, so the motion has been stated. Do we have a second? We have a second. Member Davis, would you like to speak to that?
Just every year I ask our staff, which ones did we request as a board? Because I feel like it's helpful for these people who essentially are doing a favor for us to support them for doing it. Thanks.
Member Bogus? There's a move to divide and a second. Back to you, Member Bogus.
I just think all these should be considered on their individual merits. So, like,
Okay,
we requested them, but that doesn't mean we approve the language they're in.
sure.
So
That's okay. So we have a move to divide. It's been seconded. Let's vote on that. Okay, voting is open. Right. Okay, that passes 10 in favor, 3 opposed, and 2 absent. Those opposed being Vice Chair Bollinger, Member Hymas, and Member Lear. So with that, let's look at the first one before us, and that is the motion is to support HB 64. Seeing no lights, let's go ahead and vote. Voting is open. That passes unanimously with 2 absent. Our next one on the agenda here is the move to approve HB 75. This is Representative Watkins, American Indian and Alaska Native Education Amendments. So let's, I don't see any lights on that one. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes 12 in favor, 1 opposed. That opposition coming from Member Bogus. Next up, we have HB, a motion to support HB 463, Representative Miller, Special Education Funding Amendments. Let's go ahead and vote. Aaron, I don't think. That passes unanimously with 1 absent. Next up, we have a motion to support HB 144, Representative Miller, School Community Council Amendments. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. And maybe I missed the list. I didn't receive the list that was handed out today of all the bills for review and possible support until today. So I apologize if I missed that and everybody else received it, but I don't know if I fully understand the implications of HB 144, and I was hoping that staff could provide a general overview of. There's 2 sections of change in code, and could you just walk me through, I guess, what the changes on lines 72 through 76 would do, and then from 109 through 121. The rest of the changes are we're changing this semicolon to a dash, but those 2 chunks. Thank you.
There's the thing. Make sure on sub 2. Okay. So a second substitute just came out. So is that the line numbers, Board Member Carey, you're referring to?
I believe it is. Let me see.
But I can walk.
No, this is just the.
Okay, I can walk through the second sub though, if that's
Okay, that'd be better.
if that would be
Thank you.
helpful. Okay, so starting on lines 75, back in closer to the early 2000s, Representative Stratton worked with Paula Plant and the school community councils and the School Land Trust to have school community councils work on internet filtering. That was still relatively new for schools, so this was part of the school community council conversation. So he has worked with Paula Plant to take that language out, that very specific language about the filtering and the safety, and to make it a little bit more comprehensive. So you'll see the new language starting on 92. That the school district and administration will provide an annual report to the school community council to have a more robust conversation about safety in the school environment, which includes online experiences for students. So that's a much more comprehensive kind of vision of safety. And then if you go down, 122 just adds a line about documenting votes in the rules of order and procedure for the school community council. They have very strict rules about how they run their meetings, so that's part of that. Then 127 had this exception for in some of our schools. So every school, in order to get this funding, has to have a school community council. For the vast majority of schools, that's no problem. It's made up primarily of parents. It's supposed to be a majority parents and then have a few teachers and then 1 administrator. But in some of our school districts, for example, really small districts where the district is the #1 employer, oftentimes the parents are also teachers either at that school or some other school in the district, right? So taking this prescriptive exception out and replacing it with, there was another line. Where is it? Where is it? If you look in the comparison to the other bill, it's in there. Yeah, this is sub 2. It just said that you can have parents who are employers. There just needs to be more non-employed parents than employed parents. So trying to keep the fidelity of that, we want a real parent perspective, but allowing parents who are employed somewhere in the district to also be a part of that school community council so they have a voice as well. Sorry, that was really unclear.
No, I think I tracked it. But that's not the default. That is an
That's an
exception.
exception.
And where is that language about this being an exception rather than the default?
Okay, so they just took out the exception altogether. Sorry, this one came out literally 10 minutes ago before I sat down. So I'm reading it with you. So it looks like they just took out the exception language and then they have to document how they came about the vote of how they came about the size. So that 122 to 123 is specific to the makeup of their community council.
So you're going to read and I'm going to talk and my students hate
I love that.
but
Go for
it. So it looks like it's no longer an exception, but rather, as long as you can explain it.
It goes back to the original language, right? That the number of parents must exceed the number of parent members who are employed by the school district. And it just took.
So now there is no exception at all to that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I've
Thank
got,
you, Chair.
yeah, thank you. I've got Member Bogus and then Vice Chair Wood. Vice Chair Wood.
Was it the exception that caused this to be held in committee?
Yeah, this was the big discussion with legislators. Yeah.
Okay, I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, so the motion before us is to support HB 140, or I'm sorry, yes, HB 144, Representative Miller, School Community Council amendments. Member Lear.
No, we've texted her. She might come up.
And maybe you can speak to this too, Elise, but I really don't like that last change. I think that I saw too many schools over time that just so struggled to get community council members who were parent enough. And I first, that really offends me that a teacher who is a parent can't be considered objective enough to also and parent enough to be on a community council with other parents. So that's always really bothered me. But what I wanted to know from someone, you or Paula, if the changes in here are they crucial beyond that? How crucial are they? It feels like there's so much there. Keep adding documentation of stuff to, oh, sorry, should I start over? And I can do it quicker. They keep adding documentation of stuff, these community councils, that I just think these are, and no offense to anybody in the way I say this, but these are kind of ma and pa kind of organizations in some schools, and they keep having to document all this stuff, and it just really bothers me. My more important point, Paula, was they've taken out the exceptions for teachers who are also parents, and I just wonder if the other changes are crucial enough that this bill is necessary, or it was that one of the main points. And I said previously, just so you'll know, I am really offended at the idea that a teacher that a teacher who's a parent cannot be a pure enough parent. That really offends me as a teacher and a parent when I was on community councils. So I just want to know how important are the other changes despite that troublesome one.
Who's that? Paula, are you answering that one, Paula?
And that's, sorry, Chair,
That's
to
right.
Yeah.
the Paula Plant.
So this bill we thought was really simple. It came out of direction from the board to try and look at board rule and code and try to simplify and clarify. And so what we sent forward additionally that was originally in the bill took out the language that you're talking about. We've run into really a lot of pushback, and there are people who are not seeing things the same way you are. In fact, I've had conversation with one individual who said they wanted teaching parents to be off the committee entirely, or else I needed,
Or beheaded, maybe.
or else I needed to take the principal off. And so it's been a really interesting conversation and time. And so in order to get it passed, we had to reinstate that language. It's had like, I think this is the third substitute, even though it shows us the first substitute because the others have never been adopted. We've just used them as, you know, are you okay with this language? Are you okay? Okay. And yeah. Does that answer?
My more important question are the other changes so crucial that you're willing to make that concession, or in your mind?
Yeah, so it's existing language. It's not changing anything right now.
That one is.
Yeah.
In not accepting that, do you still feel like the other changes are that crucial?
Yeah, the language around digital citizenship is really difficult because much of it is no longer real or relevant. The other part is we really did want that language out that tells a council what they need to do in the event there are more teaching parents and non-teaching parents, simply because it's something that happens after the election. And if councils need to be compliant in that way, they should make provisions to get the election right to start with instead of after the fact. Now we've got to remedy it. And this is probably more information than you want to know. You didn't ask the question, but I'll just share with you that language came out of a conference committee when the House and the Senate were disagreeing on something that didn't have anything to do with this. And that's the language that we got, and no one understands it. Whenever it gets applied, someone has to call and ask, what does it mean? And so we feel like that needs to come out.
Thank you. Member Earl.
If Rod were here, he'd say, please don't speak, Jenny. But he's not here today. So Cindy's going to say it. I just think this is the language that is there currently is important. We do want our parents, whether or not we can always get enough parents that are not educators. An educator in the school has influence already beyond the community council. And so I just think it is important that our language reflects, we really do want the parents in there. And if we have to make an exception, that's an exception. But this is what we want so that we have the engagement of our parents in the community. It doesn't discredit educators who are parents. They are allowed, they can run just like anyone else to be on this. So it allows that. Plus they have additional influence within the community or the education setting itself. So I like where we've gone.
Vice Chair Wood.
Help me understand this. This language, this isn't just if they teach at the same school. This is in the entire district. So I might be a high school teacher, 10 miles away from my elementary school child, but I am not able to, serve on this elementary. If there aren't, and if the levels aren't accurate, I am not able to serve on my child's community council with this language. What happens in these small rural communities where the school district is the primary employer?
Paula, let's get there you go.
Sorry, the very next piece talks about an exemption. That was put in the code, I believe, 2 years ago. We had been doing it, and then legal counsel here told us we shouldn't be doing it unless we had authorization from the legislature. So we did that. We got that, and then in the rule that you all passed in December, it outlines what a school has to do to receive an exemption. So one of the items there is, one of the very first items when they request an exemption is, have you tried to seat parents on the council who also teach at a different school in your district? So one of the parameters after an exception actually then allows for those parents to sit on the council because you're already in the requesting an exemption. You're trying to seat a council. Does that make it, am I clear or am I muddy? I'm sorry.
And do we do we fulfill that exemption, or do you fulfill that exemption, or they're just allowed to
So
do
there's a
this?
form that they would fill out so that it's consistent. You all had asked us make it consistent, and so there's a form that they fill out, and it lists what they need to have tried to do. Like, are you holding your meetings at a time when parents can come? Are you holding it at noon? Right? Some items like that, and they go through those, and then it's the local board who grants the exemption.
Thank you. So I've got a light from Member Lear. We have spent over 10 minutes on this, and I'd love to, like I said, if we need to send people to go talk to Representative Miller and say, hey, you took out what we actually were hoping to put in, then we can do that if we're not ready for a vote. I'm going to call on Member Lear, but I'd love we've got a lot of bills to discuss today. So Member Lear.
I'll be quick. Many of the schools in my very urban district have a really hard time filling their community councils and their PTAs and a lot of other roles. And I just cannot support something that makes it harder for these schools to get the parent voice, whatever the parent employer is. So I can't support this. And yet I heard at the very end, and this is my main, Paula saying there is a way, it's very circuitous and labor intensive, but there is a way for a community council to prove that we tried all these other things and we couldn't, and it still couldn't get enough parents, so we can do this. So the exemption isn't completely gone, they've just made it very difficult. Is that accurate? Okay, that makes me feel, 40% better. Thank you.
Okay. Member Carey. Okay. So the motion before us is to support HB 144, and it looks like sub 2 is the most current one. If changes are here's where I'm seeing this right now. If somebody says no, we don't want to vote yes or no on this, then we can have I don't even know if we need a substitute motion. If this gets voted down, it doesn't mean that we don't support the bill. It just means that we don't support the bill, right? As is. We're not taking a no vote. But anyway, I just want to make it clear, if we need to go work on this, then we can. If it's the board's will to say, here's the issues that we have, we can go talk to the representatives as leadership. Or some of you who understand this, board leadership, as we kind of discussed last time, can say, hey, go talk to Representative Miller and share our concerns. So with that and no lights, let's put the motion before the board here, and that is the motion to support HB 144, Representative Miller School Community Council amendments. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 9 in favor, 1 abstention, 4 no votes. The abstention from Member Bogus, the no votes coming from Member Booth, Member Wood, Member Hymas, and Member Lear. The next one that is up is the next motion is to approve HB 146, Representative Perucci, mentoring and supporting teacher excellence and refinement program amendments. Seeing no lights on this one, let's go ahead and vote. That passes 11 in favor, 1 abstention, 2 no votes. The abstention from Member Green, the no votes from Member Kelly and Member Bogus. Okay, Elise, do you want to keep going? I think we will.
Okay. All right, next one on our list, Chair, is SB 34 sub 1. That's from Senator Johnson.
Before you get too deep into that, I know Member Davis had a motion for all 5. We moved to divide. If you have, can we just take these one at a time?
Yep.
And I'm going to put a timer on my watch for 10 minutes, and I will interrupt at 10 minutes if the discussion is going too long and say, hey, let's see where we're at. Go ahead. Thank you.
Okay. So this one I would normally say I would recommend to support, but this has some nuance, so I wanted to explain that. And we've looked at this one before, but there is a new substitute. So this is, if you remember back in October, we presented to the Education Interim Committee, which is chaired by Senator John Johnson, and presented some of our statutory changes. Several of those statutory change requests are in this bill. So those are great for you all. But there are a couple other things that have been added, and I want to make you aware of those. One is some language surrounding USDB. We are going to talk about another bill from Representative White in a moment that includes all of the same changes. So one recommendation could be that the board work with Senator Johnson to take out the USDB language in favor of Representative White's whole bill. The second piece that you should be aware of is, if you recall, we passed a rule about the Catalyst Center grant program. Law and Licensing worked on that throughout the fall. There was some requests from throughout the state and from our own staff to rename that program because the Catalyst Center is a specific center in Davis, and we get calls all the time about that specific center, and they get calls about our grant program. So it would be nice to have them separated, and so Senator Johnson included that in his bill that it would be renamed to Apex. They also included information or other code about that program that was taken from our rule. So I don't think that there's any problem with that language. If you approve the rule, the language is almost identical in the code. So I wouldn't be too worried about that. But wanted to make those things, bring those to your attention. My recommendation would be to work with Senator Johnson for changes and then approve or vote to support at a later meeting. We're hoping so.
Okay.
You could leave it in for safekeeping.
Is there any action on this bill that any board members would like to take? Member Carey?
Thank you, Chair. May I direct this to Deputy Nui? So, and this may have changed with the substitute, but line 325, if it's the same, it references LEA setting the proficiency, I believe, definition and standard. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding that.
Do you want the substitute number there?
Yeah.
You're sorry, Greg. Are you asking if we want the substitute? What's the latest?
Oh, yeah. For the Apex program?
Oh, so is it limited to the, well, let's call it up so everybody.
Yeah.
What version are you looking at on?
I think I only
That's the correct
have
one.
The non, is it the?
That's the
okay.
correct one, yeah.
Okay.
So line 325 of substitute, of the substitute version.
Oh. Mine it is too.
Yeah, mine is red too. Oh, boy.
It's Roman numeral 8.
Oh, there's a sub 2 now. Dang. Okay, so substitute 1. Line 325. So Greg, if you pull up sub 1, sorry.
I'm sorry, guys.
I'm sorry. And then it was 325.
Yes,
'Kay.
Deputy Nui. Trying to find it.
Let me try this again, Elise.
It's okay. Having issue. But board member Carey, I can chat while we're.
Yeah, you were quoting the right provision. mine's in red and it says a description of
Mhm.
well-defined metrics the LEA will use to establish and measure student proficiency. And the next line is the qualifying line. This would only apply to the Apex Center.
Correct. This is the list of things that need to be included in the application.
Okay, I just wanted that clarification. I apologize that it took us 10 minutes to get there.
our
But
bad.
thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Vice Chair Wood. Yeah, you're up. Go ahead. Yep.
I move that the board support SB 34, is it sub 1? Sub 2, Senator Johnson's public education revisions, and ask that board leadership work with him regarding the USDB language.
Okay. Yeah. So the motion is that the board support SB 34 centered, public education revisions, and ask that board leadership work with the sponsor on the USDB language. It's been seconded. Back to you, Vice Chair Wood.
I think this is everything we've asked for and some clarifications on other. I'm glad, being from Davis, that our Catalyst Center will get the glory that it deserves on its own. But I think in terms of the USDB language, it is really a work, right? Is it collaborating language? Is it prioritizing 448 if it passes? So it's a movement, but I think we can support the board as a whole and work with him to see where the other one goes.
I'm going to jump in real quick before you, Member Carey, but I want to support this as well, and I want to give, not that he's listening to this meeting, but just a thanks to Senator Johnson for jumping on this and saying, look, I'm listening to the board. You've asked for this. I'm going to do this. And so it was not something that he had to do, but he did it for us. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Deputy Newey, on sub 2, I just want to make sure I'm looking through on lines 54 to 57. And maybe we need legal counsel to weigh in on this if it's there. So as I understand this, they're taking the language in the Utah Constitution and now defining that, which is nuanced from what Representative Thurston was working on last year. But I'd like to hear, if it's possible, from legal counsel saying, does this diminish this board's constitutional authority in any way? So and my concern is just that line on 56 that says, in accordance with laws the legislature makes. And again, I'm not saying it's appropriate or inappropriate. I'd just like an opinion on what does that language do in terms of our constitutional charge. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you. I know Superintendent Hart has a response or would like to speak to that question.
She just needs to tell me where she went to law school before she.
I'm not at all I'm gonna make that disclaimer right away. I wasn't going after that line. I think that I would like to direct the board's attention to direct and manage. And I'd like you to think about whether or not you're okay with that, because I actually think it goes in a different direction, and it may bring up some questions about local control. So I think you need to think really hard about whether or not you're okay with the word manage. I am not, to be clear, I am not saying yes or no. I'm just bringing your attention to direct and manage and what that may mean, and if you're comfortable with that as a board. Now, the business about the legislature makes, that's way above my skill set. I just want to bring attention to that word manage, and I want to make sure the board doesn't gloss over that, and make sure you're really comfortable with that.
So, Chair, if I may.
Yeah, and as she was speaking, I was kind of hoping we've got two AAGs who are down, and I know Ashley's in her office, and if she's listening, maybe she's coming in or speak online, but we'll see if she comes. But go ahead and follow up.
I just want to say I support Board Member Wood's motion that I think SB2 overall deserves our support. I would like clarification on whether this language conflicts with our constitutional charge before we vote, if we could indulge that.
So I wonder if that would be almost like an amendment to the motion, Member Carey, if you just process that. But as you're thinking about that, board members, I do want to call your attention that we have hit, I know 10 minutes goes by fast when you are enjoying the conversation. We've hit 10 minutes, and there is a motion before us. So we will continue on. But again, we have lots of bills to get through, and we want to respect every one of them that's before us. So with that, I would ask Member Carey, keep in mind if you want an amendment to the motion that's before us, and the motion is to support SB 34, and then, or with a caveat as well, that board leadership work with the sponsor on the USDB language. Vice Chair Wood.
This is the bodies. It is sub 2, and the language now matches 448, so we could remove that line if someone so chose.
That could be part of the amendment if necessary. So I've got Member Bogus. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So the language in lines 50, whatever it was, 51, 54, that's actually in direct contravention to the Constitution. The way the Constitution reads is that we have general control and supervision over the programs the legislature designates, which is very different from this language, which in my opinion is very narrow in scope. And then I think that our superintendent is correct in her assertion, direct and manage all aspects. I take issue with that language. And then when we get down to lines number 217 through 219, it says that that we are now we're authorizing the state superintendent to appoint and supervise a superintendent for the schools for the deaf and blind under the approval of the state board, which is actually not what we asked for. But we didn't appoint a state superintendent or a superintendent for USDB. We appointed an assistant superintendent or something.
The board appointed the state superintendent who made an appointment. So the options are in the bill.
Well, and I understand that, but in 218, it says that she can appoint a second superintendent. That's not what we asked for her to do. Yeah, I understand that, but he's not listed as the superintendent of USDB. You are. And the way this reads, you would just be choosing somebody to do your job, and they're now called the superintendent instead of you.
Vice Chair Wood.
And when we presented our PEA recommendations to PEA, there were some legislators who felt very strongly that that person needed to have their own title. If they were going to do the work, they needed to do their title, which is why I think you see the language like this in legislation.
So then are they going to provide the money to pay that person at a superintendent salary?
Money anyway.
Yeah, would the money come out of the board's account, or would it come out of, or the agency's account, or the USDB account? The USDB account, and then along with these comments here, again, if the USBE determines to appoint a superintendent of the USDB, then they still answer to us. And if we say, hey, Superintendent Hart or any state superintendent, you are going to appoint, then she still answers to us for them, right? There's still accountability as to us as a board.
Well, and I understand that, but as this is written, it doesn't fall within the structure that we have here. Superintendent Hart, tell me I'm wrong. If you appoint a superintendent, they're not technically under you. They would need to be a deputy superintendent or an assistant superintendent. They would need to be something.
Superintendent, go ahead.
I can't. The use of a title is different than the level of person I appoint. I think that's the easiest way to describe it. But maybe someone can help me. So I can appoint a person who is the title and the level of the person is two different things. It is not, I can appoint someone to be the superintendent and that be their title, even though they are an associate superintendent in the system.
Okay, so that makes sense, but what happens when you're gone and somebody decides to put this position at a director level?
They have the right to do that unless you as a board change your mind.
We still decide that.
Okay.
I do have Member Davis and Member Lear with a reminder that we have gone over time on this one. Member Davis.
I don't know if I have a motion, but I think the language, if someone is working with him on the bill, needs to just take the legislature part out of it and just say something like in that we have general control and supervision according to the Utah Constitution, including adherence to the law, period. Because it's not just the legislature. We have federal laws that we're dealing with and state code that we're dealing with, and it needs to be a wider scope than an impression that the legislature will just kind of tell us what to do. We're dealing with multiple laws. Yes, but I don't know if it's a substitute or if it's just an addition. An additional piece to work with the sponsor on.
Sorry, we're putting amendment. Am I reading this correctly? We're putting an amendment together?
Yes. I do think it needs to be written differently. I've thought that the last few years they've been doing this.
So, so your motion, you want to amend the language to support SB 34, public education revisions, and ask that board leadership work with the sponsor to amend the language about the board's constitutional role. Is that the amendment?
Yes, and it's fine to say, as in the Utah Constitution. It's also fine to say, including adherence to the law. That is what we do. But to say that we are going to function based on legislative seems to send a message that I don't think is accurate, especially when we have also federal laws.
Is this, I'm just trying to get your motion. Is this?
Because I'm speaking in the midst of the wordsmithing, I apologize.
So will you keep an eye on this? And then I believe if you're open to it, to the amendment, removing the current motion that is before us, which is removing the work with the sponsor on the USDB language.
Just combining the two?
Removing that portion. So you're amending it by removing working with the sponsor on USDB
Because we
language,
no longer
but
need it.
rather working with the sponsor on the board's constitutional role language. That's
Yes, so it would actually delete the part about the legislative. Can we pull the language up on the screen?
before.
So it would
you're still
say-
putting your motion together, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
so it would say general control and supervision means, including as used in the Utah Constitution, Article X, Section 3, that the state board shall direct all aspects of the public education system, including adherence with the law. And you can keep the last part in about compliance and monitoring.
So your motion is not to have board leadership work with them on this, but to say this is what we want it to say.
Yes.
Okay.
Shall I say it again?
I'm not speaking for or against. I'm trying to get our motion
Yeah, would
put
it be
together.
easy for me to read it again? I'm going to read it one more time. Oh, if you pull it back up. And you can, so it would say, general control and supervision means, including as used in the Utah Constitution, Article X, Section 3, that the state board shall direct all aspects of the public education system in accordance, or someone just said general oversight and supervision. That's what we should write. That's what it says in the Constitution. We could use that. So that the state board shall supervise all aspects of the public education system, including adherence with the law and including relation to compliance and monitoring, or just leave out relation, just and including compliance and monitoring of an LEA. Under section 53E-3-401. Carol's shaking her head. But I fear if we don't put something about the law, we're going to keep doing this every year forever.
Well, let's get our motion put together here.
Yes, and then my only question is, and these were here before my motion, but do the including parts limit us to just those things? Or does the supervise all aspects of the public education system cover everything that's in the Constitution? And the including just calls these things out to give a heightened notice. Okay, thank you.
So is this complete, Member Davis?
Yes.
So the motion, and we haven't seconded, let me just put the motion before us. The motion is to remove the USDB language and that the board also work with the sponsor to amend the language on line 54 to read as follows. 5. General control and supervision means, including as used in Utah Constitution, Article 10, Section 3, that the state board shall supervise all aspects of the public education system, including adherence to the law, including in relation to compliance and monitoring of an LEA under Section 53E-3-401. Is there a second? I'm not hearing a second. With that, let's move on to Member Lear.
That's a lot of time.
Can I go back to the main motion?
The main motion, yes, the motion before us currently is that the board support SB 34 public education revision and ask that board leadership work with the sponsor on the USDB language.
I move that we move on to the next item on our agenda.
There is a motion to move on to the next item. Let me ask, next bill or next agenda item?
Whatever the next thing is we would be talking about, which is probably a bill.
It's probably a bill until 4:30. Is that
Okay.
okay? So the
Sure.
motion is to move on to the next bill. We've got a second. Do you want to speak to that, Member Lear?
Briefly, there are clearly questions on many parts of this, and I think that we can still work with the sponsor, or those of you who are inclined can still work with the sponsor. But I think that will end up being a better position for the board than trying to put a bunch of Band-Aids on this bill.
I will tell you, when I see Senator Johnson and he asks about this, I can say, here's the discussion that the board had. We didn't get to a vote, but we had this discussion. So that's what I would do if nothing came of this. Next in line, I've got Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. I would speak in opposition to that. I think that this bill gives this board 95% of what we've been asking for. It's not quite there for me, but I don't want to give up on the 95% that we've worked hard. I think this bill is sponsored by the chair of Senate Ed and House Ed, that they've been so responsive to us, to our concerns, that they've listened to what we've had to say. I think to come out and say, oh, you didn't give us 1,000% of what we asked for, therefore we're not going to support all the good work you've done. I think that is the wrong message to send. And again, I don't think we can let the perfect be the enemy of the good. In this case, possibly the very good. So I think that we shouldn't move on. I think this bill deserves our support, and I would vote against moving on. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Earl on the motion.
It's not related to this motion.
Okay. So the motion before us, Member Davis, to the motion?
I just want to explain my vote. I'm just a no. I can't support that one line without it being amended.
The motion is from, yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
I'm supporting moving on.
Okay, so the motion is to move on to the next bill. Let's go ahead and put it to a vote. Okay, that motion fails. 9 opposed, 5 in favor. Those in favor being Member Reel, Member Davis, Member Green, Member Bogus, and Member Lear. This brings us back to our motion, and that is to support HB 34 and work with the sponsor on the language of the USDB. I've got Member Earl, then I'll come to you, Vice Chair Wood. But go ahead.
This isn't related to this one. As soon as we're done with this motion, I have a question.
Okay, Vice Chair Wood.
I'd like to amend my motion that the board support I move that the board support SB 34 sub 2 public education revisions and ask that board leadership work with on the constitutional language with the sponsor.
Let's make sure we get that correct on the screen. So the difference here, because we don't want to push the same motion, but the difference here is we're saying let's work with the sponsors on constitutional language, not telling them what we want as constitutional language. Is that correct? Yeah, okay. So the motion is before us. It is that the board support SB 34 public education revisions and ask that board leadership work with the sponsor on the constitutional language. Do we have a second? There's a second. Back to you, Vice Chair Wood.
I think we agree that something needs to happen, and whatever we put in there, the drafters will change anyway. So it's more important to be in the room with the sponsor and the drafters to get what we want than try to craft it here.
Okay, seeing no lights, let's vote. A question, before you get voting open, go ahead.
So it says that the board supports SB 34 sub 2, but we're also saying we want these discussions to take place. So does that mean irrespective of how these discussions turn out, the consensus of the board is we will support SB 34 as it stands now, even if the discussions don't pan out in a way that we would like?
Technically, yes. That's what we're saying. If we take a vote here in support, then we are saying we support this bill. Now, to your point, are we letting perfection get in the way of good? And is this the deal breaker? And so if we don't take a vote, if we were to move on, then we could share those concerns without saying, yeah, we support this 100%. We could just express those concerns.
And I still support the motion. I just wanted clarification. Again, to me, there's no sense in having you in the room if you can't participate in the discussions. Right. So I support. I just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Vice Chair Wood. Or Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you. I would actually like to make an amendment that the board support in concept. Just add the word in concept. And if I can get a second, I'll speak to that.
The motion is to include in concept somewhere that the board support in SB 34 public education revisions in concept and ask that board leadership. Do we have a second to that? There's a second. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I think that this language addresses the concern that we've heard Member Davis talk about with the language as it stands. It's hard to support that because we know we want changes, but we also know that there's a lot of work that's been done into this. And to Member Carey's point, we do support, about 95% of it. So I hope that this is a way that we can show we support, but there's still some work to be done.
Okay, so the motion then, this is an amendment right now. We're not voting on the overall motion. The amendment is to insert in concept after public education revisions. Or right there, support in concept SB 34. Sure, that works. So, Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would just speak against this. We've either voted to support or not support, and with the understanding that it is a give and take once you're in the room. And I think that the in concept, unless we're willing to put that in every other rule that we pass or bill that we decide to support, that isn't 100% there, I think we're sending this motion that, we say we want to talk about it, but in theory, we really don't. So I would speak against it. It's not something we've historically done, and I just don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Okay. Member Davis, to this motion? Okay.
Yeah, I would speak for the motion. We've used this a number of times in the past on as a part of a process. So we support something conceptually, have the conversation, and then come back on Thursday and support the amended bill. If they won't change anything, and they still have our conceptual support, but it allows us to have something to still offer in hopes that a bit of that language will be fixed.
Member Lear.
I think the in concept is a reasonably good idea. It helps a little bit. I think that will be lost in the translation, and I absolutely cannot support a bill that has that language of manage and direct. That is contrary to language in the current statutes that say that the USBE cannot do certain things in working with school districts, and I think it's not the right language, not the right message to send to LEAs. So I cannot support manage and direct. So I'm afraid in concept will be lost in transition. So I want to say it helps a little, but not enough.
So the motion before us is to insert in concept after support. Let's go ahead and vote. That motion fails. 8 against, 6 in favor. Those in favor being Member Lear, Member Reel, Member Green, Member Davis, Member Wood, and Member Bollinger. So this brings us back to the motion, which states, here we go, that the board support SB 34 sub 2 public education revisions and ask that board leadership work with the sponsor on the constitutional language. Seeing no votes, no lights, let's vote. That motion passes 11 in favor, 3 opposed. Those opposed being Member Davis, Member Bogus, and Member Lear. Member Earl.
Yeah, I asked that we go to House Bill 36. This is the gold medal schools. If that's okay, Representative Hall asked a very specific question of this board, and I wanted to pose that question so we can decide what if we want to do.
Elise, you put the motion forward to support HB 36. Can we get some context, some background?
I would like to pose it as a different question. It's not necessarily support or oppose. The question is if the board wants to have their name associated with the gold medal schools, and I'll explain why. The health department has received grant money from the federal government. There's $3 million of that money that will be put into rural schools as far as health initiatives. They've contacted Representative Hall and said, we'd like to use that money for your gold medal schools provisions that she has here. Currently, it has us listed as overseeing that. She wants to know if we want to be part of that. If not, then the health department is who she will write into the bill. So the question is, do we want to oversee this in the rural schools, or do we want the health department to be overseeing this in our rural schools? And whatever we decide here, she will put into the bill. Currently, she would like the USBE to oversee it, but that's the question being posed. The money is coming to it is a grant coming to, and maybe someone else can speak a little bit more to it. I know broadly, the money is coming to the health department they've got a large grant that they're getting. And so they're the recipients of it. They're wanting or at least they contacted Katie Hall to fund her gold medal school. So if we have additional questions, Deputy Superintendent Voorhees could ask those. I don't have all the details. I'm just sharing what Katie Hall asked me to ask you guys.
Right. I think Superintendent Hart has a comment as well.
Yes, so the money is part of a huge grant for rural health that comes from the U.S. Department of Education. Just to put it out there on the table, I am concerned that this would direct activities that happen in our schools without our involvement if we choose not to participate. I do understand that the money is coming to us from the federal government, but it is not coming to us. It is coming to DHHS. And so when Representative Hall, she tried running this bill last year, and she was unable to, they were just ran out of time, quite frankly. This year, she was looking for funding. She is the chair of Health and Human Services, and she saw this grant cross her desk for their agenda, and she did one of those, chocolate peanut butter kind of thing. As part of this grant, part of the money would be the staff needed to oversee this. Because one of my concerns was if we do face a cut, then I don't want obligations that don't cover themselves. But this would include the staffing needed to implement this program. Again, I have serious reservations about having DHHS. They're great. They are a state agency, but they're not USBE, but they would be implementing a program in our schools. And I just have some serious reservations about that outweigh my concerns over where this money came from. So.
I've got a couple in line here. I've got Member Davis, Member Lear, and Vice Chair Wood as well. Member Davis.
I think if we voted to support to bring this over, then I think we need to change our letter to the federal government. I mean, did we mean it or did we not mean it? Because already since we took that position, we had Congressman Owens wanted us to advocate for the federal dollars for private schools. Can't do that. Sent a letter. We've had talk from some of our legislators. We want to use some of our federal dollars for safety. Can't do it. Sent a letter. We have other red states applying for grants. Can't do it. Sent a letter. Now this PE grant coming in, if DHHS did not send a letter, that's probably where it should go. Or we need to take some kind of formal position or some position that says sometimes we want it with strings and sometimes we don't, because this is, and I'm not saying this to be funny. Well, I'm not saying it to be funny. I'm saying it to be consistent. So we just need to figure out where our consistencies are. Do we want to have the message that our official position is nothing with strings? Or do we want to have nothing new with strings, I should say? Hopefully that letter didn't mean we would send back everything we already have. But I just think we need to either change the language on our position from the letter or do things like this. But doing them both feels inconsistent to me.
Member Lear.
I have to say a little facetiously, why is consistency even a concern? But I'm glad you're talking to somebody else. Anyway, because you're sincere. My take on it is similar, but for a different reason. We've had other pots of money go to other places where agencies work with schools. And every time in my recollection, the agencies bring their challenges to us anyway, because we have the data, we have the relationships. They do not. That we understand laws related to schools. They do not. And so what I fear is if we say, let it go to DHHS or whatever, despite our letter to the feds, and I don't know what we do about that. I don't have an opinion. I don't really have an opinion about the bill. I just know that if it goes to DHS, it will be our burden anyway. And that is something I've seen many times. A bill went to the Division of Human Resources, and suddenly it was our problem. And we did more work than the Division of Human Resources until 5 years later, the legislature, against its will, gave us the responsibility. I've seen other things go to DHS and have the same outcome. So it doesn't, we can't have our cake and eat it too.
Vice Chair Wood.
Can we just scroll down so we look at what the role of the board would be? I think it starts in 130. So this is a 3-year. Is the grant for 3 years? Make chair through you.
Yeah.
To the,
Who are you asking, Elise or
whoever knows
or
about
Jenny?
this grant.
Make her the motion. Go ahead. Or there is no motion.
The grant is a 5-year grant. Okay, so the money. So we have sufficient funding to, like it says that we would get 6.25% at the bottom to for administrative costs, and then we would have to create the program, establish partnerships, create the process. So it's putting. So does our staff feel comfortable in taking this on? And otherwise, this bill will be rewritten and it will go over to the body that does not have our health standards, does not have our relationships, does not understand the time commitment to our parents, our educators. Okay, thank you.
Member Earl.
Here's $3 million a year, and then there would be a provision that some funds would come to us. It's either if we're not interested, then, like I said, someone else will take it.
So I recognize that you were asking a question, and the question, I don't know if it's been answered, but we need something in the form of a motion so that we can act as a body.
Okay, we have a motion, I believe.
Okay.
Right, so it would be that the board support Representative Hall, including USBE, as overseeing the federal rural health grant through the Gold Medal Schools program in House Bill 36, Gold Medal Schools pilot program.
Thank you. The motion has been stated. It's before us on the screen. Do we have a second? There's a second. Back to you, Member Earl, if you want to speak to that.
Sorry. I mean, I've already kind of introduced some of that. I just, like I said, Representative Hall reached out to me a couple of times saying, hey, because I had discussions with her last year. She goes, I've got funding. Are you guys on board? I said, well, we can't be on board unless the board is on board. So I said, I'll just bring this to the board. And then from there, if there's additional discussion, we can have that with her, leadership can or whoever. So anyways, and I just think, once again, it's going to move forward. The funding's available. We either have a direct say in it, or someone else will be directing it.
Okay. So I've got a couple of lights. I'd love to get to a vote sooner than later. Member Bogus and then Member Carey.
So my question is, by supporting that she include us, are we taking a position of support on this bill? Is that going to be implied? Because that's not what the motion says.
That's not what the motion says, but I think a reasonable person would say yes.
Well, technically it would say that we think she's a cool gal.
Do you have a motion or an amendment to this motion?
Well, I'm just wondering what we actually intend, because if we intend to say, yeah, we think this is a bad idea, but if you're going to pursue a bad idea, put it under the USBE, that's very different than saying, yes, put it under the USBE and we like it.
That's true. This
And to
motion
me,
as is
this
does not
doesn't
say that we support the bill. It just says we support us being in the bill.
Okay, so this would not be taken by our leadership in support of the bill.
Leadership would say the board supports Representative Hall, including USBE as overseeing. You know what I mean? You get the point. That's what leadership would say.
So you're not going to tell her we support this bill?
Yeah. Go ahead, Superintendent. I don't plan to speak against what we voted for.
No. Okay. as far as I'm concerned, this issue has to be decided so that Representative Hall can move forward with her bill and know which way she was going. Whether or not you want to do another motion to support or not, we need this to be good neighbors with the dear Representative Hall. We need to give her an answer. Then if you want to go one way or another on supporting the bill as a whole, that's up to you. She's waiting for an answer on yes, no. I will not tell Representative Hall that what comes out of my mouth is not going to be a yes, we support the bill or no, we don't support the bill. It will be simply whether or not we want USBE in.
Okay, thank you.
Member Carey.
I support the motion. I spoke with the superintendent. I just wanted to make sure this would not be taxing or super taxing on our staff and our resources. She's assured me that this is actually a good direction to go to avoid that from happening. So I support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no additional lights, let's re-tee this up. The motion before the board is that the board support Representative Hall, including USBE, as overseeing the federal rural health grant through the Gold Medal Schools program in HB 36, Gold Medal Schools pilot program. Let's vote. Yes. Thank you, Member Brinton. That motion passes 12 in favor, 2 opposed. Those opposed coming from Member Davis and Member Kelly. Vice Chair Wood. I will say as well, we've got kind of a time sensitive. We've got somebody joining us at 4:30 for our executive session. So let's, Member Wood, go ahead. You've got the...
I move that the board support HB 448 Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind amendments.
Okay, the motion's been stated and seconded. Vice Chair Wood.
This bill originates from Representative White. He brought me in and we basically went through our entire document that we approved as a board that went to PEA when we made those USBE recommendations to PEA. He went line item by line item. We sat there with the drafters and went, okay, what does this mean? What does the board want? How can we put it in a law? What does it mean? How do we put this in a law? He's met with leaders. When I was out of town, he met with leadership and superintendent to confirm that he had gotten it right. He then met with me again. I think everything we've asked for, including if you look on lines 253, that acknowledgement that we have a statewide multi-campus model, the legislature will have to finally commit to that wholly, that they support that. There may be some changes in the component unit. There's some debate on subdivision is not fully defined in law other than a political subdivision like a mosquito abatement or a school district, which they are not. So we went to a component unit. Now that's a GASB term, and so we're trying to figure that out. So you might see a slight amendment when it comes to the committee. But other than that, he's done a really great job. I've never had a legislator who's worked so hard to give us exactly what we want.
Member Kelly?
It's not to this motion, but if you could put me in line for the next.
Okay, but we might have to make a motion to continue on this agenda item, just a heads up. So we've got the motion to the motion to support HB 448 Utah Schools for the Deaf and Blind amendments. I don't see any additional lights. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton?
Yes.
Thank you. Oh, that passes unanimously with 2 absent. So, Member Kelly, we'll start it. We might have to table it. Okay, so go ahead then. Let's push your button.
I move that that the board vote to oppose HB 36 Gold Medal Schools pilot program. Sure.
The motion is to oppose HB 36. Is there a second? A second. Go ahead, Member Kelly.
Just to Board Member Davis's point, if we're going to be a board that says that we want to start to be autonomous as a state, then we need to start acting as an autonomous organization. And so anytime a carrot is dangled in front of us, I think it's important for us to recognize that carrot is not necessarily something that we're always going to eat.
Okay, so the motion is to oppose HB 36. Let's go ahead and vote. Member Brinton? That motion fails. 9 against, 2 abstentions, 3 in favor. Those abstentions coming from Member Brinton and Member Davis. The yes votes from Member Green, Member Kelly, and Member Bogus. With that, board members, I know that we could spend all day on bills, and we will do our best to get as many as we can on Thursday. Please, harass Elise, get the information that you can, and then it will be outdated by the time we get to board meeting. So I know it's very challenging, right? And even today you saw we were scrambling to get different subs and things in front of us. So gather what you can, and we'll prepare for next Thursday. With that, though, let's move on to agenda item 15. This is our executive session. And so that's not the plan, no. I am seeking a motion that the board go into executive session for the purpose of discussing any of the following: a person's character, competence, or health, and pending or imminent litigation. So moved. I'll take both so moved as a second as well. Let's do a roll call vote. Member Bogus is yes. Member Booth is yes. Member Bollinger is yes. Member Brinton.
Yes.
Thank you. Member Davis is yes. Member Earl is yes. Member Green is yes. Member Kelly is yes. Member Carey is yes. Member Longacre is yes. Member Lear is a yes. Member Reel is yes. And Member Wood is yes. I'm a yes. That passes. Let's get ready for, let's just take 5 minutes as we get ready for closed session. Thank you to the public. Board members, thank you for being here. I am seeking a motion that the board comes out of executive session. So moved. We have a second. We have a second. Let's do a roll call vote here. We'll begin with Member Bogus. Is yes. Member Booth? Member Bollinger? Yes. Yes. Member Brinton? Did she connect? Okay. Member Davis? Yes. Yes. Member Earl? Is yes. Member Green? Yes. Is Member Hall with us? Okay. Member Kelly? Is yes. Member Carey? Is yes. Member Longacre? Is yes. Member Lear? Is yes. Member Reel, she's just out for a second. And Member Wood? Is yes, and I'm a yes. So we are out of executive session and back into our open meeting here. Member Bogus, over to you.
Thank you, sir. I move to pull item number 252192 from the consent calendar. Oh, I don't move that. I just want to do it.
Okay, item number 25-2192 is pulled from consent. Is there let's continue on with a potential motion.
Thank you. I move that the board approve the remainder of the UPAC consent calendar.
This motion's been stated and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Over to you, Member Bogus.
Thank you. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2247.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus, sorry.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2256.
Second.
The motion has been made and seconded. Let's go ahead and vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-2316.
Second.
Motion's been made and seconded. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Shut this. Thank you, sir. I move that the board direct UPAC to offer the respondent a reprimand in case number 25-EH95.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded. Let's vote. That passes unanimously. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board approve the UPAC recommendation for case number 25-EH100.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded. Let's vote. Okay, that passes 9 in favor, 4 opposed. Those opposed being Member Green, Member Carey, Member Reel, and Member Lear. Member Bogus.
Thank you, sir. I move that the board direct UPAC to offer the respondent a reprimand in case number 25-EH101.
Second.
The motion's been made and seconded. Let's vote. That motion passes 9 in favor, 4 opposed. Those opposed being Member Wood, Member Reel, Member Lear, and Member Booth. Back to you, Member Bogus.
I have no further business.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to agenda item 17. This is the board chair's report. I just want to kind of let you know just what's been happening, and you guys have seen it. I don't have a lot to share. We meet weekly. We are at the Capitol as a board leadership team. I know I see many of you there regularly. We want to thank you for your support. My report is simply that legislators that we have spoken with have been great to work with. I'm not saying that we get whatever it is we ask for, but they are willing to stop in the hall and listen. They are willing to talk to us and have conversations. That to me is important, and I appreciate the conversations that have been happening. I also appreciate board members and staff members who have been able to speak up and speak on behalf of their own thoughts at some instances. And like we had talked about a little bit today, the staff speaking for the agency, right? When I say staff, I mean Molly, and she can direct that. I'm grateful for board leadership and carrying some of the weight that I haven't been able to carry, as this has been a great team for me and a great help as this is a strain on all of our working time and family time. But I've seen great things as this board has come together. So I appreciate that and give thanks to this body for that. So thank you. With that, let's move to agenda item 18. This is board member comments, and I've got Member Earl. Go ahead.
Yeah, just a couple things. One of those being, I'm just curious how close we are on, and maybe this is for Cindy and Board Member Green, on our essay contest, because I'm anxious to get some kind of an email out or something related to the 250. So I don't know if that's coming in the next month or so.
So
that's maybe a little
can
bit of a
I
question.
just give you I got an email today at 2:48 p.m. from my elementary principal that said, "Hello, 5th grade team. The state just announced this amazing opportunity for our 5th grade students to participate in this essay contest." And it is about the 250th. So
okay, so
it is out there.
I guess then we'll be receiving similar information.
Oh, Kelsey wants to talk.
Oh,
yeah, go ahead.
I just want to let board members know that that was very recently added to the parent portal section of the USBE website. So all the information is there. It got its own page and everything on the parent portal, which I can send that link out so you have the exact page. But if you just go to the parent portal, there's a tab for it.
With the resolution and this, I wanted to kind of make do you know what I mean? A general thing. So thank you.
Yes.
Appreciate that. Thank you for the work on that. Appreciate it.
I should not say you're welcome because I didn't do any of it, but staff did great work.
You're welcome.
As well as the board members involved.
I'll say it. I got it. Just kidding. Member Booth.
Just wanted to mention that I was able to represent the board at the high school art awards ceremony on Saturday down at the Springville Art Museum. I was grateful to be able to join with other board members when we got to select our art for this year earlier. And being there that particular morning, I mean, everybody was there. I mean, Senate President, Speaker, a bazillion legislators, representatives from all the congressmen, and Malloy was there, and so all these people are there, and the kids were just stunning. The art that they produced was just unbelievable, and there was so much excitement in the room. It really is a great opportunity for our high school teachers and high school students to be reinforced and to kind of feed off of one another's talent and creativity and just seeing what other people can do. And these kids, as you know, were coming from all over the state. they had driven the night before. They came really early in the morning, driving from Logan and from down south to be a part of this award ceremony, and it was really, really exciting. I just wanted to mention, as I was talking with Emily, the director of the museum, how concerned she is about the ongoing program. Because, of course, the Springville Art Museum is one of all of the POPs organizations that are going to receive some major budget cuts. I don't know that they're planning, they match everything that the state provides for POPs from their budgets, the Utah Symphony, Ballet West, Springville Art Museum, every Utah Opera, Utah Symphony. And she's just very concerned at how in the world will this program that I experienced on Saturday be able to continue if they have to have these major cuts this year. The partners that we have built, or not us, the people that have gone before us for decades, that have built these partnerships that have had such a positive impact on our students through the years, and to now turn away from those partners and say, okay, well, we're reducing our commitment to you, or we're canceling this, and you can just take your money and run, and we won't do anything for kids anymore. So I think it breaks my heart to think of the Springville Art Museum not being able to offer the high school program. And I don't know what the impacts are going to be with all of the different areas, but it's something we've got to continue. You'd think that I was just an art person. I do have a lot of feelings about every aspect of education, from athletics to all of the literacy and numeracy. And anyway, I really do hope that we'll keep in mind that there are some magnificent partnerships that have been developed, and figure out how we can not turn our back, but to ease our way through this difficult year, or these difficult years, so that we don't lose all the momentum that we have built up in all these areas. Thank you.
Member Carey.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge and thank the Chair and Vice Chair Wood, Vice Chair Bollinger. Whenever I reach out during legislative session, they're either on their way to the Capitol, they're at the Capitol, or they're leaving the Capitol. And I know today, Vice Chair Bollinger, we had the board meeting, but she also had a commitment for We the People. And it doesn't matter what you do as your other job, it's got to be impacted. And I just wanted to thank you for just for that service to the board and to the state of Utah. So thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Member Kelly.
Yeah, I just wanted to express gratitude to the board. I have never been a superstitious person, but my dad was a superstitious person. And so I've found myself the last couple of days being a little superstitious. And so I was like, oh man, board member Kelly had something bad happen, then board member Hall. And then I learned today that it was board member Earl. And so it comes in threes. And so we got our three, so the rest of you can rest easy. All right. But the warmth that I've felt from the board, and I know I speak for Rod, who can't be here with us, but member Earl probably as well, and she's welcome to say if she would like. But you know, I've felt a tremendous amount of support, and wanted to publicly thank the board for your support as I've experienced loss in this past week. So thank you.
Thank you, member Lear.
Thanks. That's much less, what I have to say is much less important than that, but thank you for that, your willingness to talk about that. Cindy prompted me to go to the math conference, which is about as foreign to me as anything I could attend. But actually, I heard the keynote speaker, and I absolutely was very impressed. The whole huge conference center at Provo Conference Center was full with math teachers. I could have picked them out of crowds. They absolutely looked like math teachers. But it was really, really enlightening. No offense to math teachers. But it was really a great experience. I'm glad I did it, and I'm glad Cindy reminded me. Secondly, you probably should know that the UHSAA director, the High School Activities Association director, Rob Cuff, who's been in that position for about 15 years, is retiring. And he has been a really good representative for high school athletics and a really great partner for the board and the Board of Trustees, which I'm fortunate enough to be able to work with, is choosing a new director in the next 2 weeks. And I've got to say, their process is pretty amazing and pretty impressive in its lack of drama and clear procedures. And maybe we can learn a thing or two. But I've been very impressed with how they're proceeding, and they apparently have some very good applicants. So I hope we get somebody who is as committed to public education as Rob is. He was a previous English teacher, as well as a coach of many things, and he's a great supporter of academics first, and I really admire that about him. So just those pieces of information. Thanks.
Thank you. And finally, we have Vice Chair Bollinger.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to extend my gratitude to Superintendent and all of our staff. You know, adding on to the hours that we've spent, they have spent so many hours putting together presentations and PowerPoints. I mean, we're reviewing these at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, and they're doing all the work behind the scenes in addition to being in person. So just thank you to all of our USBE for all of their hard work and for helping us function and be connected. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. I echo what's been said. I appreciate what's been going on here, and I'm not looking forward to January. Quite frankly, it's going to be. I don't want to start over. We just started over with Erin. I mean, she made it in. Good thing, but I think we've got some great board members here and some great staff. So anyway, with that, I would seek one final motion. Motion to adjourn. There's a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? We're adjourned. Thank you.